got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a moves that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
veto, but it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that's what you feel. You know that's what you feel. You know that's what you feel. You know that's what you feel.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go.
got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control.
Got a chateau in the mountains, got change, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty with verbal on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams and she won't stop, can't stop. 911.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The night, oh, we light up the nightlife. We go into daylight as long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the nightlife. We go into daylight as long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Mommy, show me love, I don't clap back. Homie, got a catfish face so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My clique, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh, we light up the nightlife. We go into daylight
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, 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 your mata. together. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your games. I'm so damn serious. I'm ready for the fight. Time has slipped along. I pushed you out of sight. Don't think I can't live without you, darling. I'll be just fine. You won't take no for an answer. Get off your knees and pull yourself together. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your games. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your game. I won't stop fighting on. I won't stop fighting on. Never gonna play your game. I won't stop fighting on. I won't stop fighting on. Never gonna play your game.
One way with you, what it feels like. Some way to you, I still try. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. It's saying I want you more than you want me. It's saying I need you more than you need me. Oh yeah. Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. They say I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. They say I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah.
Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
Now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless. Watch us change the game.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the Game Changers EMEA Stage 1 playoffs. I am Zoe and I have the utmost pleasure of being your host today. And joining me on this desk to break it all down for you are the ever so lovely and talented Kakuka and Mac, who I've not had the pleasure of working with before. So Mac, tell me all about yourself in 30 seconds. Favorite food? Color,
I'm from Australia. I swam over to Malta and I'm living in Europe at the moment. I've followed Valorant since the start, but of course in OS, and OS is not a big scene. Did a bit with APAC, and now I'm here, and I do a lot of esports, and I yell really loud. So is that 30 seconds? That was like 15.
I'd say it was
I'm
around
sold.
20.
I'm buying it. I'm buying a Mac, guys. It's happening.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Perfect.
So yeah,
Kakuka,
I hope I passed the exam.
yeah. You passed for me. Green lights all around. Kakuka, you've already been casting, hosting. You're just doing it all.
Yes.
Now you're on the desk here. What's the playoffs been like for you?
So
far?
interesting. Of course, I love Game Changers. To me, it's my favorite tournament of the year, especially like the crowning with Game Changers Championship at the end of the year is the utmost best. So I want to do a little bit of everything. As you said, I was hosting, I was casting. Now I'm on the Analyst desk as an analyst. So I think that tomorrow I might be playing, but we will get to that.
Okay.
Or coaching, you know,
Or
there's still a
coaching,
few avenues of things.
I
Yeah,
like
right. Just gotta check all those boxes. The Swiss Army knife of our broadcast. Let's talk about the competition, zooming out a little bit more and give you all the breakdown on the format and how we all got there, or here rather. We started things off, as you can see here, with a kickoff event that gave returning teams from 2024, as well as, of course, teams from an open qualifier, a chance to qualify for stage 1, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's very interesting because the format, like, it changes a little bit from the previous year, but we keep upgrading it, right? The having the chance of being able to compete, as you're saying, yes, some teams had that invitation, some teams went through the open qualifier, but now when we get to the stage, when we get to the groups, the 4 teams that do not make it to playoffs are relegated to contenders and have to compete again for stages for stage 2 to go back into the playoffs. And again, that same system, it repeats itself on the second one. So all I'm gonna say is if you want a chance to be playing against the best, the open qualifiers are, as the name says, they are open. So of course, you know, gather your team and maybe we will be talking about you in a month or 2.
That's right. Love those open formats, of course, where everyone gets a shot at it if they are the very best. Now, every team in the top 6 will be awarded points, so all their efforts will go a long way over the grand scheme of the year. Here you can see the point breakdown, because this is very important. As we're sending not just the winner of stage 3 to the championship, no, we also send the 2 teams with the most points. The moist points. They might be moist, I don't know. I haven't given them a closer look. Can't believe I said that word today.
Definitely
now you said it as well. Perfect.
Look, three teams eventually going to be able to make their way through to the championship, and look, that's what they're playing for, right?
That's
for
right.
the glory, for the gold.
That's right. Now let's take a look at the bracket to see which 6 teams were coming out on top here in stage 1. All of those teams already have at least 1,500 euros in the bank and 10 points in the point scale up, as you just saw as well. But let's talk about those teams, Mac.
Yeah, over the stages, of course, you get more points and get more glory. But of course, we've already said goodbye to 2 teams from the knockout round, Zorant as well as Heroic. And then yesterday we got to watch G2 take on Jiex, and that was a very quick day at the office. Carmine Corp up against SK as well, another 2-0, but it was a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Feels like, you know, maybe SK going into this lower bracket semi might have the edge, but you don't want to count Jiex out because they don't want to be going home. They don't want to be eliminated in 4th place. They still want to make it to the finals and look, upper finals as well, which is going to be the first game of the day. That is where things get really spicy. G2 against KC, the top 2 teams coming out of groups going toe-to-toe again. Oh, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
The
that
stakes are
noise
very high.
encapsulates it.
You want to make it into that grand final. If you're either of these 2 teams coming out of groups with just 1 loss, especially for G2, they have to defend their crown as the queens of EMEA. But for KC, with this remodel that they've done, they're looking so good. And of course, they're looking for some revenge because, as I'm saying, they only lost to 1 team. Each of the teams, they lost to 1 team on the group stage. And for KC, that was G2 Gosen. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, this might just be a preview of the grand finals. Alas, let's see what they can get done in the upper bracket final. The 2 most dominant teams in the groups are now coming at each other. It's going to be a banger, I'm pretty sure. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about how they stack up and match up. If we're looking at their performances yesterday, obviously both teams 2-0'd their opponents. What were the big takeaways? What or who stood out to you, Kakuka?
I mean, for the side of KC, we're seeing it right now. I think that the individual level is something that is going to be absolutely necessary for today. We have some very interesting matchups, right? Because we're seeing Glance going up at G2 Gosen that she was a part of, and she's also going up against Nello, who was her teammate last year in KC. But as you're saying, the biggest takeaways of yesterday to me is the resilience in so many situations. It was down to this individual moments for the side of KC. But very happy with that 2-0. And on the side of G2 Gosen, we understand that the individual level was there, but what they did to Giant X yesterday should be illegal. This Icebox looked absolutely flawless from them.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. Like Nello in this clip in particular should not have survived there on site, but somehow managed to pull it away. And then on Lotus as well, we know Petra and Mimi, they were like the Smash sisters. They were always just 2v whatevering, you know, Petra flanking up a Storm and just doing so much work. And then also in this matchup, Mimi is going to be the top rated player currently. it's only been 2 maps so far, but then we've also, you know, got Petra not too much further away. And then on the other side of things as well, we have Jiex, who's actually the second highest rated player and the highest rated controller too. So those things going toe-to-toe today is going to be incredible to watch.
It will be indeed. You just mentioned the 2 players I want to talk about next, Mimi and Petra, especially Petra. Man, Petra's game sense is just on another level. Like, hitting those timings on those lurks time and time again, and then those clutch moments together with Mimi, it's picture book perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no other more iconic duo in Game Changers EMEA than Mimi and Petra. Together forever, and as they should be, because especially, as you're saying, when it's them 2 together, there is no clutch that you can win against them. Even if it's just Mimi by herself, she actually, I think she was in 3 clutches yesterday. She won 2 of them, which is unreal. But the most highlight thing to me is Petra. Not only on this Lotus, I think especially on Icebox, there's always a risk that comes with performing this flanks, and she makes it look so flawless because she knows exactly up to where she can take these risks. And also we see that it's not just herself just going on the lurk and being completely alone. The supportive utility is also accompanying her when she performs these lurks, and she's always getting the most out of them.
Absolutely. I actually had an opportunity to sit down with Petra a little earlier today to talk about the team synergy, those insane lurks, and the performances and the dominance of the team. Let's hear what she had to say. I have G2 Gozen's Petra joining me for a quick chat. Thank you so much for taking the time. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Petra, it's been so much fun watching you in action in the playoffs. You and Mimi are just clutching about every 2v2 situation imaginable, and you guys make it look so easy. Is there a secret to that? Like, what are the comms like in those situations?
Yeah, there's no secret. We know each other for a long time, so the synergy is there. We know what to expect from each other. We have been in clutching situations so many times already in CS, so we know we're just gonna lock in, and we know we can win every situation, and it brings a lot of confidence. So
yeah, I mean, going up against the 2 of you in a 2v2 situation seems to just be a death sentence for most people trying. And generally, this rendition of G2 Gozen, it looks like the best rendition we've ever seen. Would you agree with that statement? And also, why do you think you guys are so dominant in your current form?
yeah, I think our team play is a lot better, especially with Vanya now on Duelist and Mimi on Initiator, Flasher. She can like control her so well, and Vanya gets the support she needs, so she can frag so well. And yeah, I think it fits all perfectly together right now. Even with the role switch, we needed to get a little bit used to it, especially me, but I guess it fits everyone.
Yeah, no, you guys are firing on all cylinders for sure. You and KC also just seem to be the only 2 teams who are really leaning into the current meta. Why do you think other teams are shying away from playing stuff like the Teo Breach combo, etc.?
I don't know. Maybe they are just feeling uncomfortable in trying new things, but I'm not sure what the reason is. I think you miss out when you're not trying to play the Breach Deco meta. So yeah. A loss for them.
I mean, it certainly is. Do you think just being able to run those newer compositions rather is giving you guys the edge in basically any situation now?
Yeah, I think I don't know exactly how to answer that question, but yeah, I guess so.
Well, it certainly seems to be the case, as the performance thus far has been very dominant. You are going up against KC. Do you have extra motivation winning against them since they're Nilo's former team?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's no pressure, but yeah, I think we're all very hungry to win this game.
Well, we're excited to see you back in action again. Thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
An absolute queen. In and out of the server. Big contributing factor, of course, to G2's success. But it's not just Petra, obviously. It's the whole team, you know, pulling their weight. It's Nilo's pre-game push-ups and then Vanya's op moments. Let's talk about that and how they stack up against Alkias.
Yeah, exactly. I think that yesterday we saw it time and time again, the effect that Vanya could have on that operator when we think about Icebox and all the success that they were finding time and time again. opening kills, being so aggressive, and also very important, and something that Petra was talking about in the interview, is actually the support that is going on her side. Yes, she had a lot of opportunities to find those openings, but every single time that she was doing so, she had one of her teammates behind her dealing with the Gecko utility, or using like Amy using the Techo utility to create those situations and more favorable scenarios for her to be so successful.
And they were talking about the role swap there in the interview as well, but the fact that Vanya's come from that controller role before, you know, it's just this extra bit of information, extra game knowledge, and so much more experience to bring into the duelist role, just knowing exactly how her opponents are going to be playing and where she needs to be to put that crosshair, to get these free picks, and especially when you're playing, like yesterday, of course, the Yoru, going to be able to just gate crash to safety, and you got to love that.
And here a look at the two rosters who will be going at each other. Let's compare apples to apples, pound for pound. We just mentioned Vanya's up there. How does Alkia's up stack up against Vanya's?
Oh yeah, I mean it's so yesterday when we were watching them play specifically on Split, I like the fact that Alkia was finding that value with that operator. I think that it was necessary for the team, and I like when players are able to do so. But Mac, you were speaking about the best players that we have currently here in playoffs and whatnot, and Alkia is actually not leading, and it's not looking very good. It's actually right now sitting at the bottom, and today not right at the bottom, but you know, amongst, I would say, like the top 5 from the bottom. Yeah, it's all I'm saying is, like, it's not looking great so far. Yes, we see the success for the side of KC, but today it's a different beast. It's a beast that they have already lost against, and it's a beast in Vanya that is absolutely incredible and that is feeling comfortable in all of these situations. Is not going to come down just to her, but overall performance, Vanya has this in the bag.
Yeah, especially if you get figured out, like it seems like Alkia maybe she just hasn't been feeling it, just hasn't been confident so far in the playoffs, but you're going to have to bring that confidence today, as hard as that is going up against a team like G2.
Yeah, it's confidence, individual skills. The stars need to align. There's a lot on, which needs to be on deck for it to go well against G2. Let's talk about those two teams meta-wise, though, because Petra just said so in the interview, right? She doesn't quite understand why other teams are not leading into the current meta composition, why we're not really seeing those Teo Breach compositions. Mac, what do you make of that? Is that going to give them an advantage today? Is KC capable or as capable to pull out current meta compositions?
I think they are, or at least one person thinks they are, which we'll get into in a little bit. But for the moment, even just like with the different maps that they've played so far, it's completely different pools, completely different styles. You know, you're looking at Lotus there for G2 Gozen. We were having a chat about that earlier. You know, 2 initiators, 2 controllers, but arguably Viper, pseudo Sentinel, if you really want to put it out there. And just fully reliant on, fully setting Vanya up in all of these scenarios where it feels like, for Carmine Corp, it's a little bit different, right? You've got different duelists each map, you've got different comps each map, and even though they are playing the Breach, it just hasn't really been as successful as I guess they might have wanted for the duelist. But everyone else has been playing well. Glance in particular, I believe, is like right up there in the statistics. So at least everyone's a fragger on that team, which allows them to be in this situation where they are 1 game away from the grand final.
Yeah, you just mentioned Glance there, and we saw it on our screens looking at those compositions, right? Glance playing that Sky is something other teams are not playing that much anymore. We're not seeing that much anymore. And Yinsu actually got to pick their coach's brain about those compositions and about the strategies and the playbook and like all sorts of things yesterday. Let's just say he didn't give her much to work with. All he came up with was this very quote: "My strats are just better." You know, sometimes simplicity is key, Kakuka.
I like the confidence, but I do want to echo what Petra was saying in the interview. If you're not leaning towards that Tejo Breach, I think that we were seeing in those 2 compositions, yes, there are maps where they are using it, but maybe, and for some reason, they think that it is something that they do not want to apply to maps like Split or Haven. It would be interesting to see if, you know, maybe they change something for today. Based on what we saw yesterday, I do not see the necessity of it, but I do agree. To me, it's not only about G2 Gozen leaning towards that combo. It's also how they make everything work around it. I love how they play the double controller and they understand the strengths of it. But the problem with KC using those more standard compositions and maps as important as Haven and Split, it gives G2, in my opinion, an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, you then have to heavily rely on heroics from the individuals, right? So maybe this is where their coach's confidence is coming from, because if you took a look at Jiex yesterday, a classic fragging IGL, I understand why you would feel confident about your team.
Yeah, and as I said before as well, Jiex has been playing out of her mind so far on the 2 maps they've accumulated in the playoffs. And that's because she's pretty much had to, right? You know, we saw that the Duelist was underperforming, but Jiex, similar to Petra before, just keeps on making plays, getting up in the face of their opponents, and just managing to at least have an incredible trade game and win this. Look, like so many multi-kills in this. I think what was it was a triple into a quad into an ace at some point yesterday. That's just absolute insanity. IGL should not be doing that, but you have to be paying her the big bucks if she's doing that as well as Call.
And also thinking about like the history of her coming from Valiant, and in 2024 she was like relegated after stage 2, then had to fight back to get onto stage 3. And for me, like the highlight of it is we've seen so many role swaps, players that were controllers, now they're playing duelists. I like the fact that people's versatility is one of the reasons why players are picked and actually excelling. And for Jiex is the same. Like last year we would see her on the Gecko, the Breach, and then the Deadlock or the Sage. She has so much experience that even in this situations, I think that she has a very big playbook in her head.
She does indeed. And I actually got to talk to her about that, about her transition to KC and controller. Let's take a look at this. And now I have Jiex with me from KC. Thank you so much for taking the time. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine. I'm so comfortable. How are you?
I'm doing fine, thank you. You're like the first person to ever ask me in return. I appreciate that. Let's talk about you, though. I want to talk about your experience so far, because you just joined KC, you switched to controller. That's a lot of changes to deal with. So what's the transition been like for you?
I mean, at the start, everything was a little bit hard because I was playing 3 years Breach, like Flash, Initiator, and when you switch the controller, the things are changed because you have to play a little bit more safer. If you die, there is no smoke, etc. And but I kind of like it because with Initiator, it is a little bit hard to do IGL. So I am really fine right now to being controller IGL. So yeah, it was hard, but now it's fully comfortable.
I mean, you look comfortable as fragging out IGL still, so all good, all good. You also get to play with Alkia again. You were her IGL before, and now you're that again. Having someone that you used to play with before in the team, has that helped you transition into this new team environment?
I mean, it should not affect, but of course it's affect because I know her and I really like her gameplay, game style as a duelist. Alkia is the most comfortable duelist in the Game Changer, I think, because like she is just born for duelist, you know. So I know her since 3 years, since our first esports team. So yeah, it is it's going good and it's affected very good way.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, some people just have the duelist gene. It's in their blood. There's just something going on with
yes,
them.
Of course.
I have a very specific question for you,
yeah.
Jiex, because in our player questionnaire that we send out to get some information about the players, we have asked players to share a nice message to another player. And your message was specifically to Petra.
Mm-hmm.
You said, "I will win against you one day." Can you give us the backstory here? Is there some lore that we need to be aware of? Why Petra specifically?
To be honest, I am so competitive person, and I was watching a lot of CS also, and I was watching them since the CS. So I really like her gameplay and herself because she's really cute and funny. I mean, I just typed this message for only fun, but it can be like, you know, she was my idol, and now I am almost same level. We are fighting in the same level, kinda, and so that's why I just typed her name, and I'm gonna win against you one day. Like, yeah.
Could be today.
Could be today, maybe, yeah.
Exactly. Maybe just speak it into existence, right? You gotta manifest those kind of things.
Yeah.
Well, last time you guys played against G2 Ghost and was in the groups, they did win 2-1. Do you have any big takeaways from that loss? Anything that you feel is gonna help you in today's match?
To be honest, it was like a little bit confidence problem against them, but we managed to like play against them very good. But it was so little mistakes, like you know, it's like a personality mistakes, like confidence, nervous or something, and a bit game plan. But I think like when we watch ourselves back, like in the VOD reviews or something, we saw that like it was a really like little mistake that it can fix in the short term. So we are ready for them, and yeah, that's all. We fixed our mistakes and we are coming very good.
Well, I am very excited to see the rematch today, Jiex. Thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in the match.
Thank you so much.
Can't help not, like, you have to root for her. Such a likable person. I am very, very excited to see how this one is going to go down. So let's talk about the maps. Mac, where do you want to see teams take us?
Well, look, I have a feeling I've got an idea of where we want to go, but both of them banned Pearl yesterday, so it might be a bit of a handshake as to who's going to do that, and it looks like it might be G2. All right, I thought maybe they were going to play Veto Chicken and float that one down the line, but didn't end up happening. Fractures out of there, and we got no Pearl, so I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by KC going straight into Haven. They've been dominant all season so far. Icebox from G2 is huge because they won 13-2 yesterday, and KC haven't played it since the middle of last year, so we don't even know what we're going to be getting from KC on the defense. And then for the third and final map, that's looking like we're going straight to Ascent. And there's usually only one comp on Ascent, but I was looking at the comps from both of these teams leading up to this, and they're playing things that are different to what the meta was. So this is going to be a very interesting series.
I mean,
Yeah,
definitely.
maybe the teams have been cooking. Kuka, I want to get your take here. Haven, that's the one map that KC actually took off of G2 in the groups, but they have since switched up the composition they're running on it and found more success.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the fact that G2 Gosen has decided to start on the defense here, because actually this composition works very well from the defense because you have the double TP. Vanya is going to be very aggressive, I assume, with that operator trying to find those picks. She's going to be finding a lot of support, and actually is the retakes that have made the this map so good. As you're saying, this is the one map that KC was able to take from G2 Gosen, but I want to see how both of the teams are feeling after yesterday's performance. I do think that G2 Gosen treats every team as is the best team that they could be playing up against. They do not underestimate anyone, and I think that's going to serve them today.
Well, we'll find out in just a second, as I believe we are ready to get this one started. It's our upper bracket final, and Mitch and Tom will be covering all the action.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, we're ready to dive on into our first series of today and to our upper final. Tom, pleasure to have you back here with me. What a banger we've got lined up, huh?
Yeah, I managed to claw my way back into Game Changers after I was rudely replaced by Ash and, of course, Kukuka over the last couple of days. No, I'm excited. I got the banger game coming back in. I think the one that, again, people are looking at as a potential final. I think we're going to have a really competitive match on our hands.
Without a doubt. I mean, this is somewhere that I'm expecting it to go the distance, and I'll be disappointed if it doesn't. G2 versus KC, and we're getting into Haven first, really digging our teeth into this one. You see in the middle of your screen some history, and this is a map that both teams have played extensively. What are your expectations coming in here, Tom?
Well, that was the thing. We saw them play against each other earlier on in the tournament, but obviously that was before we saw the mass changes to the composition. This is where you kind of need to see some big things from KC, and already a fantastic start from Alkia, managing to get that opener. And that will also deal with Petra. That's the controller already gone, especially in late retakes. That could be an issue.
Yeah, especially looking at their game yesterday, G2 were always having Petra sneaking up behind. It was that omen that got in the back of their opponents' heads. Well, maybe Jiex can do just the same. KC have got 2 picks now, and the A side wide open with a free plant and a little bit of aggression being thought of. Jiex has gone inside the smoke. I saw that Alki had walked up with her, but they're not going to commit to it. Instead, just tucking in this corner and looking to punish that retake. They are looking as they come out, but not able to deal with her before 3 bodies are on the ground. That should be this round done and dusted.
so much still to use as well in the late positions. Nello at least a little bit cheeky with her ability to find one, but not going to be the case of finding anything more in the round. And that's the thing. I'm looking at the compositions that we currently have on the board. Obviously, I think we know what we can expect to get from G2. A lot of potential set plays, trying to get your new superstar duelist Vanya into position. But the way that KC played this round was very direct, very grouped. Like, if they're going to try for set plays, try and be cheeky and look for picks, if they group up and hit very directly, which you definitely can do with this sort of composition, that's a way that you can rip that apart, because all that info you're getting from pushing is completely null and void if they just hit one of the sites.
Well, map number 1 starting in KC's favor, and that's exactly what they're hoping for coming into this series. Of course, not only is it their map pick, but within stage 1, they're undefeated on it and have some incredibly one-sided results up there as well. One of the closer ones being up against G2. Like we said, they already faced each other, and it was, well, I wouldn't say firmly in favor of KC, but G2 didn't make double digits, and it's not every day that you see that. So already seeing a round on the board, and a second where they've avoided the stack of G2, which was on the B site, with a crunch ready off Mimi's utility that would come blitzing into mid and punishing any aggression. Well, this is a very good step towards success for KC.
Yeah, I think something that's definitely worth noting is where both teams are expected to perform, because this first half is kind of everything for either side. Like, G2 have been incredible at playing the defensive side with this composition, racking up the majority of their rounds. But KC, as you sort of mentioned, they've basically been unstoppable when it comes to this attack. Nello has somehow managed to find 2 with a classic in a second. It definitely makes this one a little bit more interesting. Spike could even be halved, attempted to be stuck. Alkia has to run through, and although it definitely got dangerous, maybe a little bit spicy, it's still just going to be those couple of kills. So it's not the end of the world when you come down to the final moments.
It was a collateral as well with that classic. Really isn't every day that you get to see that. That's incredible. But yeah, from that point, you know, you really do. Oh, the fist bumps landed this time. From that point, you really do hit a question mark. You panic. You hold your breath for a moment, but they get there in the end. They don't lose a single player, so the economy damage is minimal. They'll come in with a couple weaknesses here, but the investment from them, even some players, just a couple 100 credits put in. So KC very much happy to concede this round if that's how it plays out, but they've still got some teeth to this buy. I mean, 3 rifles, 2 of them are bulldogs, sure. An outlaw, if that's even tagging you in the body, you are instantly dead to anything else that touches you, bar 2 shots of a Killjoy turret. So all in all, a lot of potential, but whether they can actually use that or not is going to be up to Vanya. She's got a lot of contact coming her way.
Well, I think as well that's something that G2 are considering. That could be in play. And well, we talked about this superstar duelist and what she's been able to do since switching off the controller. Had the majority of her opponents about to walk into a crosshair, but the smoke will delay. And I like this from KC. Again, you still got the 3 weapons. You don't have to overextend. You don't have to overplay this one. And even if they can, as you said, get a couple of tags here and there, drop a player or 2, that's fine in this round. The next round is the big buy.
Exactly. It does suck, though, that the player going down is your Omen in this instance. They were very much gearing up for that A hit, and Vanya just got ahead of it with that short pick. They abandoned it. I mean, already rotations coming in. I think they had heard the breach stun come through. At that point, you got to take it in the other direction, and they have found a much more open site. Nello had utility based in garage. She's pushing up, though, taking a risk to try to stop that spike from going down, and it's worked out. It could have been left down to a retake, and KC could have had a chance in closer angles and with an outlaw on range, but instead the spike is on the floor but not planted. A flawless round from G2 as well. That's exactly what they wanted from the time that they actually invest.
Yeah, I think as well, this is something that you're always going to struggle with versus G2 versus any other team in the tournament. Okay, maybe I'll give Jiex that they can be quite aggressive at times, but look at the way they attempted that, I would say, pre-take. That was 2 players basically going in to fight the full force of 4 players. It's a big risk, and I think KC kind of didn't expect them to do that. Okay, they're going to respect us. We get the spike down. We're going to the post plant, and they just got owned.
Yeah, very much so. Great ideas from KC, and that aggression, if punished, could have been dangerous, but like you said, it really caught them off guard. That stun is perfect from Mimi. Vanya gets a free kill onto Alkia, desperately trying to get out. The decoy sets up for a second, although it doesn't land. Damage done to Jiex as well. That short control constantly being fought for, whether it's Vanya or whether it's a teammate. And now Nello with that deep control. Well, there wasn't any need to jump out there. Nello with the deep control on C at least contains them and grabs the ultimate information. But they have, lost Vanya in the meantime.
Yeah, she wanted a cake and wanted to eat it as well. That was an attempt to get info while retreating. And you kind of get what you deserve for that one, Vanya, I'll be honest. Amy still in a very cocky position, though. Like, this is a one and done. This is a chance for KC to get back into the round, but Jiex already on half health and support. Okay. That's a great bait. It was a great bait from Mimi. She's trying to sell the idea that there's no way there's anyone there, and that's why Amy got the kill. Definitely intentional and not a mistake.
Yeah, I think the exact opposite happened. Oh, that's a nice spray, but not quite for the full amount. Glance able to plant just inside this smoke and get out, but where does she go if it's towards long? That's exactly where Nello is waiting, but instead she wraps behind the box, now just tucked only one angle to really worry about, starts to clear the rest and spots Nello just in time. A wonderful play by Glance in a round that seemed to be falling apart at the seams. Vanya going down on long, the first domino that falls, but even from that point, it should have been impossible. It's that mistake, and Tom with the back turn to short, I think they immediately made the read of, why do you think that space is so free? You must have someone there.
Well, that's the thing. It still goes Amy's way, but yeah, the bigger error is just the initial peak from Vanya, and then more so, again, just maybe expecting that Amy had a deeper angle on that, I guess.
But she didn't realize she was out that wide.
Yeah, it's just silly. And those are uncharacteristic mistakes from G2. Like, these are not what I expect to see from the girls going into these sort of matchups. But again, this is why we talk about Glance in such high regard. A huge round win. The thing is, though, G2 have still got a purchase onto the board. In fact, they've got a better one than their opponents do.
Okay, well, she's going to get out of there, and in fact, I'll send utility back in the other direction. Hunter's Fury committed, looking for someone, finding 1 and 2 tags. Damage done, info transferred, but no kills and no way to get into the site just yet. They know that there's Cypher utility waiting for them, and at this point, probably a rotation. What they don't know is that Mimi has gone this aggressive, hearing absolutely everything. The info is theirs. There is a lurk left behind by Jiex. Perhaps she'll be able to get value later, but Nello coming out. This also sells the idea there's not someone behind. They think that was the first piece of aggression, but they are so far wrong. Mimi with a double puts it into a 4 versus 2. Jiex now looking to take control of this space. But the problem is, again, they're still here. Nello is eagerly awaiting the arrival of someone in the cam, is spotting all the info.
They still got to try and figure out where she is. Nice work. We'll get one. But the salvos through have taken down Jiex. 20 seconds. Almost. Oh, actually will be stunned up. And that's all too easy for Amy. It was a good response in the previous round, but the damage is definitely going to be done here. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, if you're solid on your attack side, as you said, they're 7-0 on this map, you do not expect players to be doing what they are doing. That was Mimi just pushing up all the way into middle as a breach. Like, these are not the most, like, I would say logical plays, but it's stuff that G2 goes and know they can get away with. They know that their opponents are playing this grouped up style of rotating around and taking fights. So there are gaps, and they are finding those gaps.
3-2. It is a close start in terms of scoreline, but these coming rounds are going to decide a whole lot. Credits on the line for G2, but Vanya connecting that opening pick onto Glance, someone who clutched out one of the previous rounds. Indeed, the big weaknesses across the board, and Alkia dropped as well. I mean, fighting the op with the low buy after the initial peak, you know, I think they get what they deserve on that one. And KC, despite losing a lot of players on long, despite being in a 2v5, they've got Safia pushed deep into B. The problem is I'm fairly certain G2 are more than aware of the space they've given up.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have got control on other parts of the map. Maybe there's a plant. Okay, a few extra credits. It's not going to be anything crazy to really talk about, and I don't expect to see that Rolling Thunder utilized unless they manage to find some huge impacts over the next couple of fights, and You can see that there's no reason for G2 Gozen to really overface in this scenario. Still having plenty of utility. Safia gone, one standing, and it's going to be another flawless round. I think that's the second they've now had of the 3 that are on the board.
Yeah, see, I was hoping in this round you see KC come through. They were close enough to your Blade Storm being there that maybe we can have some decent fights for them. If they drop a couple of weapons, G2 will still be kept relatively close to that bread line. The game might not be ran away with, but another flawless here, that's a huge moneymaker, a big buffer for G2 now existing. Look, they're coming into this round with 3K plus on almost every player. For KC, it's not really a matter of needing to put rounds on the board in the next 1 or 2, but we need to see them do damage. This has to be a competitive one at least. And G2 building up momentum never really ends well for the other team.
Well, straight off the bat, we're going to have that dimensional drift. That operator has been handed over to Petra to try and have some control over to A, but KC have done well to sort of force her off of this position. Vanya, I was going to say, if she's sticking this, that's mental, but decides to fall back.
Wow.
Petra, quick enough on the trigger, and well, there was something that was said in the interview earlier from Jiex. It was like, now I'm playing smokes, I have to make sure I don't go down early. I'm certain that's now 2 rounds that we've seen her go down very, very early.
Yeah, it's definitely a struggle for the side. I mean, you're talking about the last one being, what, a short solo push-up while there's 4 on long, relying on the paranoia that needs to be in play, but also the smokes, and they lost that and instantly canceled their push plan. This time in a full buy round where we're talking about the importance of keeping G2 modest economically at this stage. I'm not condemning them if this goes 4-3 to G2, but if it goes 4-3 to G2 with all 5 players left alive, then yeah, alarm bells should very much be ringing that we need to see a step up immediately or this game will slip away. And this is the problem. Look at the G2. They don't give opportunities. They're grouped as 4 towards this. What was that? Okay, gave an opportunity with the repeat, but they're shutting it down across the board.
They had such an impeccable read on the scenario that, yeah, like to have 4 players just out the backside of Garage is ridiculous. Like they knew exactly where this push was going to be coming in after the early battles that were had, and I like the read. We're just looking at the map now; it's impeccable. They had them dead to rights, even with a bullet or 2 not quite connecting in the manner they wanted. That was so easy for the squad of G2 Gozen, and well, I'm not surprised to see this tactical pause come out. And something like, I was going into this game with the idea to highlight the new possibility of that sort of Vanya-Amy duo. Like taking Amy off the Sentinel, off the solo player, putting her in a spot now where a lot of the time she's going to play up alongside the duelist. And I'll be honest, that is not the story of this map. The story of this map is that the person who's brought in to sort of be that flex player who can play a lot of different roles is currently outshining everyone on the squad.
Well, listen, I think we really knew something special was being cooked up when Nello got a collateral with a classic in the first couple rounds. But
yeah, true.
From there, it really has just heated up. And you look at the previous round as well, Tom. I think the conversation for Carmine Core should be around losing your smoker early. You just can't take A if you don't have the smokes to go out there most of the time. And that's exactly what G2 gambled on, leaving the operator to hold very, very passive. I mean, basically in their spawn, watching for someone walking up on A. You had a trap B, and the entirety of the rest of the team ready for that C hit before KC had probably even made their mind up they were going there. It was still moved back to mid and look for picks. It's not good to see for this early on. G2 still having that same read that they did yesterday in their game. Every step that they took was in the right direction. They found a gap every time they looked for one. And seems like they've carried that form through to today. And challenge again towards Nello. I'm not sure if I'd want to take the fight to her though in current form.
Yeah, they're breaking those early trips, and well, that operator has stayed in the hands of Petra, and she has not been missing with it so far. I just glanced down, but again, a lot of this round just came off the back of, can Alkia do something with this Blade Storm? The answer so far has been no, and I can't really say I expect too much here. Salvos will isolate her. Nice work on the first. They still need to isolate Vanya at the back of that site.
Yeah, they know that she was here, but at least on long. But the gate crash could have been used to get out there. Information about to find its way into their hands. Stun lined up, fired out, and indeed both players are going to be trapped under heaven as a result. There was only one left out in the open, and they are already dealt with. Nello on the swing, grabs one, and it's the Blade Storm down. Most of the threat eliminated, and an easy cleanup from that point. G2 with another round, 3 players alive, op carried through. All the boxes are being ticked by this defensive side.
Yeah, again, we've seen the sort of adaptations at points with their new composition, but a lot of this over the last couple of rounds have just been having players in the right place at the right time and winning their opening duels. Now, I'll say, like, this round, you're going to take gambles. You basically had nothing invested. You had a Blade Storm. Like, I have no problem with some of the fights that were taken. This is where I want to see a change. Like, can you try and force players like Vanya back? Can you get rid of some of those ults? Like, they've been online for a while. They've been sitting on them. It was the dimensional drift was used a couple of rounds ago. Other than that, they're just being held because they haven't needed them. Their economy's off the charts. Like, it's only 5-3, but this is very scary right now for KC.
Well, G2 have money for the rest of the half. They've got, as you said, ultimates that they haven't needed so far, just using Vanya as an extra drone almost, and then the rest of the squad waiting for a threat that they haven't sensed since those ultis have been online. They know that this op is here. It found a pick in the previous round. 2 players crossed it, but now the advantage with the Rolling Thunder. It is dodged by Petra and then sent back in the other direction. Mimi's ult now used, and this is why they held on to them. Now ready for the fight together. The Armageddon used, but the end of KC's days had already come. It's Jiex alone against the horde of G2. The C site overrun, the spike down, and the ult 2 points away. Can't even go to A, grab an orb, and steal the spike. And even then, the 3 would just stand on it. Right into the op we go, and that will be the bow neatly tied on top of this round. Another convincing G2 victory. And again, you know, the Armageddon didn't even need to be used. They could be coming into the next round with even more.
I think that the bigger thing for me here is starting to see the trend of how good Mimi has been with her utility. Like 7 and 4, whatever you want to talk about that. They're using their trips as contact. So every time that trip is broken, a stun immediately comes through. This round was all about, okay, they left Vanya in a very deep position on A. She didn't teleport away, by the way. After all the stuns, all the peaks, everything, she just stayed in that corner. So they had the info so that Mimi's in position to counter whatever ult they threw in. Vanya, very aggressive once more. I was about to say, if you stick around there, you've gone mad, but this time the control has been given up, but there's still players around this angle. Again, KC opting for that slightly more direct attempt, but it seems like they have these early brawls, early battles, and then there's a refight.
A breach flash, op pick, an immediate gate crash out from this point. KC already a player down. They want to commit, claim that space that they've already paid for in a way. Deep flash is good. They go in without Kia finding 2, but no! Saves the day! At this point, I think it's a lesson learned. Do not go to Nello's site.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is if they go anywhere else and you got the other 4 players of G2 goes in. It's basically a pick your poison. And the thing is, if I went in today and you said, okay, do you want to face off against the Vanya op? I'd be like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. It's like, okay, do you want to walk into Amy's crosshair? Oh, absolutely not. What about the Petra Mimi combo? Oh, hell no. Do you want to try and challenge Nello? Oh, I could give that a go. Is she solo on the site? Yeah, a lot of the time she's solo on the site. 19 and 5, I think. 19 and 5, almost averaging 2 kills a round.
Not even using the trips as well on C site. This is genuinely the trip was holding her back, and she's just shooting. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You know, all the talk about Sentinels, I'm reckon Cypher might be a duelist at this point. At least that's what I'm seeing. G2.
Well, it's all right, though. At least she wasn't like a previous KC member or anything.
Yeah, that might sting a little more. Good thing that's not true. G2. On the mid push, they've grouped up. Of course, who is leading the charge but Nello? And it's about to be the battle of ciphers in the spawn. More of an execution. And the hack comes off the head. It's not a sign of respect, but an attempt to further beat KC into the dirt. That is an ambitious TP. Alkia already claiming the space. The information there on where the hit's coming through. But now they have to play the retake, you would think. before the spike even goes down, they're running through, but look who's waiting.
This is one of the best opportunities they've had, even with the weaker weaponry. So much has been found. Nello's dead as well, which is already, that's basically equal to 5 kills at this stage of the game. Anacilia waiting in the corner, but she's been found and isolated. Nobody else really in a position to trade. Glance has already used that Hunter's Fury. That ultimate is gone. If Jiex goes, there's no gun left, but just about survives and makes the exact same mistake that Petra does, not realizing where her opponent currently is. The tap on the spike, it's not being cleared, but still Glance been able to buy some extra time. Shock Dart will do nothing, but the Sheriff will do the rest. Another clutch on this A site for Glance, and well, that's half the rounds garnered by the remaining member.
Wow. This round ended up playing out, I think, a little differently than I expected. Almost because I've been baited into this false sense of security as soon as G2 go for aggression, especially quick like that, where you're expecting them to set up for the retake and they just go running in. It has worked every time, so I almost expect it to go their way. But this time, KC are able to put up that roadblock. Maybe not slow to a halt, but for now, slow the progression of G2. One more round to fight for in this half. 8 rounds possible for G2. This would be another strong defensive side like we've seen from them many times over, but it would be a change for KC, a weaker showing on their opening half. And well, when we move to the next, I guess little data even for G2. They often finish out the game fairly quickly. We don't expect them to be any weaker. Again, KC moved to this C site. This time they've smoked Nello off.
That is the value, having those smokes a little bit later into the round. One of the better post plants we've seen. Again, even though they win the round, there's still a few pieces missing here and there. Ultimate's not really in a position to do anything unless maybe Alkia finds herself a kill. Vanya will look to just try and get information, try and clear, and that player up close, but instead, Jiex has peeked back in front, managed to find another, giving them a huge advantage in this late fight. And while Vanya from here has so much still to do, a rifle retrieved, but that clock has been ticking all this time. There shouldn't be any chance for her here.
Oh, that push in the smoke perfectly timed as well. 7-5 is how we end off here. We said this was a favored side for both teams. This is where they usually put up their rounds, and we certainly saw some competition, but a streak from G2 really set the tone. Luckily, KC able to recover towards the end. We're going to go off to a break and find out if that win record for KC will stay unsoiled.
Yes, this should do.
Well, this is a lot of the time you'd say something like, "Oh, this is like finding out your ex."
That's hilarious.
Oh, yeah, Mitch basically built up Nello. That's what you need to know. But it basically, for KC, this isn't like finding out that your ex has started dating LeBron James. This is like finding out that your ex is LeBron James, because she's just taken over this game, started dunking on everybody. But even still, the scoreline is close. Another pistol for KC here, and this realistically could be a turnaround. And this is a great map for them.
I really wanted to just move my lips and say nothing and see the audio engineers freak out, but I'm not going to do that. I have unmuted myself. We're in good form, and KC are off to a good start, dropping Nello, the big player on the other side. It is a Cypher. 21 kills in that first half, and Alkia, well, maybe she's looking to set a record of her own. A double opening, and Glance cleaning up onto Vanya. This one has convincingly gone the way of KC, and it will continue that way with a flawless pistol round. It looks like that gap is closing in on G2.
For sure. Now, it's something to worth noting as well with the sort of talk about how good the attack sides are for KC. The last 3 times that they played it, they got 9 or more rounds. So realistically, they might have an amazing defense. They just don't need many rounds. So we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the turnaround for them here. But having both pistols under your belt is normally a surefire way to win you a map. So we'll have to see if this can be the start of something building up. I'll also say as well, lurking Cypher, always something we like to highlight, but it can be difficult to get as much impact as when players are walking into your site. So we'll see if Nello can keep up that same sort of momentum. For now, though, Anasilia, a wonderful shot to start, and so much damage already done. This is going to be an easy cleanup.
Absolutely. And, you know, I agree with you from the perspective of course, when you're set up on that Cypher util, you've got your traps, you've got your cam, and they're pushing into you, it makes it so much easier to follow up on those kills. But then you look back at the last half, and a lot of the time, Nello was just stood on a side angle, taking fights in the open and winning them. So if she can carry forward that same sort of individual prowess, then that lurk might just find you a lot more open sites with a quick pick in the late round. Something that KC will no doubt have to be aware of as the game goes on. But we're hitting round 15, and this is the full buy now from G2. They lost the pistol, they invested little, and KC quickly dealt with it. This time, the attacking side will be armed to the teeth. Early information for Safia, and that will apparently spawn a push-up on A long. So a lot of early map control for KC to work with.
The attempt here from Safia is just to delay. I'm looking at the weaponry as well, just on this side of the map. You're talking about someone running a Spectre, and then Anasilia, I'm pretty sure, has a Sheriff, and the backup is the Bucky. I'm not going to pretend like she's just running a Bucky, or at least I hope not, because the angle she's currently peeking is quite a long-range one. But yeah, this left side of the map, C and B, is not the most stacked up. It's the other side where they have that weaponry. I think Alkia especially is going to be a danger. So if they do hit C, G2, I'd say they've got a pretty good chance of taking this one home clean.
Well, the rotations come in. Anasilia's going to be here. Utility with it, and the stun has slowed them a moment. 30 seconds on the clock, but still plenty of time to get into that site. Rotation from Alkia as well, just now making it to the smoke, and they'll push out together. Traps waiting for a flash, and there we go. Big swing and a couple kills. And Anasilia holding back sight, takes out the Bucky, and looking for an upgrade. Perhaps there's a couple options on the floor as Vanya and Nello desperately try to recover control. Nello late on the flank and caught by Glance as well. A wonderful response from KC, trailing by 2 coming into the half, and they've just taken the lead.
Yeah, fair play to Anasilia at the back of the site. That was looking like a death sentence, but I feel like it was half cleared, because it looked like a lot of players were almost blind to the fact that she was in the back of the site. And if you give someone like that an opportunity to take over rounds, she's going to do exactly that. 8-7 in the lead. After converting the pistol and now the bonus round, this puts G2 firmly on the back foot, especially in terms of those finances. Those rifles have quickly gone into enemy hands. And still having that outlaw for this round, finding a gap's not going to be easy.
Oh, the TP straight in, and Vanya gets the kill. Surviving on a sliver of health, but that is highway robbery. Luckily, Jiex is here to settle the record, but Vanya still shouldn't be able to hold on to those points of health, but grabs the second. Petra goes down, but Vanya's taken the spike now and made it through to the C site. I am perplexed at how she's still in this round, and G2 doesn't look great, but they still have a chance.
I'm so, 5 HP dimensional drift to get the spike down. They believe that they can win this one, and they are wrong. Alkia very quickly deals with any remaining danger. That is a surprising investment of that ultimate, I'll be honest with you. I don't know if maybe someone died within the moment she decided to use it. Yeah, this kill is absurd, as always, when watching Vania gameplay, but Alkia definitely starting to bring that battle back. See if the Turkish duelist can continue this run of form, because she is starting to move up on that scoreboard.
Oh yeah, it's a slow climb up for her, but a quick climb for KC. That's 4 in a row, 6 in a row overall, with those last 2 towards the end of the half, and that really did turn the tide of the game. This could have been a much more one-sided matchup that we were looking at if round 11 and 12 didn't find their way into KC's hands, but now they've springboarded right back into the matchup, and this is their map pick as well, so we know that high on the comfort zone, but also very important for them to at least show a good face on here if they want to have a chance of contesting G2 over on Icebox on their pick. For now, they've gotten G2 to call a timeout. They're going to take a breather, and look, it might even be, I think it's the right time, 4 rounds into the half, but from this point forward, we need to see a return to grace from that G2 side. Thinking back on yesterday, it's like Amy was dominating, Petra was getting up on the flank, and it feels like KC have done a great job of mitigating those issues, especially here on Haven with so much ground to cover.
I think one of the exciting things as well with the build up of Alkia, I kind of want to like circle back to that, is that this is basically, imagine you're playing with your mates. Your mate's always a controller player. They go, actually, I don't want to queue with you anymore, and you match up against them, and they're now on duelist. That's what you're currently looking at. It's Vania trying to take the crown off her old teammate. And right now, I don't know, Alkia's in the lead. Alkia's in the lead. There's been a little side showing from Nello as well, but here we go. Early control, contested. The C site has definitely been a position that G2 have been happy to pressure, patient, looking for those early fights. Someone who's not patient is Alkia. She has taken full control of A solo, and this allows the remaining players of KC to really stack up the remainder of the map and go looking for where G2 goes and are currently going.
When G2 heard that drone go all the way down mid, it looks like they want to punish any aggression if it was there and set up for a bit of garage control. Whether they'll commit or not is the question. There's a lot of players here. KC certainly will be happy if this ends up being a C split. Drone coming up through long, and Nello catches one on B. That doesn't signal a change in direction, though. They're still moving forward towards this C site into the stack. Numbers waiting for them as Petra just found out. Jiex, good for one in the window, but hold on. G2 have still got some fight in them. Jiex put in the dirt, and Alkia progressively heating up on this map. Perhaps in this series, this is her chance to put a big round on the board, dealing with G2 here. Double digits for KC, an extension of the lead, but Mimi with perfect timing catches the headshot to narrow the gap to 1.
Yeah, there was a moment where I was sat there thinking she's going to walk directly into the crosshair of Alkia with that operator out, but a round of back and forths. I like the initial response, like having this sort of stun into an aggressive move positioning for Jiex, but ultimately it was that sort of bolstered down G2 Gozen on the site that's able to hold on. Still though, we've already mentioned it, some cleaner rounds from the side of KC, so they are going to be able to purchase into this one comfortably. I'm looking at that potential rolling thunder, but a lot of ultimates getting very, very close for Carmine Core.
That's a lot of peaks all at once. Alkia waiting to see if she landed the shot or not, but she does get out of there at least, even without the kill being claimed. A lot of pressure from G2 towards this side of the map. Vulnerable to a mid push at this stage, and you know, they can commit fully to A, but I think often you'll see teams want to make a move relatively quick. Here though, when they've given up that much space, but they're confident in Nello just holding that gap behind and maybe thinking that if they just pump the brakes, if they just freeze, KC will react in a way that maybe doesn't play to their best interest. Luckily, KC didn't get too aggressive. They've just given up the space.
Oh, Mimi, I think is potentially setting up the rolling thunder, but I don't know if it's going to catch the players in this back corner. It has. That's a problem. 2 players currently here. Glance, though, does manage to survive. Still holding onto the ground as the rotations come through from her teammates. Does well, but it's Jiex that's finding the frags. A low Nello and Mimi stand. 30 seconds left on the clock. Info handed over to either side. Jiex trying to TP at the last second and now has to try and do all of the damage first. Found in the second as well. So clutch in these moments. In fact, it's a Red Bull clutch to close it out.
Yeah, and the best part is they even knew she was there. Not only hearing the TP, obviously, but you can sometimes be confused about where it went down. But I believe the reveal popped after she had already made it across. So they had that position locked in, yet even without that element of surprise, even with the double swing from Nello and Mimi, she was able to deal with it. This is a big play from Jiex, who struggled in some of those early rounds here on Haven, being picked off early. A Red Bull clutch to not just put the lead further in KC's favor, but look what that's done to G2's economy. They now have next to nothing to invest into this one. 2 stingers and classics, all that they bring to bear. This could be 11-8 thanks to that play.
She's had some crazy rounds, especially in this second half. Definitely looking like, well, we've already known this from previous matches, but a player to watch, a player to be excited about, and a fantastic pickup from the side of KC. That round, 4 kills, but the final 2 being the nail in the coffin of the G2 Gozen economy. Already though, I am looking at Nello being a bit cheeky with the positioning. Again, I think this is something that Safia should be more than aware of. You got the double trips down, so you're not really needing to give up too much. And other than maybe an Armageddon, there's not a whole lot economically that you can really worry about when it comes from the Gozen side. 40 seconds. And I think that space in Garage is kind of baiting Gozen into going in this direction. They might get themselves a plant, but other than that, I think holding this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, they're going to need some advanced positions, whether it's really holding on to control here in Garage with the trap covering their back, or going a little bit deeper, taking some spawn fights. Inside the smoke seems to be the play. Amy's up close, decent damage done. Maybe someone else can connect that kill with Alkia on just 15 HP. Blinded up and dealt with. The rifle not retrieved. They need to keep this fight going for G2. It's not easy with these weapons and the Rolling Thunder. That adds an extra level of difficulty. It's a big commitment, but it might just be worthwhile to avoid any further risk. KC locked in 11-8.
Yeah, it's an ultimate that obviously it'd be nice to keep for the next couple of rounds, but you still have a Bladestorm, you still have a Hunter's Fury, so I think they're just looking at it as, okay, let's confirm this round, keep our economy incredibly strong, not allow for any sort of G2 Gozen shenanigans. I'm sure the glance was maybe having flashbacks to some of the previous matches she's had against our old team, and I just wanted to make sure that that one was very, very comfortable, which it was. And now, well, second G2 goes and pours the last of them until they get to overtime. And honestly, like, I think especially in this second half, you're seeing what I'm saying. They were very good on the defense, very good with what they were able to do with defensive aggression, positioning, even just having some of those early fights. But they have been shut down in a lot of rounds when it comes to this second half.
Well, yeah, I mean, just look at the timeline. It's rare to see that sort of a dominant start to a half from any team up against G2. And then you think about how that previous half went. Again, so many strong rounds inside of G2, but also the fact that they strung together so many of them in a row. This felt like it was going to be a dominant scoreline in their favor at one point in time. But that time has come and gone. And KC now firmly have control of this momentum. The snowball is in effect. The question is, can G2 stop it at this point? Just 2 rounds for KC will be enough. And yet they did use their Rolling Thunder, like you said, but ult economy is still relatively balanced. So for the, well, if anything, you might even favor KC coming into this one. Bladestorm, oh, I wasn't sure if we're going to see the Bladestorm or not. Looks like there's an AWP on the floor, so maybe not. But even still, like,
I think that's why they delayed the defuse in the last. They went and got the AWP that they lost.
Yeah, so but either way, the point being that KC have huge advantages at this point in a game that they didn't seem to have any control over just 15 minutes ago or so.
Those may be closer than I would have liked to admit. Also, Amy taking a bit of a tag, an early Hunter's Fury just to attempt to try and get an opener before G2 goes and can get anywhere near the site.
Get Nello.
Early control. I think they were looking for maybe a trip to break to try and remove some utility, but I think every single round we've seen Safia with more and more interesting trips just to try and make sure they can't be destroyed. This one is all the way deep on C long. She's walked up and placed it.
Here. Well, yeah, but Tom, they've got all that control on C long. They've got all that control in Garage. They've got all that control in B, but they've let Nello walk up short and take A. There's no hold here. It's strange to see that deep of a control on C, but nothing across the map. When you don't have like a lockdown, you're rolling thunder, something to get back in there. What is the retake for KC that gives them the confidence to do that? Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Alkia with a Blaze Storm flying through the air. That's their confidence. The worry, though, is you've got all that Teo utility. Already? Okay, maybe the worry. Petra spamming through smoke. Mimi down below. Okay, they're not using the Armageddon. There's absolutely no need for it. Wow. Okay, yeah, don't give up. Don't give up the site to G2 Gozen. Yeah, don't do that.
Look at the map. Look at the map right now. Look where Nello is.
So lucky.
Look where Nello is. And 10 seconds from that point, the two players on A had rotated off to go help out in the mid position. I guess they read a heavy C hit coming in with the bodies down on mid and the noise being made. But that kind of a fake working that well, I think Nello, it was certain she'd at least have to kill one person. And must have been communicating like maybe there's one on long, maybe they just check every corner. And they didn't need to. Wide open. A little bit of a different approach to the A defense this time from KC, I see. 3 players here.
Yeah.
And they're going to leave Alkia to hold it.
They've done this most rounds. Like they've had this aggressive hold from Alkia. I'm not liking the solo hold with a Marshall. That seems like it's going to be rough. And while especially now that they've lost the player in Garage, that's, yeah. The thing is, though, G2 goes and they're happy to just be patient. They found that opener. They have so many ultimates to play with. In fact, Mimi's almost got that Rolling Thunder back online once again. This is where we spoke about the ult economy in the last round. This is where it's now very firmly in Gozen's favor. And immediately, you're going to see that dimensional drift popped. And yeah, sure, they're going to spot a couple of players at the back of the site with a stun in play. It doesn't get much easier than that.
Well, I think Yoru said it best just there. I'm back. And I don't know if that was the voice line of the agent or of the team, because G2 felt like they were back. 2 quick kills, and this is still competitive. 11-9. G2 still have a bit of a comeback to go on. They've got control. They move back to long. They've got Armageddon. They've got Rolling Thunder. They've got salvos by the time those ults are used through. Question is, can KC use them up? At this point, winning the round is going to be really difficult already. The punish is there. It should have been, but Glance comes in with another 4-piece. How? She was hit by the Rolling Thunder, but it didn't phase her at all.
I just feel like they chose the wrong ult to use there. Like, I get it. Like, you don't expect her to hit those shots, but like, you use Armageddon and then salvos, and there's a 0% chance the KC win that round. Use a Rolling Thunder, there's a chance, and you know what? That chance is taken by Glance. You can't give her those sort of opportunities. We saw her clutch out around with a Sheriff one tap on a player, trying to defuse the spike. Like, she is clean with it. And I said that, does that happen if you use the Teo instead? No.
Yes, this should do.
Oh, that one is going to haunt them. 3 rounds now in a row needed for G2, but the KC defense, and really the only problem I have with the KC defense is that push-up that Nello was able to get away with, right? Everything else has looked good, so all signs pointing to this map closing out in favor of KC. 12-9, and the deep A push that they've gone for. The whole team is here. Nello's killed 1. Maybe she's expecting 1 more. Thinks it's just the Omen. Well, here comes a drone. All right, that's a bit more. Okay. Well, Nello's actually isolated that fight perfectly. So is Vanya, knowing there's a second player there. But let's see if Glance can go on a run again. 4Ks to clutch out rounds. She's been packing them, but well, on 30 HP, I'm not sure that's worth going for.
You didn't even jiggle pings. You jiggle pinged the wall. Like, that's vile. Yeah, no chance of them throwing all their weaponry in. And that's the thing. The last couple of rounds have definitely been painful. They've been closer. And because of that, that economy that was built up, that was growing for the side of Carmine Corp is gone, has dissipated. So holding onto these weapons are going to be incredibly important. Oh, I feel like I almost need a breather at this point. It's not going to blow your mind to say that Amy's ultimate is still online. It does feel like they're allergic to using the Armageddon, like be it for a site take or for a post-fight, because I think that has been online for at least 5 rounds.
It tells me that there must be a very specific plan, but again, you know, like a stun Armageddon, there's got to be some ideas there that we're just not seeing used. The Rolling Thunder instead of Armageddon, I hope we don't see used again. But 2 rounds in between them for G2, that's a solid connection. And look where it's left, KC. They've got the weapons they saved, but other than that, they're going to play this for round 24. Good chance we go the full distance, but still, that defensive side poses some threat if you don't approach it with a bit of respect.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing a gun in Glance's hand, and honestly, with how she's been playing, I would still say there's a chance. There's always a chance. Bladestorm not even close, so that's not going to be a helping hand. And that's the thing. We saw Glance in just a couple of rounds ago use that Hunter's Fury. She's been putting up so many kills that it is 1 away again.
Well, this reaction from KC is good. They've got a lot of players coming up mid. There won't really be any contest on the side itself. G2 getting it for free with a plant going down just within the 45-second mark. Now you look behind Nello. It's got containment, but if they can deal with her and Petra, there's weapons to be recovered. That is much easier said than done, but the stun helps out a ton. A fight from up top drops Petra. Now there's weapons being retrieved, and we've not even really seen... Oh, here we go. Armageddon in full effect. Hunter's Fury's being fired out in the other direction, and this is going to buy some time. But that spike's not ticking that fast. They need to win these fights. Mimi doing her best, picking up one, but now they're close on the site, and they're already defusing. It's down to Vanya, and she is no more. KC, they've done it on the low buy with an impressive response to a strong start from G2 on Haven, but an even stronger conclusion from KC.
I was not expecting that to be the round where they close things out. It was somewhat, yeah, we finally saw the Armageddon. It delayed them a little bit, but yeah, you look at those early fights, you look at the battles back and forth, and what a huge victory that was for them to take home in the final round. And hey, it took both pistols, it took a back and forth, but they've got their map.
They did indeed. They've come in and defended their record as well for KC in stage 1, not losing Haven. And when you come up against a squad like G2 the first time, well, it wasn't much of a record then, it was just 2 maps in a row, but you know, that didn't look like we'd be able to continue the streak. The second time beating them, surely it's not going to be that easy. And there were definitely some trials and tribulations here. One of the big challenges being dealing with Nello. That first half, she was unbelievable, still closing out, I think top fragging or very, very close to the top frag on the server. So a good game from her. We had good opening picks by Vanya, and think about the struggles KC had early on, Tom. There were so many rounds that they were in these dead pushes because they lost their smokes early on. Jiex was not having success in those early fights or just in those first half fights in general, but she also really woke up, and I think this whole team just hit another level once we got 8 or 9 rounds into the game.
Yeah, I think the fun thing now as well is we are looking at a matchup that has only ever gone one way. Be it 2-0, be it 2-1, G2 goes and have always managed to beat Carmine Corp. So one of the next 2 maps, and this would be history made. I think for Glance it would be massive, but also just talk about the organization as a whole. Making it to that grand final, making it into that top 2 would already be a massive change, because this was a roster that basically decided, okay, we basically need to destroy ourselves and start from the beginning, rebuild from absolutely nothing. And right now it is looking very, very good.
Well, I don't know if that was Carmine Core telling us just a peace sign or the result that they're expecting. 2 maps, all they need, and they've already got 1 under their belt. What a showing this was. Going into any matchup within Game Changers, G2 goes and always going to be the favorites, but I think the odds have tipped in KC's favor this time. Let's see if they can do it. I mean, look, going into Icebox, Tom, do you see that as somewhere that G2 can make this big bounce back?
Yes, absolutely. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. I think you look at their overall record, like over the years, I think they've lost it maybe like 3 times ever. This is their map. This is a place where they've always been very, very comfortable. So let's not get delusional and think that the champs are just suddenly going to disappear off the face of the earth. But there are definitely still chances for KC.
Now, without a doubt, I'm glad I got you on record now, Tom, so if they don't win, we can come back to that. It's time to go off to a break. When we come back, our analyst desk is going to tell you what they think of G2's chances on Icebox. I'd say they think it's pretty good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked, pa me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Can me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. You hear that? Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha. Become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford 1 chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words me sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, become a style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
Welcome back, one and all. G2 came out of the gates swinging, but towards the end of that first half, KC clawed their way back into this, and they now remain undefeated on Haven. It is their turf. It did come down to the wire, though. Kakuka, walk us through it. When did it happen? When did KC start turning this one around?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, after the first half, we saw so many good ideas from G2. We saw a lot of set plays from the defense, being aggressive, utilizing the Yoru ult, even Petra with that operator. But then when we jump into the round, the bonus for the second half, this is when things actually changed, and we can understand why KC has this amazing record so far undefeated this entire year in this map, and probably, you know, they had already won against G2 on this map, and this is just a repetition of it. But to me, is as I'm saying, how they got back into the game. 5-7 at the end of the half, if I'm not mistaken, and it is the bonus round. I believe that we have it at round 15, where you see that G2 throughout the second half were struggling even after this point to find out what to do at the beginning of the round, because KC was not being extra aggressive, was actually measuring the distance very, very well. And even though the weaponry is not the best to go up against in this bonus round, as I'm saying, it's the positioning that the players are taking, and actually also the balls to be picking out at the right time. We see Alkia just going in from CT, but at the same time, with those close quarters, with all the smokes put it onto sides, is the perfect scenario for KC to turn this one around. And if you top that off with the individual performance that we were seeing, the awareness also of Glance, knowing that it's G2, someone is going to be in the back, extremely on point, and a half that they absolutely deserve to win.
Yeah, Mac, I wanted to talk more about that.
Yeah, that one in particular was crazy. Like the fact that the dark covers got used against G2, they were just sitting in them knowing that there were probably going to be flashes coming. And it was just such an interesting situation. But not only that, they also lost against an eco as well in that final round. So there was 2 times they lost a bonus round where they should have had the stronger buy, and in the final round they should have won that as well. And we should still be playing, maybe with OT. But it's funny because we were talking about how G2 lost to Classics yesterday and beat with Classics yesterday on that Icebox game, and now they kind of copped it themselves. So it's an interesting situation that we put ourselves in. And G2 started on that defensive side as well, which I thought was potentially going to be a mistake, but to me that tells me that they came in with a lot of preparation, and you could see that initially, but it goes to show how good Carmine Corp are on this map, because they were able to adapt throughout the map and make it happen, especially in that second half.
Yeah, preparation is one thing, but then obviously if you do have those individual pop-off performances, like what we've seen from Glance, you can't prep against that, right? You can't really take that into consideration. I want to hone in on Glance a little bit here, Mac, because what a performance it was.
Yeah, so far, so bloody good. We said a name a few times going into this, and now we're just going to say a name a few more. This 1v1, crucial to the win. There's a point you'll see very shortly where not only did she clutch up another couple, but managed to cover on a retake as well, managed to get a crazy 4K over on the C site, and especially in the first half, without her getting a lot of these kills, there would not have been this much space for them to play with in the second half. So yeah, this is that retake we were talking about. Was it a 2v4 here? Coming in, just getting every single one, and you know, managing to make it look so damn easy. And head-to-head with Nello, these two were pretty much at the top of both respective scoreboards.
Yeah, absolutely. And them, after playing together last year for KC, Nello and the performance that she was having probably on that defense, it was all about her for the side of G2 when it comes to those executes and actually stopping KC on their tracks. So I love to see that both of these players came into today given an absolute 100%. I agree with you. I think that some of these individual rounds for Glance were out of this world. Even in so many occasions, we saw her going in first on to C, just opening with the kills. She's playing with a lot of confidence, and that is exactly what is necessary for them, for the entirety of the roster. Probably one of the things that we saw yesterday that was a little bit jarring against about Jiex is that they didn't really look like they could feel they could win those duels, and that momentum was building on the G2 side. KC was able to stop them on the tracks today.
I do kind of love the stories we have there for both of those players, right? They're both technically going up against their former teams, even though Glance's time at G2 is a little further back. 2023, I believe, is when she left. But still, it's funny that they have pop-up moments. Maybe they get that extra fuel if you go up against the former orc, you know? Maybe there's just something to it.
It's the battle, like they're battling to be to find out who is the best in the region, of course.
Right. Let's talk about our next map, though, because KC, they won their map pick. Yes, it was a close one. Now, Icebox, we don't know what to expect from KC here because we have not seen them playing. However, G2 yesterday, they had a phenomenal showing on Icebox.
Yeah, and arguably, they were all just hitting their shots, right? So compositionally, you might think, yeah, they're playing the meta comp, but do they even need to? You know, today they're certainly going to have to focus more on how they execute. Like, if they were so prepped on Haven, you've got to expect them to be even more prepped on Icebox. But they won some crazy swing rounds yesterday, which allowed them to keep themselves so far ahead of Jiex. And I don't think they're going to have as easy of a time up against KC, even though we don't actually know what to prep for KC. Maybe, you know, there might be a chance G2 and KC played a bit of, you know, head-to-head in the scrims and might have cracked some Icebox. That's kind of all I can think of them being able to go off. But I feel like being the two best teams here in the region, they're probably not going to be going up against each other in scrims. You try to avoid each other like the plague at that point.
I mean, we haven't seen Icebox in a hot minute. Kakuka, what would be the standard being played here if you're not playing the current meta?
I mean, it depends, right? I think that the current meta for Icebox still needs to be set. It's too early, right? Like, the map has just been back. The idea coming in from G2, even though I really like it, I do not know if many teams are going to compromise on and double down on, because some teams do not like playing specifically the double controller here. They rather play with more initiators and just having a little bit more of information, which is something that it's not only viable, but I think will be the case for the side of KC. As we're saying, yes, they do have something to go off for the side of G2 Gozen, and there is a lot of tells that happen in different maps that also happen on Icebox, as we're saying, and as we were seeing yesterday. Petra lurking and pushing. I saw that KC is going to be has decided to be starting on the defense, which I think is very smart. I think that the freedom that it's given to Vanya on the attack, on the defense, might be something that they struggle with. So if they manage to bring the momentum that they have right now from just winning on Ascent, on Haven again, we might not even get to Ascent.
Mac, here's the thing, right? If you're looking at G2's performance from yesterday, obviously that's what KC would do. But there's not much to take away when they're winning 13-2 or just punching down. Like, what do you even learn from something like that?
I feel like, look, there's stuff to look at as to how they play so aggressively just when they kind of can. But the fact that you have to expect Carmine Corp are going to have more of a trade game. G2 are going to be forced to maybe expose a few more of their strats and more of their prep. And speaking of prep, though, for me, I'm thinking about, look, Smart7, he told us that his strats were better, his comps were better, and we have no idea what kind of comp is going to be pulled out here, if it's meta, if it's not, if he's just going to throw it all in the bin and define the meta. But speaking of comps, this is what KC are bringing in, and I'd argue this is just kind of like the old meta comp, so they're not really changing it. It's G2 that are a little more interesting with this one.
I mean, to me, my eyes go to, even though the KC composition is one that we have seen thousands of times here, my eyes go to Jiex. Yes, we were speaking about her role swap, and within all the controllers that she has played, this is the first time she's going to be playing the Viper. So I want to know how she's going to manage around the utility. I assume that she has experience and has definitely seen it in like ranked or scrims or whatever, but I want to see how this is a very good tell, right? Because we're speaking about a classic composition, or a very vanilla one that we've seen on Icebox against, because yesterday, like, they Giant X had the neon and whatnot, but this, here's what we're going to see. If the meta is evolving in the right direction, what are the bigger tells? Is this something that we're going to be continuing to see throughout the year, or does it have you know, some very big holes?
Yeah, for me, looking at the fact that G2 bring at least the double controller in, they have more versatility in where they can go. You know, KC, once you put that wall up, you're either fully committed to that site, or you have to hope that someone's lurking up a storm, creating flank opportunities, and you don't even know who that's going to be so far for KC, because there is no footage to go off here at all.
Absolutely, yeah. For G2, this worked the charm yesterday. Can they run it back? We all knew heading into the series that the match against KC will be the real litmus test. Let's see how this one is going to unfold, and for all the action, I'm going to send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Zoe. Yes, it's time to get back into this series with Icebox up next, Tom. I think everybody's expecting G2 to bounce back convincingly, but for KC, who knows? Maybe they'll be able to use the unknown to their advantage. A real clash of styles from what we saw there in the Agent Select.
Yeah, you say maybe they'll be able to use the unknown, and then they pick the comp that everybody has played up against a million times. I would say it's the unknown, but no, I
And
get
I
what
mean,
you
it's
mean.
not like,
It's like
you know, Icebox, there's so many ways to reinvent how you approach the map with
Yeah.
that comp as well. So maybe they'll really surprise them. Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah, no, the G2 have only played this map like 40 times in their history and won it 37 of those times. So I'm
Okay,
sure
to
they're going to
me.
be very caught off guard by the standard.
Hey, I want to give KC some hope, Tom, all right? Maybe the hope is that Nello doesn't drop 30 kills based on what we saw in the last. And look, I was on
To be
board
honest,
for
from yesterday, maybe Vania. But Vania
Yeah,
on this map
yeah,
was
yeah.
just absolutely disgusting. And that was the thing. I think they tried to bring the operator in a little bit in the last map. I don't think it worked anywhere near as well. I think especially on the defense, letting her roam free and have that supportive utility alongside her. And with that extra controller, allowing for additional delay. I think there's going to be great work from them on the defense. But they're going to kick things off over on that attack side. And that's definitely where I do think, especially when you look towards the A site, something I've always thought with this map is the more utility that you can have to clear angles, the better. Like, this is something you could just basically wipe out the backline of that A site without too much trouble. I think Teo is perfect for that. I think giving Vanya that extra space is going to be so easy with this agent. So I want to see what's going to be there on the other side.
Well, Vanya, like you're saying, was crazy aggressive on the defensive side for G2, but a lot of the time it was like Vanya pushes up A main, and then Amy's on a headshot angle further back, and as they go to try and punish the opening duel, bam, bam, 2 kills for Amy. That was the story of so many rounds. Dealing with Amy here, based on what we saw yesterday, dealing with Vanya's aggression, Petra always being behind you, and Christ, Nella just had one of the best maps I've seen from her in a long time. Vanya coming in warmed up as well to take the opening, but it's quickly traded back.
Spike planted.
At least one of the more aggressive players in this post plant are gone, but immediately you're going to see that sort of fallback from Amy, just being able to have that utility recharging back online, and those salvos by an extra few seconds. So that's the thing. KC need to get a move on. They need to get back into this site much quicker than maybe they would like, and they've got to get past Nello. Nello without utility, so is just deciding to fight aggressively. Amy in the backlines has caught another, and she's just looking for that perfect moment to throw those salvos in. Already buying that extra time. And Acilia left to try and face versus 2. The flash to almost bait them in, but this time the double peek will work.
As soon as the salvo goes down as well, or right before it, Mimi is getting in there to stop the defuse from getting halfway. So they really had all their bases covered there. And after that first fight, Nella was left super, super low. And it looked like KC had a good chance to just keep on trading out those fights. But ultimately, G2 get those deeper positions for the post plant. And that's going to leave them with the upper hand. 1-0 coming into round number 2. Looks like KC will be investing a little bit here and there. Safi has gone for a sniper. Jiex, I'm waiting for the timer to tick away. No choice to sell anymore. There's a bookie in play.
This has been hard. Like those steps were heard immediately. But I'm actually quite excited to see her on the Viper, because as it was said on the desk by Kakuka, like it's an agent we haven't really seen, and with her aim, a Sentinel-esque controller should be very exciting to watch. I think it's something that she will flourish in. This is not what I expected to see with a close-range Bucky locking down B, but it has done the job.
Yeah, going to be backing off somewhat, and somewhat understandably, as Alkia goes for the rotation as well. This is going to allow a heavy stack on the other side of the map, and even then the jump spots, you're seeing them obviously here from glance, but I'm looking at the map and seeing Jiex jump peeking in, seeing Vanya, the decoys being sent, but I think this is all supposed to be a ruse, and it has worked for a moment. KC came off the A site. Now they're going back into A, assuming it's a fake, but now the spike is leaving A. G2, they seem to be changing their mind on where they're taking this, and they've made exactly the right call. They're going towards the side of the map where there's only one player. But look where that one player's gotten to. With a bookie in hand, they've jumped above her, but they've seen her. Thank God they've seen her.
I'm invisible, I'm invisible, I'm invisible, I'm invisible, I'm invisible,
I can't see you, you can't see me.
I'm dead. It's, yeah. I appreciate the effort, but it's not worked. And I was getting a little bit worried with the time ticking down to that sort of 15-second marker. If she dropped the spike, it could have been round over, but instead, well, she died and it's round over.
Oh, look, they've gotten the kill out of it. Let's see the question of damage. For For KC, it would be worthwhile here. Drop a player or two more. Vanya left down to 24. Still come back yellow. And the timer, not really that much of a concern. Obviously, G2 covering their bases, ensuring that the defuse can't come through. But we can see from here that look, already, you're getting yourself a second, and Safi's going to run deep to try to find another. Unfortunately, they've already made it around the corner, and that one will end right there. For KC, good attempt to do more damage, but I think G2 stemmed the bleeding nicely.
Oh, it's sort of like that last moment check where you sit there and go, why? Why did you check that then? Why didn't you just keep going? Because that could have been very, very dangerous with a bucket in that position. But obviously, all in all, not a bad round for either side. I'm interested to see what is brought back up, though, because it seems like potentially not a lot. Like, Mimi definitely has the finances to put quite a bit more into this round, but maybe this says that there's going to be the likes of an operator going into the next round, or just that they don't put a lot of stock into this one.
Fake teleport.
Well, either way, there is some decent potential for the side of G2 to convert. They're going as a unit straight through middle. This is where you'll try one of these riskier strategies. And Zafia smoked off, not able to take that fight. So as they come around the corner, a little overwhelmed by the numbers. Down one already, but the trade is quickly found. G2, though, closed the gap. There's a weapon on the floor, and they very much want it. Trying to keep them back is Glance, and the triple kill already connected. One away from the Hunter's Fury. Oh, they might even have a chance to take this last kill. Well, the ult is online, at least.
That final kill, though, might be more valuable than you'd expect. Like, dropping it down to just 2 players surviving. As said, like, this was a sort of minor investment going into that next round. So there's plenty of credits. I think even an operator is possible if that's something that they desire. So I'm intrigued to see if those extra credits are going to be spent. And then there you go. It's not necessarily the player that I expected it to go to, but I guess Petra, as you said, or as was said by the desk, was playing much more of a lurk. So having that operator to just sort of roam the map and catch anybody trying to push them could be quite nasty.
Initial denial of aggression, and then late round, that's just going to be something in the back of their minds. And we saw this as well over on Haven, right? The same sort of play, defensive side. Just having that operator on Petra as she holds down map control late on the attack, swinging into the angles. Success rate not quite there. Not up against Alkia, at least. That's a huge opening pick.
Well, the operator will swap hands. Nello instead has taken up this lurk role, and with a solo hold over on that B site, it's actually going to be fairly integral that we don't see Jiex go down. The timing of her movement is going to leave her fairly in the open. And didn't even look like Nello let go of the W key. The trade as well for Alkia trying to get back in and look for information. Another goes peeking in. These 1v1 fights have actually ended up being the burden of this defensive side. Even still, though, the rotation is taking them back towards the B site. 35 seconds left, so at this stage, they are fairly committed. Safia has just missed the timing. Will hear the steps, but I don't think there's anything she can do about it other than follow.
My only request is to see that Nello flick in whatever the slowest of motion possible is. That was insane. Already down to a 3v2 thanks to it. And Hunter's Fury will be committed with 12 seconds on the clock. Cancelled here for the pick, but Nello is the one swinging. Puts them in the ground and leaves it to Safia. 1v3. Turret watching their main, so no eyes directed there. Although that could be a free pick. Timing dependent. Nice shot as well for Safia. 2 more. No idea where these players have gotten away to. They could have tucked back to yellow, to main. They could be playing post plant. There is a Viper's Pit online, but not to be used. But there could be a setup alongside the Snakebite. A lot for Safia to deal with, and so you want to get in here quite quickly. That's why G2 are holding up close. But Safia realizes her chances are pretty slim. Just goes running.
Yeah, it's understandable. I think this round is going to be one that they look back at in frustration. Like it started off like with some pretty decent openers in their direction. It was the fallback again. Like this is Jiex playing a role that not necessarily has suited her in the past. I think gets caught with the timing and just some straight BS, because I was pretty sure she didn't stop. She definitely didn't. But it's the reaction of the other players. I don't blame Jiex for getting caught. It's the other two that go, okay, well, we've lost that side of the map. We have to swing and try and catch these players as they fade away. And G2 goes and we're just like, we'll just wait. We'll just wait for them to do something. And, well, they fell directly into two players who are unlikely to miss those shots.
Well, especially today, Nello has not been missing much. We said it was a lights-out performance in the first map, and maybe KC would have a chance if she slowed down, but it doesn't look like that's on the agenda here today. Bladestorm popped by Alkia with this deep A push. The first contact is a pistol, and now they're looking the other way, ready for this fight, but maybe not quite for that. The jump peek, good for Alkia. Spike, hard to hold on to from this angle, though, and I think they will just be conceding it, looking for the mid push instead, but it's fragmented. It's one at a time, and Amy is easily isolating those duels. This point, from a round that had not much threat into one that still seems to favor KC, we've seen that defense pump the brakes, realizing that this one was slipping out of their grasp.
Amy's trying to hold back the player in middle, using those salvos to try and deny further angles so she can fight instead. And whoa, it's definitely dicey. The knives are now gone. They have been removed completely, so both players can go fighting versus that remainder. It's all down to Jiex. She's in the perfect place at the perfect time. Two players in a direction. Amy already desperately low. It doesn't matter with the headshot. And Mornello, you mentioned it, just not missing today. It was a great round in isolation from KC with what they had on the board. The problem is, it could have been so much better.
Well, it's just the overcommitment to the aggression, the Bladestorm and the Sova backing off while the players in mid don't seem to have that memo. The wires were disconnected, and the last thing they heard was push, push, push. At that point, couple kills go back the other direction, and it's recoverable for G2, but that was a real threat from very little. So good signs early on, seeing KC compete like that here on Icebox. 4-1 nonetheless. TP's made it across on top of Tube. Vanya gone deep as well, getting a ton of information, spotting this player out, decoy sent, and space taken. An agent behind enemy lines, and look at this, 4 players are currently in KC's spawn. That's how far back they've been pushed, with just Jiex being isolated, an island in and of herself, and still gets one.
Yeah, and actually that's Nello. That could be a problem. Obviously you do have those additional smokes with Petra playing the Omen, but removing that Viper screen is, of all the players you could have taken down, it's not bad. I am, however, looking at a lockdown and an Armageddon. There's not going to be a whole lot of positions to play, and Vanya waiting, almost gets 2, but the one and done gets out, escapes, and with those smokes down, they will be able to hold on for that spike plant. Now it becomes incredibly difficult for KC with how much is available now for G2 in that post plant.
Yeah, Jiex pick gave them an opportunity, but once that spike is down, that opportunity is denied, and now we go back to advantage for those attacking players sitting down. Not much to retake in terms of flashes. Vanya and Petra have already used up theirs. Salvos are online in Armageddon, though. That's the real thing. They might not be able to go for the fights as convincingly, but they can delay that clock. Run it right down, but it's down to 1! Amy swings! Safia knew she had to get on that defuse right away, or the Armageddon would win the round, and Amy knew exactly what was in Safia's playbook, getting ahead of the problem.
This is another thing. I want to go back to the beginning of the round with what makes this Teo sort of so abrasive to play against is if you want to be around yellow at any stage of the round, that can happen. You have the 2 salvos behind you clearing out the back, which if you run backwards, you're going into an angle which is easily covered by the attack. And if you run forwards, well, Amy put a stun there. So, okay, sure, you managed to hit that first shot, but you're not getting away with anything more. So it just meant that if you're that solo player, you're living a nightmare. Because either you have to just give up the site and just play retake, which when your opponents have a lockdown and an Armageddon, you just don't want to be doing. Or you have to try and fight really aggressively, and well, it ends up in a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, this is a timeout now from Carmine Core after being, well, coming into this 1-0 up. We knew that there was going to be a bit of a change of pace in G2's favor as far as picking up those rounds. Although, actually, thinking back to Haven, reality is it did start out quite dominant for G2, and KC managed to turn it around then later on, which was something I was saying when we hit that kind of 6-2 or so scoreline, that once G2 get the ball rolling, it's very hard to stop them, and very, very few teams can even come close to doing that. But KC did it with great success on the previous map, and this pause here to hopefully course correct as they get past the first quarter here. Deep play from Glance with that pistol. It's an ambitious one. Almost worked out for a kill.
Yeah, I'll say as well, the thing that sort of, well, made this map at times a little bit dry was just how attack-sided it could be with the composition that KC are running. Like, with the amount of util, again, you have to clear angles. I don't think they should be massively worried if they can get a few rounds on the board. And you know what? They're giving it a damn good go in this one.
I mean, down to a 2v3. It's not the easiest with weapons dropped behind and a player flanking. Jiex won't be able to recover anything, but can just hold tight and wait for Alkia's flank to come through. They'll be watching for it. But Alkia's managed to recover a rifle, and that's the big difference maker. Look at the decision making from G2, though. They know only one player spotted. They're alone, and they isolate that, sense in the blood in the water. It's left to Alkia. Rifle up top. And now they know exactly where she is. The tap gets the salvos out. There's still a flash and a snake bite to work with. That was Nella going for a knife kill? Hey, look, either way, they kept around, but that is brave, I have to say.
I don't even know what to say. Like, that's so rude. 1 versus 3 versus Alkia to just go, yeah, I'm going for the knife. And she wasn't close. She had to jump down from the top rope over a box and land that, but I guess in the end, the job gets done. Will be another round on the board for G2 goes in, and you can understand why they're feeling confident. This has been very dominant. Amy back to her usual ways, had a bit of a quieter performance on the previous map. Nello hasn't gone anywhere while already doing this on the attack side as well. As said, expectations are that KC could put up some good attack side numbers, but I also think that Vanya is more likely to come online with that defensive side operator.
You had that, Petra's flanks, and then Nello, as you're pushing into her. I mean, we saw the change on Haven from defense to offense. Just imagine when it flips over, because here she has been doing work. It's an absolute slaughter inside of middle. KC, they pushed up, stacked up, expecting you won't go through the Viper's pit, and if you go back in the other direction, we'll be waiting for you. What a result. There's a round on the board for KC.
This sort of aggressive standpoint in middle. It's one of those ones where just having this crossfire was filthy, and both players managing to land a double. Hey, if it works, it works. A big round for them to sort of turn things around. Didn't have to use too much in terms of ultimates either. We'll still have the lockdown, although saying that, there's been a lot of damage done on the side of G2, but I'm expecting them to invest some ults in this round. Because that's the thing, you look at those stingers and you go, okay, that sucks. But you put a lockdown into play, use a Viper's Pit, those stingers are filth.
Locating targets.
We'll see what reward can be found with this much more direct approach to the A site. Already utility pushing them back off site, but look at the response. Anacilia instantly popping the ultimate, completely nullifying any attempt from G2 to further push deep into the site, stopping them from going for this plant even for now, and allowing all of the KC members to be here. They've got them boxed in with Jiex pushing middle. For G2, this is not going to be an easy fight, and they were waiting for the aggression that just hasn't come either.
Oh, up close still. They managed to get into that after plant, but already a player down, and those ultimates haven't found a spot to really be utilized just yet. Also, Amy's Armageddon is, again, not going to find anything, and they're stuck in a corner. They're just being spammed out by the remaining rifles on the side of KC. I'm not going to lie, I saw a real opportunity for something to get done, but yeah, Anacilia with a great read just meant that, okay, you want to try and use a lockdown? You can't. You want to try and use a Viper's Pit? You can't. You've got to commit to just fighting us with weapons, and that's where our advantage is, well, it's not even close.
Because you've seen it before, and it's not likely to see that much more passive Viper's Pit. You want a bit more control, and by the time that the abilities come back online, you can't really get it into play convincingly. If anything, that's just going to serve. Exactly, it's going to serve as their initiation point. Oh, ult active, swing, 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 and you're instantly down. So yeah, it really, for the response there from KC, the mid-aggression round before, now playing off-site as a unit and canceling out those pieces of utility from G2, that nullified the low buy risk. Now we're back to a full buy. This is where the real trouble is for KC, but we talked about it. They just need to keep putting up a couple rounds. They've already got a lot of groundwork done, just 3 left to play for. And it looks like no sign of that confidence wavering. Jiex has pushed straight up through B main, despite a 3-stack on the A side, and maybe being caught on the way back out will make them regret that.
I swear to God, in the future, we're going to get the Jiex duelist arc. Because I feel like we're halfway there already. Like, just massively aggressive fights. Armageddon used in a proactive manner to try and clear out any of those awkward angles that could potentially deny the plant. They will get that eventually into position, but they're actually fighting forward. They want to clear this mid spot, and again, they're walking into the crosshair of Glance. This is a player you don't want to be facing off against. And Acilia as well, prime position to capitalize, and what was looking like, again, an opportunity for a strong post plant for G2, maybe just overcooked a little.
Well, this, I have to say, I'm impressed by KC being able to do this now, not just on 1, but on 2 maps with this intense comeback in terms of flavor into a half. It's felt like G2 have shut them out on Haven, and they fought right back into it, seizing control of the reins in a way you don't often see. And now they're starting to do it here on early days of Icebox as well. Often you'll see this little resurgence towards the end of a map, and you're like, yeah, well, at least in the next one, they've got a better chance. But G2 are calling the timeout before the first half is over, going, damn, they actually might have a chance right now. It's time to go back to the drawing board and see if we can make this picture look just a little bit prettier. That deep aggression from Jiex as well, you know, that really is I want to say a mistake. Even finding the opening pick, the fact that the closest player is mid and it's being watched on the rotation, the B side is just free for G2. And from that point, well, you expect it to be a very difficult round to win for KC.
Yeah. I'll also say as well, like, although I think the use of Teo for Amy has been fantastic, at least today, the ults have sucked. Like, I haven't seen impact of any of them. This time, I think it was unlucky that there was not really anybody in a position to be forced out of an angle. But, like, I feel like this ult is so strong in post plants, and we're just not seeing it used that way. Now, be that because KC are fighting in front of it a lot, but I've just been surprised at how little success they've been able to find. That's so much information. And a Hunter's Fury. Okay. It may be a low buy, but again, KC want to make sure they get these rounds on the board. I respected it in the last map as well, where they go, okay, sure, we'll use an ult or 2 here, which means we might not have it for the next round, but if we get 5 rounds, we're in a good place. And well, if they win this round, they're at 5 rounds.
Well, there's the information finding its way into Jiex's hands. It's a low buy. So this is where we don't want to see this much aggression. That was a little bit whiffy, and the price paid could have been huge. KC maintained control. Rotation in from Glance. Not landing the shots either. Jiex under pressure, but she's corrected her aim. She's lifted her mouse and reset her elbow. I don't know what's happened, but wow. Jiex is back online, and 5 rounds connected now for KC as a result.
Yeah, it was like she was warming up. The first clip was a warning. The second clip was the delivery. That's all you need to know. Like, she's good enough that she can afford warning shots. I said clip, maybe even half of one. Didn't need the rest. And well, what a recovery. You said it. They managed to have a decent resurgence when it came down to the last map. Well, they've done it again. 4 rounds in a row. I think 5 rounds on the defense is decent. I think they could be pretty happy with that. And hey, they get it back to 6-6. I think they've done an incredible job.
You know, you talked about GX's duelist arc, and I think even up against G2 on Icebox long ago for Besiktas, she actually was picking up a duelist here and there. Far from her most picked agent, but she's been here before, and I think we're starting to see a little bit of that old GX shine through. I mean, I'm talking so long ago, Giuliano used to play for G2. It's the old days. It also shows how long GX has been around. Lockdown coming into play for G2 again, moving towards this site. Alkia wants to get incredibly aggressive. It's free. The Blade Storm almost traded out for the lockdown here.
Here. Oh. Here. Space taken on this A site, be it by half of the squad, mostly by Vanya, just giving them that extra space to put things into position. Viper's Pit's not going to do as much as you'd expect. With a lockdown in play, it's going to force an awkward position for Nello. She might just opt to stick around and try and survive while detained. It's a gamble, but I think it might be worth it.
Mimi broke it. Mimi broke it. The rotation through B just in time, but Nello still goes down. Viper's Pit falls. Safia with the double. They're still in with a chance to defuse halfway. And now looking for the rest of the players. The panic ensues, but Mimi, cool on the backside, collects the final two. G2 just about get away with that one. I thought the rotation from B was a little bit too late, but she got there just in time.
Was down to the absolute wire. Nonetheless, there is still another half to come to see if this could be the first ever victory for KC versus G2.
Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
And welcome back, folks. We're going into half number 2. G2 dominated in the first quarter, but by the time we closed out the half, KC had a bit of a resurgence. The last round goes to G2, but 4 in a row for KC has built the foundation strong for this attacking side that they now move into. Safia had a belter of a first half as well, but really we just saw the game plan start to work out towards the end, Tom.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how they deal with obviously what was quite an oppressive defensive side yesterday. It came out from the side of G2. Of course, they've had the time to watch it, and they are already waiting. Petra trying to be sneaky once again. They expected it.
Very much ready and waiting. G2, 1 player down, but they've all grouped up outside this wall. Even still, denying that plant might not be possible. The deep control from Alkia quickly sent back in the other direction. They've got their plant. Now all they have to do is hold on. Alkia's seen a lot of contact, waiting for the flash, but even still loses the fight. Jiex in a similar position, but trading out, keeping the numbers modest for the retaking side. The spike ticking, and it's Glance for another big play with damage done. It's a fraction of health left for Amy and an easy close. They know she's not on the spike, and Safia just can't help herself but aim for the head. It is another round for KC, and the comeback is very much on.
And that's the thing with the composition that we're currently seeing coming out from G2 is that you have this expectation of aggression. Even in the pistol round, you can see that KC are more than aware of it. Safia more than prepared for what's going to be coming up against her, and I want to see if that's a theme as well. I think her sort of performance in this second map, like she definitely had a quieter time when it came to map 1, but that has not continued in this second map while being on that killjoy. She's been fantastic. Well, now looking back at what G2 can do in this one, the spike is, well, probably going to be found, but like I was going to say, to get anything here is going to be rough. They've won the fight at long range versus the Guardian, and then they met the other Guardian. Okay, well, some stat padding for Safia, as that's an ace.
Not quite sure what's happened here. You know, doing
Isn't
a
that
pretty
your
good
strat?
job.
You don't normally get an ace.
Right.
I see you hold mid with a
few more bullets, okay, in that weapon than what I use. It's a bigger, it's a lighter investment actually,
and much more skill.
Yeah, that is the other thing. Overflowing with skill. I could use a little bit of that. 19-6. It's got to be one of the best maps we've seen from Safia. Hell, even if she doesn't get a single kill from this point forward, the impact she's had, let alone with the ace. G2 now though in with the full rifles. They've got everything they could possibly want, and for KC, that's coming in just as they've hit neck and neck. The attacking side not investing a ton. It's going to be that same kind of mixed buy that we've seen going into the last map around this time. Few rifles, pistol, and so on, but good chances if they can isolate fights and if they can get host plants, even tanking the snake bite just to ensure that comes through. Team player.
Yeah, you've got a weakness in terms of weaponry. Risk it. Throw it in. Right, if you lose the player with the pistol, you still have a better opportunity than if you wait for those rifles to rotate in. Still though, an opportunity to clear some of those angles with the salvo. Solid utility in combination with it, although they've not cleared it properly. A real opportunity for Alkia still, already finding one. Buying more time. Nello though, not missing a beat. Second to her name. Mimi with another trade, and this is looking like a wipe down. Even still though, it's come down to a 1 versus 1. Jiex to try and clutch this one out, and that time, it's ticking decently low. This one's going to be incredibly close. I don't know if she's got it.
I thought she had. But 0.3 of a second, and that is going to be enough. What a play again. A big clutch coming out of Jiex. Being able to hold on to control there at the very end. It was a couple really quick kills. We were on board for this, but look at that. Double spray down, holding the little angle underneath the smoke. And by that thin of a margin, it ends up swinging the other way. KC, they are working some kind of magic here today. A historic battle between these two organizations that runs deep within Game Changers, but the result never changes. This time, well, I'll tell you, the flavor profile is much different than I expected. G2, great start map 1. KC catch up and take control. G2, great start map 2. KC have caught up. And it seems like they're going to take control, Tom, because, well, G2 don't have a lot to invest into this one, thanks to another huge clutch play by Jiex. She did this on the last map, by the way. This is looking tough for G2. At least the lower bracket's still there, and the game is far from over.
We normally talk about it taking teams an entire year. Stage 3, that's normally where teams have an opportunity to beat G2. Stage 1 and 2, no chance. But the fact is, KC looking like they might have finally found a team that can do it. Still a way to go. But kicking things off with a bonus round. And the big thing as well is Safia. Safia locking down that side of the map is so important. The Outlaw, sure, it's a gun that can be used to decent effect.
Amazing.
But it's more so, as you sort of pointed out at the beginning, they were being able to take space and then having that backup. Well, this time, most of the time, they've been shut down. And even when Amy gets a kill, in terms of the round, it's irrelevant.
Oh, you just love to see beautifully thought out setups, and Safia had one right there. 20-8, top fragger on the server, and that's when you look and you say, how is she doing it? And it might not be all thanks to this.
Do you know what's impressive,
though? Watching mid with an outlaw, that's really
when
what
you
draws
do
my
it.
eye.
I remember there was because you play a similar role, but Safia actually had an alarm bot that was just down, like,
I do that outside A.
Holding A.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, when
That's
I remember
regular.
last time we played, most of our team died because you forgot to put that down.
That's sometimes true. Usually it's a belt push that my teammates are not watching because they're plums. But I will say, Safia might be having a slightly higher success rate than I am, but that just means I need to practice it a little bit more in every single ranked game. Honestly, though, the turnaround performance from KC on both maps, it really is. I started the day out by saying it is hard to stop G2 once they snowball. So many teams just get crushed by them. You'll see teams come in. Oh, we got a 4-1 start. We took the pistol. We managed to build up something. And then it's like a G2 eco round, and that's it. You never win another round. They just stomp you right back into the dirt. For KC, they managed to take back control, come back into it, close it out when it mattered. Big clutches by Jiex for economic resets. We've got Glance popping off. It might only be 10 and 10, but so many important moments in the last map. Going into this one, obviously Safia has to take the crown. Everything's been working out for KC through hard work and grit. They've gotten to this point, 2 rounds in between them, and it's them with the lead. A big buy, though, for the side of G2.
The sniper.
An operator in play, everything invested. This is where we normally see G2 course correct.
Yeah, that was the thing. Yesterday, I think more than the majority of the kills that came through for Vanya were with that sniper in hand. It was on a lot earlier last time around, but this time, lockdown, that's the thing. She's going to be able to go into the corner, but because of where she's placed her TP, there's not really an escape route. We'll just have to fall back out of there completely. Also, Mimi's been caught trying to push up mid. That's the thing. These lurks, these players holding the backline for KC have been doing an amazing job. And now they get the entry as well. Nello at least will be able to recover. Stop Jiex flanking. And in fact, Vanya's looking to try and garner as much control as possible early in the round. Takes a hell of a lot of damage, but does survive.
Not the second shot she doesn't, and then Alkia dives in behind them. A gap, a blind spot, and one she quickly exploits. This one, whoa, they got there in the end, is done and dusted in favor of KC. A very important round, a big investment from G2, and still the same result. The shoe is on the other foot, and KC are wearing it with pride. We got to see G2 bounce back in the coming rounds, and the problem is, they glance at where their economy is, but I don't think it's in the healthiest of spots. This is going to be a real struggle to fight back.
Yeah, you're not normally on a losing streak, invest into an operator and then still have credits to spare. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. 5 rounds in a row. That operator in the hands of Safia as well. She's been honestly integral. Like, she has been the reason that all of the cheekiness of yesterday versus GX is not working, well, versus GX and the rest of her team. Either way, Alkia is going to get the opener, but there is a trade. The problem is weaponry is not attainable, and while now neither is their utility.
They might be going. That flash was not followed up on in any capacity, and yeah, indeed. And Acilia just sticking back to sell the fake a little bit more. They're not going too quickly in the other direction, though. This gives G2 a chance to make that read. Ult has faded. Flashes have gone through. Nobody stepped up. And now a drone that clears out all of A. So the rotations are on. I don't think they're going to get here in time, though. It should just be the one that's around this position, but that one might be enough. Nello with a pistol. Viper's pick used very early on, and they peek around the back of it. That gives Nello an opportunity that she is not looking to let go of, and a counter pit now as a result.
Yeah, it definitely has a cross-section. Make a lot of players low, but that's okay for the side of G2, although that cross-section is quickly dissipating, and every single kill going the way of Analyst. All right, then. It seems like every time KC need a hero, they have multiple of them.
Yeah, they got a plethora. I mean, it's not like Anacilia's been having a bad game, but that was a little bit nasty. Even walked into the Viper's pit, back turned to the Viper, and just spun around and took her out. I don't know if we'll see. Yeah, see there, the shot goes right behind Nello. And then positions immediately for Amy, makes it look clean. Down to the last. All right, 11-7. KC with a remarkable lead and another second half that starts out and continues with nothing but success for their side. G2 are getting locked out of their own map pick. And let alone KC beating them in a series, Tom. We could be looking at a 2-0 for KC.
That's the thing. Never beaten them in a series. Never made it to that grand final.
Poison's off.
They might be able to get a 2-for-1 deal. But G2 currently struggling to find absolutely everything. We talk about them having those hero players, but the fact is, it seems like KC are the ones that are stepping up in this upper bracket match. Not wanting to have to play in those elimination games. Honestly, the rotation here from G2 is pretty good. Yeah, Mimi, a bit of a surprise factor. Trying to get up close. That Armageddon will go through, forcing them into a bit more of an awkward battle. But the flash is sublime. Analyst again is looking to try and save her team for back-to-back rounds. But both players are somewhat unknown. Doesn't have the information. It seems like neither do they. Vanya almost caught out completely in the open. Tagged low, but Mimi's spot. She's actually going to check for it. She actually expects this angle to be taken, and it comes desperately close. But this time, Vanya, well, thankfully for G2, will hold on.
Analyst really heating up, though, these last couple of rounds. They needed someone to bail them out, and she was damn close to doing it for them. That big swing on the back of the
She was 11 and
flash.
10. I think she's now 18 and 11?
Yep.
Yeah.
On the dot. For G2, they win a round, and that's about all we can say. Okay, so you're right back to winning ways, at least in terms of the buy that they've got. Ultimates are there as well. Anasilia's got the ult online, no surprise. Basically earned it in the last 2 rounds, or literally. For G2,
well, that's a tag.
they need to chain these rounds together. There's been problems. Jiex finding opening pick last time onto Nello. We're seeing that challenge finding its way into the attacker's favor. This time, though, it's a lurk on mid and a much more direct approach to A.
Yeah, they're going to try and eliminate Petra. Actually, I think predicted where the TP was going to go, but doesn't quite manage to close her out. She's been having a rougher time, that's for sure. Last time a hero on this map. Down to just one. Excuse me? Still manages to get away with one. Not too bad. Amy on the site eliminated as well, though. Safia still thriving, but look at the health. Anasilia and Safia low, but it doesn't matter. She doesn't give a damn. She doesn't care how low the HP is. And while it is just falling apart for G2 goes, and Jiex with another. Nello versus the world. 2 low players. The one facing her is not, and she'll just about get that one across the line.
From here, though, quite the uphill battle. Nello popped off on map number 1. But this might be too much to ask. Low HP could be a saving grace, but the operator is what puts this in the ground. 4 kills for Safia. We said how integral she's been so far, but in this round here as well, really just hammering that nail deeper into G2's coffin.
1 with a classic. 1 with the rifle, 2 with the op. It really is. It's like a perfect hat trick, except she scored 4. And it really was just an absurd round. 25 and 9.
Against
the killjoy
G2.
of dreams. And also, you have to bear in mind that she is most rounds playing a lurk on her own, and G2 goes and are trying to kill her, and she is holding her ground.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, KC have come in with the surprise factor, just not quite in terms of composition. They've surprised us all here today. And G2, this is it. This is match and series point. And look at the investment. Next to nothing but Nello's on the head of Alkia. That's an opening pick for G2. Don't want to overcommit from this point, though.
Poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down.
Yeah, and it's just such a weak round in terms of weaponry. Still have the lockdown, but getting it to play could be awkward. I don't know if Nello chase. She does, but it doesn't matter. Jiex with a better positioning. Nice shot from Amy. They've still got some life in them. There's no doubt about that. The problem, though, is with that after plant in play, it's going to get more difficult. The double swing, but it's only the one. Leaves things with... Well, I did have an advantage, but Safia again with this operator. Now, Anasilia with the rifle. It's left all on to Mimi to clutch this out.
A time ticking, and they don't know where she is. but only a pistol in hand. These shots need to be clean, and Anacilia's been there every time KC have needed her. 13-8, 2-0, and G2 finally, after all this time, taste defeat at the hands of KC.
It has been a story that has gone on for quite a while if you're a KC fan. It started with a 2-0 defeat. It continued with a 2-1 defeat, a 2-0 defeat, a 2-0 defeat, and a 2-1 defeat. But that has ended abruptly today. The new look team, as said, they had to destroy themselves and rebuild to give themselves an opportunity to fight. They picked up some superstars, and well, Mitch, they have done the job.
They really have, and what a remarkable way to do it as well, Tom. This isn't KC coming in and dominating a quiet G2, one that has got their hands off the steering wheel because they know they've got a lower bracket. No, G2 came in looking dominant, starting each map with a clear and decisive lead that KC clawed their way back from due to big plays, whether it was by Safia all throughout this map. Looking at both maps, huge economical turns took place thanks to Jiex in massive clutch rounds, and Glance on the previous map was on fire. The credit goes across the board for KC. Everything that they have worked for has led to this moment, a historic moment for the organization and for the players. Let's not forget Jiex. We just had an interview earlier where she said, one day I'm gonna beat you, Petra. Well, today's the day.
She's gonna have to do it again in the next one. He's gonna have to go, one day I'm gonna beat you twice, and this time it'll be in a grand final, because that's what G2 now have to do. They're looking at a lower bracket run and attempt to try and get back to face this team again, and I'm sure the other lower bracket teams have just gone, what do you mean they're in the lower bracket now? It's gonna be brutal.
It really is. There's no such thing as an easy matchup, but G2 just found that out the hard way. KC making it all the way to the grand final with a phenomenal run here. I think everybody expected G2 to end the run, and certainly for this to at least go to a third map, but a Paddy's Day miracle for the side of KC. They've beaten G2. Let's see what our analyst desk has to say about that phenomenal matchup.
Thank you so much. We are back here on our analyst desk. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka and Makin. Guys, they got it done. What an incredible display of resilience. Because G2 was off to a great start on both these maps, and somehow, some way, KC is clawing their way back in time and time again.
I love to see the individual performances, the players being able to have rounds for themselves. I think that throughout the years, we've been given so much credit to the likes of Mimi and Petra and how they were setting up their teammates. But the work that Analyst was doing and Glance today, I am so happy to see this kind of performance. This kind of not many teams can put G2 in such an uncomfortable position. Not only they get their revenge from group stage and they defeat the only team that had been able to defeat them in this year, they do it in a 2-0 fashion straight to that grand final.
And I feel like that's it. I don't even know when the last time G2 got 2-0. That must have been a long time ago. But this was their 4th loss on Icebox out of 41 games played. It's been a while since they last lost it. It was towards the start of last year. And look, I just want to go back to Strong Seven's point as well about his comps are just better. And we were clowning on the comp that KC brought into Icebox here, thinking, that ain't going to work. How are they going to make this work? Even the casters were laughing about it when we went in. It's well, they're just going to play the old thing. And if it works, it works. And I think Strong Seven has showed everyone.
Smart. He do be strong, but he's smarter than he's stronger, apparently.
I think Smart Seven in the name, is just smarter, is just better. His comps, as he said yesterday, are just better. So that's that.
Yeah, I mean, you can have good ideas, but you gotta have the players to execute. And one of those players who executed today is Alkia, who will be joining us for a quick chat after that victory. So I'm gonna say goodbye to my desk and welcome in Alkia. Congratulations! You must be elated right now. What's going through your head?
I'm feeling so great because I knew we were gonna win. We had a revenge, of course. Yeah.
Revenge has gotta feel good, and you did
yeah.
it in a great fashion as well. You kept it vanilla on Icebox, and I actually chatted to Petra earlier today, who said that teams who aren't playing the current Teho meta, they're missing out. Clearly that was not the case here. How did you make your comp work here? Run me through the thought process.
So of course we tried Teho and weird stuff, why sort of things. And we decided to just play our game like on default comp. And it's worked well for us, so I just went with default comp.
Yeah, default comp fundamentals are there. You guys were fragging out, and you guys showed so much resilience on Haven as well. I mean, you started it on a back foot, right? G2 came out swinging,
Yeah.
but somehow, some way, you guys came back into it. Can you walk us through the communication, the changes that you felt like needed to be made on Haven heading into that second map in order to win it?
So like we were doing some mistakes. First of all, about our communication, it was like on first 5 rounds, we were like so silent, and we managed to fix that ASAP, and we tried to win.
And winning you did.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's that simple.
I mean, it was that simple, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it just do be like that. Talking about just your individual performance, yesterday it seemed like you had a bit of a rougher game. You guys did win it, of course, still. Was there anything in particular that you felt like you need to focus on heading into today's match against G2?
So yesterday I was afraid of picking or doing monkey stuff, you know? And I watched myself, how am I playing, and I tried to fix my mistakes and my communication, of course.
And today you were popping off. It was absolutely so much fun to watch you and the team in action. Now, before I let you go, one last question, because now you guys are in the grand final. That means that you do have a day off, quote unquote off. How will the team be using this extra day to their advantage? What's on the agenda?
I think we're just gonna play ranked, to be honest. Playing ranked,
I mean, honestly, stay locked in.
Practice a lot. Yeah,
Right on.
nothing more. Maybe we can just hang out, playing card games.
Oh yeah, you guys are currently boot camping. How has that been like?
Sorry?
How has the boot camp been like for you and the team?
First we were having some difficult things about the boot camp with communication. Now we can just hear each other, and we couldn't fix that first. But now we fixed it. So it was so hard to just adapt here, and also it's a new place for me, like Paris, you know. And yeah, we did great. Now it's going great now.
Well, and it shows on the server as well. The synergy is there. Everyone is popping up and firing on all cylinders. It's been so much fun to watch you. Best of luck in the grand finals, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And that's Alkia from KC. Yeah, I mean, honestly, same as forehead coach interview coach reply there. Sometimes it's just be better. Just better.
I mean, it is true that sometimes what you need is to trust yourself and not be afraid of taking the duels, because you go into the server and you're like, okay, we're playing against what's potentially the best team in the region. Am I, like, you just think to yourself, and this is one of the reasons why I could never compete, because this thought would overrule every single other thing that might come into play. I'd be like, oh my God, I'm playing against this person who's going to absolutely destroy me. Like, where do I find the confidence in peaking that? And to hear Alkia speaking like that, I understand that she mentions the communication because of her background and being in Turkish teams. And now hearing her speak like this, it gives me a lot of confidence in this KC roster.
I just got one more thing as well before we wrap things up here. And I just want to, compliment Alkia. We did say that she had a very rough day yesterday, and then today coming in, especially on Haven, having a stellar performance. And even though she didn't, top frag for the team there, she was right in the middle on the scoreboard, managed to get 5 first kills, I believe, over the top of, Vanya, who we thought was going to go crazy with the op, but we got none of that at all. The first time she got the op, got completely nullified. And yeah, that was just a wonderful performance from KC.
I couldn't agree more. It's so easy to get into your head after a performance that you know, might not match your expectations or whatever you want to call it, but she showed up today and so did the rest of the team. They take the dub and are now finding themselves in our grand final. That's one match done. We do have one more to go though. We're heading into a quick break, and when we come back, we got the elimination match in our lower bracket semifinals between Jiex and SK Nebula for you. Don't want to miss it. See you on the other side.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Learn to let it go sometime. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah, but baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it. You can't control the world. But I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it. Control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out. Let it out. Let it
Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 win. Yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6. We like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown.
I said a lot of really insightful things. Trust. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe
I feel
here.
like a new person.
Come back, joining me. Right? Yeah, I have a tendency to mute myself because I'm scared of pop mics.
I do it too.
It's what it is.
We've all been there. We've all been there.
I think
That's
Tom was there at the
right,
beginning
that's
of today, so yeah, we literally have all been there.
Yeah, and we're not the only ones recovering from past trauma. No, the two teams we're going to see playing now will do so as well, as both of them are coming off of a tough 0-2 loss just yesterday. And now we're in the lower bracket, finding ourselves on the brink of elimination. That said, there were bright spots and moments to highlight from both of these teams yesterday, so let's glaze them up a little bit, shall we?
Shall we? Yeah. I mean, I think that for SK, it was definitely a closer encounter. I think that they were a little bit just finding solutions on the go. We were highlighting just in the match that we have now something that happened a lot yesterday as well, and it's those individual moments for SK were coming left, right, and center. But as SK as a whole was actually playing pretty well. As I was saying, there are some saving graces, but at the end of the day, it was a 2-0. I think that after that, they had that first map secured for them, and I think they weren't able to recover for the second one.
Yeah, it was a closer affair in the SK game than it was in the Jiex game, let's say that. Like, Jiex, I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do today because we didn't really get to see them play their game yesterday. You know, SK, arguably on paper, looking like they should just be the favorites in this matchup, but we also thought G2 was in the favorites in the last matchup, and look what just happened. They got
so what do we know, right?
We don't really know anything. Anything can happen. If some players are just having their best day ever, you never know what could happen. You don't know the result before the result comes.
That is so true. Put that on a t-shirt. There is something poetic about that as well. No, it's true though, right? It's like you never know. Player form on the day, that can just change. Now, unfortunately, both of these teams did not get the dub yesterday, but they can run it back. I love a good, salty, lower bracket run, you know, and I'm here for it. Let's talk about some individuals who are obviously trying to make this happen for their respective teams. I want to hone in on Jolina and Smurfette both here as we're watching some of their highlights, because Jolina, I mean, we know how much impact she can have, but she was kept in check by KC a lot yesterday. And Smurfette, same thing. I mean, the opposition knows what to expect with those two players on the server.
I mean, I have to say that, first of all, them being together last year on Jiex is going to make this head-to-head even more exciting than it is already with the stakes and one of these teams being out of the competition by the end of it. But speaking about individual performances, what we have seen from Jolina this year, swapping from the controller back into the duelist that she has always belonged to, but hasn't played in many years, I have to say that her performance overall has been amazing and an absolute pleasure to see. The confidence that she plays in, you can tell that she is just destined to be playing here. And on the other side, we have a Smurfette that has been a staple of the EMEA for a very long time. She has been, you know, one of the Turkish Jets, one of this highlights that we see time and time again. And this year, she's having a little bit more of a complicated time. I think also that yesterday she did have some moments of brilliance and some little moments here and there that you'd be like, oh, this is the Smurfette that I know. This is what I've seen in the past from her. But we do not see the same way that, for example, we see the teams like KC that we just saw, that's having the individual moments, individual rounds that bring you back into the game. That's what was missing from Jiex yesterday.
As well as that, it's just like the fact that this stage, both of those two that were just on your screen had the most kills and then the third most kills out of the stage so far. They played a whole bunch of Valorant. They played more maps than anyone. Jiex in particular, I think they have 600 rounds, which is like 50 rounds more, which is like almost, you know, 3 maps worth of rounds than any other team. So it goes to show that their games get really close. But the fact that you've also got Jolina leading the kills with 50 less rounds overall, that's a huge testament.
Absolutely. I actually had the pleasure of talking to Smurfette before her game today, so let's hear what she had to say. Smurfette from Jiex is now joining me for a quick word. Smurfette, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing fine. How are you?
Thank you, I'm doing great. Even better now that I get to sit down with you for a quick chat. You've always been such an explosive player, so much fun to watch and a significant contributor to your team's success. So I would assume that, you know, with all those high expectations people have when you're joining a server, that could add some pressure. Does that ever get to you in high stakes matches, or is it just extra motivation?
Pressure sometimes it gets, but when I start the game, it just goes away. And yeah, because like I've been competing for a while, so I'm just like used to it.
Right on. So it's just business as usual. Perhaps some advice for inexperienced players or less experienced players. How do you turn it around? Like if you ever have a slow start, how do you ensure to lock in?
I'm sorry, my God. Well, as a team, we're all connected to each other. When I have slow start, my teammates start to back me up, and like I'm the same for them. So like if someone is having a bad day, the other one is there for them. But yesterday, I guess we were all bad. We were all had a bad day, or I don't know. We were like robots, and we didn't really show a good performance, which we are really embarrassed by it. But we had a team talk, then like we grew up and we reset it afterwards, and we are here to play today.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have an off day, that just happens. But you're a competitor, you're here to win it all, and you're now in the lower bracket against SK Nebula. So you still are alive in this playoff bracket. So far, we've seen mostly older comps from you guys. You're still running a Neon as well. Can you walk us through the thought process behind those agents and comp picks?
Well, we had like we had the insane win rate on Icebox last year. With this comp, we were playing very good. But for this playoffs, we couldn't practice enough Icebox. We were like just doing defaults, stuff like that, not taking initiative, which we do all the time. So yesterday, what we showed wasn't good, and it wasn't about the comp at all. It was about us, to be honest. But we are always, me especially, I'm always open to try new things, and everyone else as well. But sometimes we are like trying to figure out the basics in the game and fundamentals. So we are like, instead of going for the crazy comps, we want to fix that first so we can build better things, you know, instead of like jumping on a different comp.
Yeah, I mean, why take the risk, right? If you just want to like have a solid foundation and build on that. You also have a lot of changes coming into this year. You have Nami and Eva joining the team. How has the team dynamic changed ever since the two of them joined?
Well, Nami is such a positive person, and she's so energetic, and like she's always there to like support us. And I don't understand how she has that much energy, to be honest. Like I swear, like she's really energetic. And then like Eva has like a lot of firepower as well. But we still couldn't get the synergy as a team, and like we're still trying to build it. And the performance we showed doesn't define how we are. We know we have the potential. Maybe there's like a lot of work to do, but it doesn't mean we're, you know, that bad.
I mean, you certainly are not. You're a top 4 team and you're not out yet. Giant had a strong finish last year. We hope to see the same again for this year. Smurfette, thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your match.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
I think that was so hilarious. As soon as you're asking, how do you lock in for a game like this? The cat's just literally running across the screen. So if that's a distraction that Smurfette has to deal with in games, oh, okay, maybe the score that we were looking at in that head-to-head makes a bit more sense. Maybe the cat was just a bit more active on the desk yesterday.
Yeah, no, the thing like with the cats, right? You get them to help you lock in. That's like practice, essentially. As many distractions as you can handle, and if you can handle the cats, then you can handle anything that happens in the game. But one thing she touched on there at the very end, like she did stress that it had nothing to do with the compositions. Which, yeah, of course, like it is about those individual mistakes, and you can exceed or succeed in any composition. But there's something to be said, an argument to be made that running very old comps on old maps can make you readable, Kukuka.
Yeah, I don't think it's only that it can make you readable. Of course, I assume that if your opponent picks onto a map and they're like, oh, they're just playing exactly what they were playing last year, or they're just playing the standard comp. The main idea is we know what to do against this. We know how to work around it. But in the 2 new maps that have entered the pool, which Jiex has already played both during this playoffs, we have seen, as I'm saying, what they were playing last year. And to me, then if it's not the comp, then the issue is even bigger, because what you're telling me is that you do not understand in 2025 the fundamentals of how, and the basics on how to play this maps and what is important in it. I think that for Jiex, with them keeping 3 players and just adding in a couple, I expected more from them, especially on this maps, especially with because, for example, if we look at a team like KC, right? You see players coming in together, only Glance staying in. I understand that you have to go to the drawing board and build from scratch, right? But in here, you should be just filling in the holes or creating a new strategy. And none of those things are happening.
Yeah, to touch on that as well, you know, the fact that I'm so keen to see some ascent between these teams, because I want to know if anyone's playing something crazy, something different, because the last time I was casting Valorant, there was one Ascent comp that everyone played, but there's been like 3 or 4 agents released since then, and I feel like maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope that we'll have some different agent compositions coming through if we even get Ascent. I don't know if we're gonna.
We'll find out soon. But first, I want to chat a little bit more about some of the individuals we get to see fragging out on this server. One of them who really stood out, win or loss, is Devasa. Let's gas her up.
Yeah, absolutely. She is Spanish, pride and joy here in the country. So no, I'm very happy to see. I love the fact that in SK we have so many like returning players that have been in the scene for such a long time and still have that passion, still have that hunger of becoming the best. And especially when the stakes are getting higher, and when you're playing against the best of the best in the region, we can understand the nerves getting to you, making some more extra mistakes. But I think that Devasa yesterday and also the previous day proved that she can hold down sides extremely well. She also knows exactly where to look and what to do on those retakes. And thinking about saving grace is a thing that is going to be one of the hurdles that, for example, Smurfette that we were mentioning has to get over to win this match.
Let's actually hear it from Devasa, as I got the chance to sit down with her prior to her match. Devasa from SK Nebula is joining me for a quick chat here. How are you doing, Devasa?
Hello, I'm super fine.
Super fine. I'd love to hear that. Let's chat about you and your journey, because you, Jade, and Cabot previously played on Odd One Out, and now you're with a new org, new coach, and of course you have Jolina and Purity joining as well. Did the 3 of you have to change the way you operate and play a lot in this new environment, or were you able to carry some of the processes from your previous team over into this one?
I think I've played with Jade like a long time. We've been in a lot of teams together, so we understand each other very well. And I think with Kavit is different. I just met her like on Not One Out, but I feel like we've changed a lot together. She has changed, and I think we understand each other like well. So,
what
yeah.
about you personally then? Did you have to like change a lot of your approach, or are you just still playing the same way you always have?
I mean, I've changed role even. Like on Not One Out, I started playing Flasher, and now I'm playing Sentinel. And so I've changed a lot of my understanding of the macro on the game and everything. But I think it's good to play 2 roles. Like you can learn a lot about it, and I think I'm much better today than on Not One Out probably.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly shows in the performance. You're being one of the final 4 teams in our playoffs, which is the highest place finish for not just the organization, but also for you personally. You're also the only Spanish representatives in the playoffs. What does that mean to you?
I think there's really good Spanish players, but this is sometimes not about how good you are, but about the opportunities you have. And I think like on the next split or maybe soon, there's gonna be more Spanish players with me. I trust.
I hear Kukuka cheering somewhere faint in the background for sure. Now, you guys are coming off of a tough 2-0 loss against KC just yesterday. What were the team's takeaways from that match? Is there anything that you were able to identify or work on in such a short turnaround, of course, heading into today's series?
Yeah, I think KC played really good Valorant yesterday, and I think we were lost a bit. Like, I know we can play really good Valorant also, but I think yesterday we were just not on the server. But I take it as something good. Like, I know we can play. I know we are gonna play this player. But yesterday it was a bad day. We didn't show it, but I believe we can show up and be better.
That's right. Just brush it off. It's an elimination match. Everything on the line. Devasa, thank you so much for joining us and best of luck in your match.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
She seems so chill.
She is.
Like, so chill.
She is. She definitely is. She has aura. I like it.
She got like
so many real statements.
Yeah, I just can't wait to see what she does on the server, because she seems like one of those quiet killers. You know what I mean? She's just so chill, doesn't really fire up, which is kind of weird because everyone I know who I've met from Spain before is usually more Kakuka-esque, very loud, very
whoa,
you know,
whoa,
emotional.
whoa.
Did I say that in a negative tone?
What have I done now? Why? You know, I'm behaving.
I swear that was a compliment. Don't fire me, please.
Yeah, no. It's this. You are the scale. Like from Kakuka to Devasa, where are you today? Like that's
that's
the Spanish
very
scale
so
I'm
true.
going with now.
I'm just always very excited for everything because I love my job. I like, you know, people think I'm a bit over the top.
Simple as that. You know? No, I'm right there with you. I'm also excited to see where these teams are going to take us. Ascend was on your wish list. Mac, what's on yours, Kakuka? What do you want to see?
Anything but Icebox. I would be down. Like, I know that these two teams do not like the fracture. I'd like to see that game of chicken. I would maybe the Ascent is also on my wish list, because I want to know, because to me, as the way I'm looking at this matchup is, in my head, SK should win, right? So I need Giant X to prove to me they still have it. They are still the Giant X, or very relatable to the team that we sent to Game Changers Championship last year, that they still have it, and that what happened against G2 was something, it was just having a bad day and not a necessity to have a very important conversation.
Look, on this topic as well,
we have them ready.
If they're ready, I can do a little bit of insight here. So
Yeah, do.
I don't think we're going to get Ascent. I was hoping we would, but SK banned it yesterday. And that's because they've changed up their insta-ban from Fracture, which both these teams had. Jiex still banning Fracture means that SK don't even need to worry about that. So they are actually going to be banning Ascent. I think they're swapping to that as their new insta-ban. So we're going to get a potentially full different map pool, especially to the last series. We've got Pearl getting picked first, which, as you know, can generally be quite dangerous. I'm more interested in the fact that SK's gone on the defense here. That's a bit odd for Pearl.
I mean, I have to say I really like this. I think that there is some context that needs to be given here. So for this veto, because as I was saying, both of these teams, they do not like the fracture. And the funny thing is that during the group stage, Giant X, because of being invited by Riot, had the higher seed. And they decided to be Team B. So they forced SK to ban the fracture. And I think, and I am convinced, that this time around it's happened the other way. Because of the result that SK had in the group stage, being above Giant X, they get the higher seed. They decided to be Team B to force them to ban the fracture and then just decide, you know, where they were going to play. Because otherwise, like, if they don't ban it, God knows what it could have happened. And seeing Pearl, I like it because they played it against each other in the time that they played in groups, and it was a pretty comfortable win for Giant X, like a 13-4, 13-5. Like we're on that line. I remember like Sarah having some amazing moments, them running like the double sentinel, and also this is the only team that SK has lost to in Pearl this year. So it's an exciting one. I think that today is all about revenge, and I love that we get Pearl to hit things off with.
We do love a good revenge story. This is also the map that Giant X won against G2 in week 1. So yeah, interesting to see what they have in store for us. Yeah, they're both running pretty much the same comps they've been running throughout the group stage on this map.
Yeah, and SK is starting on the defense just with a single Senti, going for the double initiator again, and Giant X on the attack with the double sentinel. You better be expecting a large amount of lurking going on here. This one, as you mentioned, was like the map where we saw Giant X go a bit more one-sided up against SK. But then if we are going to talk about the last time these two teams went up against each other, on Haven and Abyss, it was both double OTs. You literally had to go to double OT to separate these two teams, which is a little bit crazy, but it just goes to show that it's pretty much anyone's game. I'm excited to see what happens today.
I'm not missing Abyss, not in the slightest. Again, for me today is SK, are you as good as I think you are? You know, like I think that this year might be your year for these players that have been trying for such a long time. And for Giant X, you need to prove it to me. You need to prove it to the people that support you, that have been by your side, that you still have it, and that against you two, you just had a bad day.
I just hope for an evenly matched one, as yesterday's matches were a little bit more on the one-sided affair. So this is it for both of these teams. On the brink of elimination, 1 foot out of the door already. So let's make this a close one and one to remember. And embarking with us on a hopefully 3-map series, we do have Haza and Kyra on the mic.
Yeah, thanks guys. Look, I know Kyra and myself don't necessarily have the best record when it comes to taking you to decider maps, but we'll see what kind of magic we can rustle up today.
Oh, mate, this is such a good one as well. And it's exactly like Kukuka said. It's whether SK can actually be the team that we think that they actually are, or whether Jiex have that same form from last year. 2 top teams and an elimination match as well for top 3. There's nothing more you could ask for.
That's exactly what it's all about. Giant X wanting to secure their seat at the crown end of the Queen's table after making the last 3 lower finals and their first GCC appearance in their debut year since forming. With the presence of new playoff challengers this year, though, the pressure is up, but history does continue to favour that Turkish old guard.
Yeah, I mean, has a first time in Game Changers, already top of the pops for SK Gaming. 3rd versus 4th from groups. Now it's about the real 3rd place on the line and a spot in that lower final versus G2 Gozen.
I mean, I don't think we were expecting to see them there, but as we know, it's a brave new world in Game Changers with this first stage already underway as Giant X look to pick up where they left off, same side of Pearl that they dominated last time, the 1 mark on SK's flawless record so far on Pearl. The attack beginning with a little trade of utility towards A main, but now mid is where they head.
Got to be careful here. 1 and done angle potentially. Play Astra Purity. But gets 2! It's not even 1 and done. Devasa comes in as well. Spike down. Jiex left scratching her head after that engagement.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, somehow Purity's able to get the 2-for-1 deal, and then Devilasa's just the salt in the wound. Cabot able to win what is quite a cagey fight with Sarah. Both teams winning the defender side pistol round last time out here, and SK Nebula have a chance to do it flawlessly. Nami, the new IGL into the side this stage, 1 versus 5. She can't stand up and be counted this time. It is SK taking the pistol convincingly.
It's a flawless round as well, has fantastic stuff as well. Sarah, I mean, just can't win out against Cabot, but for me, it's that Shorty on towards double doors, like, does so well.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I think you'd have to go back and look, but versus unarmored opponents at that kind of range, there's always a chance. And GX not getting a single round on the board is going to sting. But with a little bit of context from that last game as well, it's when the SK players were getting ran down and isolated, like we saw Cabot in the previous round, the problems started to pop up. GX actually won the 2nd round after losing the pistol last time. So these are kind of things we've got to look out for, and already eyes towards Jade in Art solo.
Getting information already dropping back. You can see SK, what they're looking to set up with, giving away that mid space, looking towards the extremities. I mean, the fact that you've got Julina so deep towards B long indicates that, well, it's got to be either mid or towards that A side. They would have heard the steps from site or the A site.
Ooh. This is interesting too. GX have managed to bypass the shear wall that's placed down the alley. Oh no. Oh, it's gone up and it's locked out the spike on Ever's back. So a little bit of time bought for the defenders, as they are still very well set up to contain this. And I mean, backside control towards A, also imperative. Not quite sure where GX are snaking this one towards yet, but yeah, it is postured towards the right-hand side of the map, and they are option-stricken so far. Maybe a flank, something of the sort, but need to come up with big results.
Popping that vice wall, it has baited SK into rotation, meaning leaving that site a little bit free. Nami out of nowhere, but Spike not committed, not down just yet. Purity had a chance, but it's fleeting. A 2v3 to try and clutch up, and it's not looking good, not at all. Julina has to try and come in, Outlaw in hand. It's not the perfect weaponry, but it'll have to do for the time being. terms of picking things up, there's not much in terms of upgrades for Jolina to work at close range. The players are close behind, and yeah, as it comes up on your screen, the pay safe card thrifty round as Jiex completely go around SK's setup.
It's a double whammy. It's a Red Bull clutch as well, I guess, right? 2 versus 1. You can throw all the banners on it you like, because it's happened again, Cairo. I said it might, but, you know, tempt fate, and here we are. Nice wraparound in that 2 versus 1 from Jiex, and scary signs for SK Nebula. You felt like they were doing all the right things, extremity control, but as I say before, spread a little bit thin, this defense, and that is where Giant X are going to punish you.
You can see the wall has been changed from B lane now to B main. To give that information in terms of if it is going to be a straight execute. Again, the proactivity from SK though, looking quite good. Straight in towards mid, they clear it all out, and they position themselves for a potential flank late on. Jiex in the meantime though, they've got rid of that Vice wall.
Yeah, I'm liking this proactivity from them too. Good looks. Jade gonna go down, unfortunately, but I think she's a player alongside Cabot we have to be talking about. Double initiator on the defender's side. Those prowlers so imperative at clearing out the mid space. Something which Jiex were good at doing in the previous fixture was putting that pressure on towards B-Long where there was a bit of a deficit and then re-executing towards the site. They didn't fail to take it once, but there is a stack of 4 players waiting for them this time, and that could be the difference maker.
Smokes are starting to go up and with the utility going in. There's plenty of delay. That Teho doing so well. Jolina getting the first here. Devasa as well. It's not going to happen. Not once more. Another thrifty round to come through. The pay safe card thrifty. SK Nebula bounce straight back.
Yeah, again, they're money's worth, man. I mean, these early rounds traded so quickly. It's insane. I think SK here, they make a bit of a gamble, right? They rotate the players over. Jade dying so deep towards spawn. Again, past that Vice wall. And Devasa, put under the microscope, excels brilliantly in that position. So much utility that Jiex are walking into as well, and with barely any to initiate themselves. Into a brick wall. And from what we know today already, running into any kind of wall is not a good idea. Especially not a blue one.
Yeah. I mean, running into the utility. Smurfette though, straight on the mark. Only rifle which Jiex really have to work with. Upgrades now being picked up by Eva. It's looking good as a start. You do have to keep in the back of your mind with Nami being so low and how Jolina being so deep. Information being gained by SK again with that proactivity. No TP now though.
Yeah, in position. Next TP does come back up. Deeper line just by the pillar. That's where she'll end up. But not before she gets to squeeze the trigger. It's just 1 kill. Eva finding that. There's a bit of a vacuum now towards B. Jiex able to reset quite nicely. And the rotation is laboured for SK. These Vines have done a brilliant job to stall out. But Devasa still needs to come up with the goods as SK is second-guessing this.
Well, the salvos again to delay once more. It's becoming a real issue that Jiex aren't considering or getting caught out by Devasa, finding herself in towards a little pocket to work with. But it's Purity who does most of the work after that kill. SK make it 3 after what looked like a tricky round.
Similar signs, more contact play from Jiex in terms of how they're taking these engagements together. And SK, having clearly done their homework from the previous game, as I said, they won the pistol round, lost the follow-up conversion, the anti-eco, and from that point onwards, it was one-way traffic. Jiex were able to win the map 13-5. Defender's side already resounding the response, and you have the Cosmic Divide available early doors here as well, should you need it coming into a retake.
First engagements here, with obviously the Arc Rose being used, you've got to be looking towards mid. See if that Vice does get caught out. B lane being used has been pretty passive in general from SK here. Would rather give that up, play towards the other parts of the map, and well, Jiex, they know they have to get rid of that, trying to use the Euro clone as the fake out.
Smurfette's been really good at using this fake out to break that wall as well. indestructible utility unless you commit to position, but Jiex backtracking from the B space and getting ready to group for what looks like an A split. As we know, Nami the caller, but Ness so pivotal in this mid-round. As the Vice player, will have the Arc Rose to just reconfirm what the space looks like, as Smurfette is also throwing the Dimensional Drift at this and getting decent value.
Decent value. I mean, the whole A site is completely free. Obviously, investment in utility, make sure it is completely free. And on top of that, you have a Nightfall to set you up as well as a Cosmic Divide. I mean, all in all, Jiex have everything they need to hold on to the site once they get this spike down.
Even if you were to invest the Cosmic Divide now, there are such strong positions to try and play from. Coming in on either which way, Nightfall onto the site. Jade unaffected. Fade gets her first, trades back, and now all of a sudden it's Jiex in the driver's seat. Jade, unrelenting, keeps stepping forwards as SK try and make their way into this retake. What a flick from Smurfette, but it's down to the 1 versus 1. Noses to the grindstone, we finally arrived. Sarah on the other side. IGL last year beaten out by the captain of the ship this time. Jade commandeering SK with a 4K into their 4th round win.
Yeah, I think, I mean, coming into that 1 versus 1 Red Bull clutch, potentially you could call it, but all in all, I mean, Jade getting 4 in the round just shows you how pivotal and clutch she is for the team. I mean, SK get themselves stuck in a real mess with the ultimates that were coming through, a bit of a label, fights that were coming in. You see, like, it's one player peeking, then a little bit late on the second swing. All in all, I mean, Jiex having to invest, what, 2 ultimates off the back of that and not getting the win, brings out the timeout coming through.
It's a brilliant individual round from Jade as well. Someone who I want to mention early doors here as well, because as much as we talk of this being a revenge story for Jiex, and even Sarah there in that 1v1 saying the outcome will be different this time around, the personal history for the Scot is that she has a map record of 2-7 against this Jiex side since it was created last year, with all the different rosters that she's been in control of. So now having the chance to build this project with SK and having notched that first win, those first 2 map wins, it's looking like good signs. But when you see playoff games like the one yesterday, it has you a little bit worried if they can keep up that kind of performance in the high pressure matches when they need to.
Yeah, I think for me as well, like just off the back of the timeout, in terms of what like Jiex are getting caught out by, obviously SK need to be proactive, right? Double initiator, plenty of clearing utility through like the Fade and the Teho, as well as the Arc Rose if you want to even talk about that. So I think Jiex need to be able to try and like catch out this or stop the early rotations coming through, because the retakes, I mean, they're not stopping that either. There's a lot of issues here that need to be spoken about. In terms of what's different, I mean, Sarah being left towards the extremity of B and Jiex working as a 4 in this A main.
Purity still entertaining this duel after bullets traded both ways a number of occasions, but you raise a valid point. Jiex need info across the map, and in terms of that leadership structure, you've got a few vocal pieces. Sarah IGLing last year, Ness, of course, with that utility to initiate in the middle of the map. It is Sarah that's been left here, and Jade with an opportunity to claw one back, but that's now the opening call for Jiex for them to assault the A site. It's been well held so far. Smurfette does find a quick gap, but Jade able to plug it with no problems. Nightfall coming in just to reinforce the information on the main player. It is Ness that gets caught in between her and Sarah. They've got to try and find a way to win out this player down.
A little bit of a spending investment, bringing that Nightfall out and losing Ness. Oh, sorry, Ness finding Jade. I mean, this is going to prove to be a decent investment as well as coming through out of nowhere. Another pace save card, Thrifty.
Yeah, I don't believe it, man. It feels like some of these duels are so disjointed, and as much as that can play against Giant Eggs, it's the exact same to be said for SK Nebula. I mean, in terms of this one, Purity may be slightly overcommitting to that first fight. I think Jade does a brilliant job to bail her out. And then you can see the supportive utility from Jolina, trying to activate her teammate Devasa with the blind side, but it just ever so slightly missed the window. I think skimmed across the ground like a pebble and fell on deaf ears in the end. So Jiex converting from that position. The next round just as important as the last. I don't think you can really write off any of these.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as well, pushing forward, Jolina trying to get that extra utility. Now Jiex, because they've been playing that default, they've heard that the Euro's up so far, wondering whether if they can get out and re-clear it. You've seen it being called back. And with that being said, with the Euro disappearing now, TPing away, I mean, if Jiex start to get more and more spaces, that A side is looking more clear. I mean, this default is starting to gain success.
Yeah, if you're Jiex right now, you're definitely going to go have a look, reinvestigate A main. Purity, shotgun in hand. Where have we seen this story before? A battle to break out in the alley. But Jiex don't want to go in bare knuckle. They're just regrouping, recalibrating the forces. Another split site take towards A is prepared. This time a little heavier on the main side.
Another thing to think about is the bodies that SK have on the lines here. Armageddon and more delay coming through from JieX's takes. Because they're playing this default, they're the ones getting caught out. SK had more deep information towards B long. It's an easy gamble towards this side as the players come in. The rifles activate and the Sheriffs don't get the same impact they did last time. It should be easy enough for Jiex to try and convert this one, and it certainly is. Only Smurfette being lost on the Jiex side.
And you're asking too much for Devasa to recover from that situation. Now, a couple ults available for both teams coming into the next, but in terms of this round, Jiex do a good job to clear out the back of site in the end. It's a position which has been so valuable for both of these teams with the way that they play their compositions. You have a lot of stall. You even see there towards the late stage Cabot throwing that special delivery, the stun right at the mouth of the choke with the vines, thinking that would be enough to stop it in its tracks. I find it surprising Jiex are defaulting on so many rounds. You kind of have to against this comp, but it's a complete deviation from what we saw last time around when they were so direct.
This dude was catching them out. And with Jade finding out Ness, that's another piece to the puzzle that post plan would look so good, right? Providing more issues, Purity again, finding another repause after that first fight, and more players coming in to reinforce. Jiex still playing it slow.
I'll handle this. Here. But once Smurfette puts the mask on, it's a different game entirely. Clearing out the smoke, Purity noted down to just a speck of HP. Barely anywhere left to look, but somehow the issue is dealt with. It was just Smurfette. Zero follow-up with rifles in hand, taken away, stripped back by the Steel Garden, and the follow-up falling flat. Finally, Jiex start to resound this round with some sort of a response, but we're into crunch time yet again. 35 seconds and no move made out the mouth of the site. It's Devasa to batten down the hatches yet again. A batch of kills coming out from her. 5 rounds now shipped by SK.
I feel as if it's death by 1,000 cuts for Jiex, and it's not necessarily SK doing it, it's themselves by being laboured, by taking it slow, and then allowing SK to be proactive on other sides of the map. They're essentially hindering themselves, right? And what SK are doing is getting more bodies on the line, flooding out, and essentially putting themselves in a position, right, that they're not going to allow Jiex to have the perfect post plan, like you would if it was a double Sentinel comp.
SK's high priority on A main does continue. This time, Jolina supported by Cabot. TPing away quickly and in position for the B push. That's if Jiex want to call it in. They've looked hesitant so far to make these executions happen.
Look how deep this drone's got without anyone stopping it as well. Like, Jiex are investigating this solo. This could be a very big 1 versus 1 here between Nami and Cabot.
If Cabot wants to hang around long enough for it. She knows that now with the minute mark crossed, Jiex will be finding themselves in position to make an execute happen as Jolina was just checking towards B. Sarah didn't get spotted. As I say before, this slow-paced double Sentinel attack side does rely on its openers. And now that Ness has made the first incision towards Art, Jiex will be calling in the execute.
I mean, we still have the Tejo salvos to be used depending on where the players come in from next, but the rifles have to be up and ready. Devasa is having a game of it, like that, just stopping everything. The late luck from Sarah is coming in to pick up the pieces, but it's like shards of glass dripping through the fingers. Jiex allow SK to find 6, and it'll be at least even on the half.
10 seconds
Yeah,
left.
these lurk timings so far haven't really drawn as much value as you would hope. That second layer from Sarah is more like when you're trying to peel an onion and the first time you thought that you got the bad bit off that you can't eat, and you've got to go ahead and do it a second time, you know? It's not quite there, it's not quite there. It needs a little more refinement. Brilliant work from Devasa on the site defense though. I don't know how many times we're going to be screaming her name throughout this series, but I think this pivot onto the Vice has looked really good from someone who we usually expect to see on the Cypher.
I mean, this is the thing though, right? Playing a comp like with the Tejo and like an information up to go like alongside it, an information agent to go alongside it. I think like the Vice is such a nice like agent to have, right? What you're able to do then, provide flashes. Jolina though, flashes of their own here. Coming through, they double up with a flash, but Jolina can't quite capitalise. And Smurfette able to get one back. Oh, well, one in the front. Yeah, that's a dimensional drift offline as well here for SK. They won't get a chance to use that in the round for like any sort of late clears that they like to do.
So just cloak and daggers though, Cairo. As the Cosmic Dividers come in, Jiex held at arm's length again, and Devasa has snuffed that out entirely. Sarah, big opener. Again, it's the Sentinels contacting into space and delivering with big kills. As the A site has been downed, the anchor gone. Purity does come back into the retake with the Cosmic Divide, but Jiex have numbers. The issue is they're stationed all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, again, these salvos still there to try and deny any sort of spike plants. Look, there you go, the utility being used. SK trying to buy as much time to get the majority of their forces here to deny when that comes down to that spike plant.
And as I say, Jiex aren't even on spot yet, and all 3 players have rotated from SK, so they're in position to deal damage if needed. 20 seconds on the clock with the spike plant deducted. It's a jump over the top from Cabot. Leaps and bounds, but just can't quite find the kill. And so 1v5 for Devasa, as good as she's been, you're asking too much here. And Jiex can plot another round on their course back into this attack side.
Yeah, you can still see the hesitancy that's coming through from Jiex when they're hitting Sentinel utility and then to follow up the table as well. But on top of that, I think like Jiex do a really good job of finding these opening picks. And I think if you're the coach coming in here, Kreia, I think the first thing that you'd be saying is, look, guys, try and stop giving them that chance to take one back, right? Because that's essential utility that we can be using for coming back in or for stalling out, especially when you look at the ultimate economy and what SK have to finish out this half.
I completely agree with you. It's a great point that you raised. The mid-round, I think, is just so important, especially on this map. And you've already seen SK trying to engage with that in terms of the early pressure that they're putting on. Jolina, not with the best game so far in terms of numbers, but her impact's certainly been felt. Cabot right beside her, if we're speaking to that metric in terms of what is being provided. And yeah, Kreia, I think, just needs to add a cool head here in the mix. As much as we talk about coaches and the growth that we've seen from SK, for example, and Smart 7 there in his playing career, Kreia coming from one of his own at the very start of Valorant and having been with Mandatory since 2022, first time that he's now the head coach of a project. And one of the qualities you always want from someone in that position is your man management and being able to get the most out of your players in these kind of situations. And having someone who's lived that definitely helps. Now into the next, SK do have ults to play around with, so that is one thing that they'll be looking to try and do here.
I like this, proactive, or being aggressive in the early stages and trying to deny ultimate orbs for Jiex getting their own online, right? You're looking at that Steel Garden and Dimensional Drift as potential, potential ultimates to even out the ultimate economy, and SK doing their best to try and deny that.
The thing too, it is an eco, so try and take your chances when you get them. And honestly, with how slow the attack speed has been for this Jiex side, if you can hurl a couple of ults towards the late round, maybe you've got half a chance at stealing something away. But in terms of kills right now, it's smash and grab towards Art. Every single time SK put a player there, they're just getting snatched away. The A main fight unrelenting in the face of Jiex, but it's just pressure put on, no follow-up, and actually Devasa winning a kill in the middle of the map does change the direction of this round.
Just to note, Hazza, Steel Garden is one of SK's ultimates. If that goes off in the post plant and a Jiex have players that are caught, that will even out the weaponry. Yeah. But now Sarah looking to try and take an advantage, take that Steel Garden offline and misses the chance.
Well ahead of the curve, other side of the wall, still unaccounted for. Jolina able to rattle one off. It's a belting shot from the Sheriff. Just as the Steel Garden comes out in time, Devasa left to a minimal amount of HP once the decay has done its work though. And a 1 versus 3, which she is outmatched within. Jiex bringing this back to the difference of just 1 round in the opening 11 with the 12th. The chance for them to tie up the scoreline.
It's big. I mean, you can see what SK are trying to do, but again, it's this transition from the A site to the B site. Trying to like stop the retake. I mean, Sarah being ahead, that luck getting so much value is absolutely massive. But 3 chances SK have had now to get like that advantage for the next half. And missing out on it, I think, would be a big loss because they've played a really good defensive half.
Definitely. Starting to see a much more structured Jiex as well, with all of the issues they've had in terms of leadership, play style. You want it to click here before you go into that game against G2, and already a bit of a pace change looking to come through as the Steel Garden was invested, but again, SK have so much utility to just stop them at the gate, and they've done exactly that and bought a rotation.
Players are still trying to knock their fist against the door, seeing if anybody will open up, and well, I think Cabot has done exactly just that though. The entry kill coming through, and now Jiex looking to compound the advantage they initially got. It just seems to get better and better, and it's coming through individual isolated fights.
That reveal towards backside was massive. Purity, couple of kills, lending a last gasp opportunity to Devasa. She's walked into many 1vx's, but never walked away. This is her chance. Not going to get it. Sarah shut down immediately, and that's all she wrote for the first half, 6-6.
Yeah, proactivity from SK has Jiex shown exactly what that post plant looks like for double sentinel. But when we go to the second half, we'll see how that changes and what it looks like.
Last player standing. To see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh. Life's not always VIP. Rooftop parties, yachts on the sea. You gotta push further. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you.
Into the second half now of this first map, a repeat of the opener the last time that these teams played each other in groups. The difference being it's Jiex's selection now, so this defender's side is that much more important as we continue onwards. The track record has benefited the defenders so far though, and that's where they'll be looking to pick things up where they left off. 3 rounds to the good towards the end of the last half.
SK got a lot of information through being proactive. Jiex get it through just having their utility down. That's the other thing to note here when we get into it. I mean, in terms of looking at defaults, SK need to be careful and identify exactly where the Sentinel utility is going to be. That stealth drone will be a real thorn in the side for Jiex if they let it go off and suppress one of those Sentinels.
Jiex already fighting A main, where SK planted their feet on many of the rounds previous. So with the Haunt behind the Nebula, you'd think they're in position to call a rotation. It is double sack Sentinel utility, so no reason to get too worried as Cabot's gonna get clipped away at her ankles on the way back out of the vines. The re-engage goes no better. Sarah to find that fight, and Nami following it up brilliantly. Supporting the site, SK full, Jiex in position and gunning them down for number 7.
Again, like you're seeing like the utility stall that comes through from the Vise, that Thorn's doing so well, and as they try to explode out, Nami's position here to just get 2, give an advantage to GX to which they can trade down from, is absolutely spot on. Advantage now in terms of the buy, looking at the anti-eco. What does SK prioritize in terms of maybe ultimate orbs, maybe trying to find information in this round, and take a mental note of what they're going to do in future rounds because of that?
GX with both pistols under their belt. Question is, do we have another second round conversion? You'd think it unlikely, and with the way that SK are going towards this A site, the odds continue to skew against them. Some of these setups that GX can place are so nasty. Nami peeking in front of it, wants a little bit more with the Ghost. It's 2 more kills for her to pick up, and the trade is barely an upgrade as far as Cabot's concerned.
That's absolutely unbelievable, mate. Taking your chance, playing together as a team. Only 1 pistol, as you said. It's gone off the board, and Purity now looking to try and do as much damage, but it's only 1 Bulldog off the floater. I mean, Smurfette's going to trade that for the Marshall, so all in all, it's not that much damage when you look at it.
Really strong potential bonus for GX, the bonus round which they were able to win out last time. But again, you call on history as much as you like. If it was that easy, then GX would already be in the lower final, of which they have attended numerously, every single time possible since the team joined Game Changers. They're trying to shake things up. A main is where they'll go again.
Yeah, and again though, like the difference between the 2 teams in terms of their defensive setups was GX were looking towards mid there and looking to try and maybe look at a fight, but after having that A main pressure, they immediately drop off, looking to reinforce the A side of the map. At the same time though, SK, they've just planted a seed, waiting to see if Jolina can grow that into an opportunity later in the round. As SK look elsewhere, create pressure points, and see how they move GX around the map.
Great player to deposit the Yoru. Insert in A main. Further orbs taken towards Jade's Nightfall, but not yet in a position to invest neither side with any kind of X factor. It's the salvos that get sent the direction of A. They break a singular vine. It's about as far as it goes. Jolina looking for info, but her own flash actually prevents any of that from circulating back to SK. And now they find themselves in a sticky situation. 30 seconds and making one final dash towards the B site.
I mean, it's a final dash, but there's not a lot of players here. It's just trying to get by the 2 anchors here for SK.
They're coming right out the choke with only 3 players of their own, as you say. So SK strip back a little bit, and now GX in position to shut them down. It's Cabot to find the first instead, clearing out the backhalls. Now SK have something to rely upon. An elbow with a weapon recovered on the GX side. It's just the 1 Vandal. Bulldog back in the hands of Smurfette. Redistribution of the rifles. But Jade finding that single kill back, puts it in a 4v2, and this shouldn't be recoverable. Shouldn't be. Those are the operative words in the sentence, as Eva's already made her mark, but Jolina has hers as well. Another double, and that's SK with the first on the board for this attack side now.
I love like when I see players using the floor flash as well, because you've got to look somewhere, right? And that floor flash always 9 times out of 10 catches players off guard. Again, though, SK doing well to trade their way down. I think the key point for me here is we're already seeing a difference like between the 2 teams and how they're like using Jolina to try and bait the Vise utility out, and how the tail is being used to break the Thorns as well. Another thing to kind of keep a note of, and how that interaction works between the 2 teams.
Jiex again combining both the Astra and Fade utility, global presence for Nami.
Here.
Waving her wand across the map worldwide.
Bring them down.
And with the Cosmic Divide available as well, so that's a tool later on, should it be required. And in terms of utility early on, I mean, Eva spent all of hers, so just waiting for that Haunt to come back up. Not really going to have too many tools to stop this A push from coming in, other than just those Thorns, but we already know how effective those can be.
Oh. This A split, as it's starting to come through though, I mean, you are walking into the Viper's nest. The fact that all those GX players just sitting at the backside waiting to play that retake. I mean, they've got the Cosmic Divide to retake as well, so I mean, well, GX can essentially like let go of the site, let the spike go down and just come straight back in. SK need to be careful.
They've already done a great job at closing that gap. Jolina fighting in front, but going down first. Purity and Jade in support. It's Jade at the double. Once again, the captain can stand up and be counted. From the backlines, Devasa has things held down between this duo, who for the last couple of years has spent time on several rosters. It's in the safest pair of hands you could ask for in the server as far as SK is concerned. That's the scoreline tied up as the attack side has been set in motion.
I mean, both now going towards that 8-8. This is going to be really defining stuff. I mean, both have won 2 rounds each, but the big thing for me, and the big thing that's going to be the difference, is the economy, right? Because now, if GX start to like lose rounds, for every rifle round SK win, usually it would mean they're going to convert the anti-eco. Hello, this is Game Changers. We've seen the GC Sheriff, man. Like, at the same time, I had to bring it out. We had to talk about it. Already, the pay safe cards, drifties that we've seen come through, whether you like it or not, is mental.
Who's put you up to this? Who in the community's got you to bring out the old classic? Oh, it's the GC Sheriff, everyone. How do you like... Oh no. I was like, how do you like that GC Sheriff? And then Eva just shut me up real quick. Hey, it's not my place. Not my place to talk on it, I guess.
Definitely not, but I tell you what, it's Sarah's time to talk in the round. Look how far up that she's got from A main, and now like GX, they're starting to gamble towards this B side, and the GC Sheriff once again pops up in the kill feed.
I mean, forget the Sheriff. We've got a Vandal in Sarah's hands now. She's been able to recover it, and as much as the observers will like to tease me with a picture of that 800 credit gun, it is the rifle in her hands that is just so venomous. Sheriffs again! Oh, if I speak, it's just doomed to happen. 3 versus 1 for Jolina. She gets no further than the first. Thrifty, pay safe card, GC Sheriff, say what you like. It is GX putting themselves back in front.
I mean, Haz, I'm going to ask you what you're having for your dinner tonight. Is it a calf? Is it one of those like little round like thingy hats, the fishing hats? Because I'll tell you what, mate, you are eating your hat tonight. That's absolutely insane. You're trying to go against the GC Sheriff, and it's come out straight away.
Get the flipping Sheriff on the floor as well. Yeah, I mean, just as quickly as I wanted to... Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, mate, like, it's the fastest caster curse that I've seen in a long time, by the way.
No, it did activate pretty damn quick, but SK not waiting a moment to press the timeout button themselves. And I just wanted to say as well, like, I was about to mention that I think their story is really important to, you know, stress as it is here, because the majority of these players spent most of last year outside of the main event, scrapping away in contenders, the core of this team. And you look at a team like KC, for example, on the other side, and the contenders effect, we speak about it a lot in those sort of promotion games. Given time to build and do a little bit of soul searching, you know, projects can gain some serious steam. And I know KC have made player changes, and it's the same for SK here, bringing in someone like Jolina, for example, but look, they're on a good trajectory, and it's rounds like that that can break your back.
I mean, that's it. I like the timeout coming from Korea. Obviously, we've talked about it playing Korea. We'd understand the emotions of the players and how they felt coming out of that one. I mean, it's a pretty tilting round to lose. Smurfette, though, here has to take a step back, can't engage, can't TP because of the stealth drone.
Prowler goes in. Won't set off the wall, though, so Jade's got to go on her tippy toes. And as it does go up, it's forced Jiex to respond to this just a little bit. Ever slotting into position through connector. Still just keeping an eye on both sides. Has the arc rows and the spy cam to work with towards Art.
Handle this.
And that's going to be a real key piece of Cypher utility in just a moment, because as Jolina is clearing out B, trying to cause a bit of a fake, Jiex have not fallen for this whatsoever, and the Nightfall will confirm it.
Massive stuff. Purity needs to win that engagement and main. Seda trading out, in fact going one better. Can she get more? Of course she can! A 3 versus 2 from which to recover, and Jolina is in the back lines. Has already been noted. The spike denied, the round denied, and SK Gaming have fallen to their own setup.
I mean, look, we speak about experience so much. It's a term that gets thrown around often, but it's moments like this when you really need to be counting upon it. The protocols from Jiex to retake that main space, Sarah supporting the rest of her team, breaking one of the arms of the split is so huge. And as much as Jiex have been critiqued at times for sitting a little bit fundamental and some of their comps not being too interesting, this one has some legs, and I'm really enjoying how they've paired that up with the micro that they've got. Now in a strong position with double digits up against, well, the Sheriffs.
Listen, it can happen. We've already seen it. Although it's a bit harder
it's
for the
darker.
attack.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I need to stop talking, man. I'm just going to zip it. Like, you can have this round. It's yours, bro.
Thank you very much, mate. Because the point I was trying to make was a bit harder on the attack. I mean, Jiex were able to do it because when they got into post, the double sentinels were at the best position. But as for SK, the qualities of their comp is going and clearing, going and taking extra space. So those headshots need to count here.
Certainly do.
I'm wondering right now though, are SK going to try and feed the orbs to Devasa, try and get that Steel Garden online and give her like a spike plan? It's a nice idea if you're thinking about like that post plan, how it can maybe go SK's way.
Yeah, you could, but you've got to get into the site first, and it's Sarah that you're up against. Little window. Jade able to use it to her advantage, sees, just slightly misses the position of the Sentinel, but Jade follows it up brilliantly. Second kill for her in the round. That's the Nightfall, a different ult which they could try and use to push this position. It's Devasa that goes flying forwards, but she is left solo. So the Sheriff of Jade needs to connect, and when it is put under a microscope, it can't. So number 11 for Jiex has them back to winning ways on their own map pick.
I mean, this is an attempt, right? This is one of the attempts of all time for Jolina. I like the idea, right? Try and be cheeky, get a slap in the face for it. It's unfortunate the way it happens, but as for Jiex now, hitting 11, they're starting to knock on the door of the finishing line. They can see it within sight. They just can't let SK back into it. And again, I know, I'm sorry to highlight it, but it is the ultimate cycle that will probably decide this coming into the last couple rounds.
I'll find you.
Wholeheartedly agree. SK had been good before at their Armageddon usage, typically tailoring it towards Art to clear out that space. It's through mid that they'll go, but it's a different avenue that they elect for. Steel Garden coming in from the defense, a stun on the way out for Jade. But still they can retain this control. There is little threat right now for SK to post their feet up right in the middle of the map, up the guts.
Face your fear!
Oh no, Smurfette.
Where'd you
stuck
go?
between a rock and a hard place, and as you see, where do you go? Ness can't even get out, had no information. I mean, apart from looking at the map and Purity's late luck is denied through the Vice Wall, through the Sheer. Nami looking to try and get more and just can't quite do it. And now the last two remaining trying to get out from the CT, out from Heaven. But unfortunately, SK with a great combination of their own ultimates will put them over the line, bringing them one step closer.
It's a brilliant use of the ults from them in this round, and that's what the timeout would have been leading towards, you feel. in terms of what they could combine.
It's just a Nightfall, sorry, like it's taken away Ness's like audio obviously, but she's not checked exactly where the Armageddon was, and when she's trying to run out, she's running to it. It's just a bit unfortunate. Jiex now that upper hand in terms of ultimates, but the most important thing, Smurfette on that operator will be able to get long lines of sight and provide to be essentially another anchor to work with, gaining that information for the defense, which they can gamble upon, except this time it's through shops. There is an arc rose to clear this spot out for SK. Doesn't hit Smurfette.
Yeah, she walks the line brilliantly. Draws one in the sand and dares SK to cross it. Such a feast or famine player at times. Second highest first death per round, but the return that you get from her,
yeah,
absolutely huge, and it's a great way to start with Devasa off the board.
I think that like the key thing that's made this defense work so well is how they're switching up the utility on the defense for the Sentinels. This time though, the wall, the shear's been caught, so now like you're seeing the Euro having to watch towards that lane position, but all the action is happening on site.
Yeah, it's such a heavy investment of player numbers elsewhere though, so Nami has been sold down the river here just a little bit, but at the same time, SK takes so much of their own to go ahead and execute. Nami, she's walked across your screen! How does Jade get away with that? Absolute bloody murder, if you ask me. 4v3, and while the flank is something that SK should be thinking about without their vice player, they want to go ahead and fight this one forwards. It's into Ever that they go, and it's ill-advised because it's left Ness in a position to capitalize. Map point on their pick for Jiex. Pearl is just one round away.
I mean, it's such a really hard round to lose out. You think they've done so well in taking the site after the delay that we saw coming through from the Vise utility, especially after SK losing the initial pick. Smurfette doing so well there, Nami letting, almost selling the jerseys, right? But Eva and Ness combining there in the end, 2 picks each. Sensational stuff, and as you say, we're on round number 12, but you're looking at the economy for Jiex and what it looks like in the next few rounds. If you lose here, you could be on a really bad economy cycle that might end up favouring SK. A big swing round to try and decide this map.
3 chances to force an overtime here. Said before, I mean, this map pool is pretty good for both teams. It's by the time you get to the latter end in Icebox that things seem all the more scary for SK, considering GX's record. And they do take that loss against G2, but that's a G2 which have never failed to win a Stage 1 appearance. So I think you can sort of write that one off just a little bit for now. In the lower final, but as you say, they are heading into the operator. The jaws of the shark themselves, Smurfette.
The only thing with taking this backside position would be that, I mean, we've seen it so many times with the utility. Jiex now tailoring how they're going to try and retake by placing themselves towards CT. Nice Nightfall invested to buy extra space for SK in this post plan.
Great use of the ult to get up in the grill, and Smurfette is going to exchange the favor. Already clearing out a lot of these positions, but Jiex are retaking from spawn, and they're only just rotating in.
Hazard, but when it comes to picks, it's went all JieX's way. SK trying to fight back, but he just can't do it. When Jiex look down, they've been able to fight back time and time again. That shows you the experience that they have on the roster, as they are able to win out their own map pick.
While Jiex may not have performed to their own expectations in stages gone by, it's almost settled that you find them towards a lower final. So the response that we get from them early doors on this map against SK was exactly what you were looking for, and more of the same kind of issues for this team, which in making their first playoff push with the organization have a lot more hurdles to cross if they want to get us towards that deciding map. But in terms of Pearl, I mean, the individuals were performing. We just need that team to claw back together now.
Yeah, I think for me as well, like SK, they showed promise. It's an improvement on the last time in which they played it right. But again, there's these thrifties that came through from both teams. And the fact that like you're allowing that to happen when you have the weaponry advantage is going to be a big loss, and it is going to like ruin your mental at times, right? But the economy state, when you're in such a driving seat that we saw SK get to quite a couple of times, that's going to allow Jiex back into this map. And a few times Jiex found himself at a disadvantage. Like SK will probably rue the day, like 3 rounds in advantage on that defense, almost breaking the attacker's economy. Then they let their opponents back in. I mean, stuff like that. It looked as if SK had a good read on GX's setup, but they just didn't capitalise upon it.
No, and as you say, some of those back-breaking rounds can make all the difference. As we say, into the harder matches, it does sometimes feel like the floor falls out from beneath these SK sides in terms of their coordination, the micro that they usually excel at, this being another Jade-led project with all the pieces picked up, hand-selected by herself. You have to remember the track record as well, and that lack of wins beyond the knockout stage, that first set of rounds that we've not really seen from her since the Ascend days. So that's what we're trying to build towards here. And even with some of those more experienced heads coming into the team, like Jolina with a new role, given more freedom to try and excel, something that she'd been looking for a really long time, and how good that had even been with Jiex not having calling duties last year against her former team. It doesn't seem to be coming together right now. So really strong start for Giant X in this series, on their own map as was needed, but plenty more yet to come, of course. We're going to throw it over to a short break. When we return, we'll have that second map and all of the analysis waiting for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I won't waste another
Back and forth to start us off here. Jiex winning their map pick, but SK certainly made them work for this one. Zoe here alongside Kakuka and Mac. And guys, SK seem to be in the driver's seat many a times, stringing rounds together, but then small mistakes allow Giant X to get back into it and then actually run away with it. Kakuka A side through it all was quite the hot spot in the first half, and I gotta be very real with you. I struggled, okay? I struggled following the madness.
I think
and everything that went down. It was the utility bonanza.
Yeah, I think that like every week or every 2 weeks, we have a pro player or someone from the community highlighting how difficult sometimes it is nowadays watching Valorant because of the amount of utility that we can see onto places. Also, the amount of thrifties that we had throughout this game. 3 for the side of Giant X that, of course, helped them getting back on the board. And I think that overall, it was an exhausting map to be part of for both of the teams. And continuing with the series, we saw a very, very close-up rounds, very clutch moments also for the side of SK. I think that Jade had a brilliant performance in those moments, but at the end, we could see the exhaustion getting to them because of how prepared, how difficult these rounds were getting in the middle of it.
Yeah, you could see as well that, like, what, 3 out of 5 post plants converted. The fact that, you know, if those 3 thrifties weren't lost by SK as well, that would have made things so much easier for them. But the fact that they managed to lose 3, I think 2 of them were in the first half, 1 was in the second half. It was just chaos everywhere. But yeah, the fact that they were able to keep it close gives me a lot of confidence moving into the next couple of maps. And they also had to start on the hard side, which was that defense side. And yeah, that first half, we were laughing. It was just too much going on that A side. It was mayhem.
Let's try to make it make sense, right? As we're looking back at some of those rounds on A, ups and downs, utility everywhere. Kukuka, break it down for me. Who came out on top?
I think that we saw like round after round after round where we were seeing Giant X trying to execute onto this A side. As we're saying, right, there is a lot of utility. When the ultimates came into play, it was absolute madness. You cannot hear, you cannot see, the only thing that you can go off is somebody has to peek. The important thing is like using when we see this this double Astra ult is being smart enough to understand that how you can exploit this situation, how to put in the bodies, how to play with the time also when you're on the attacker. And then Jade just has a 4K and closes out the round. But again, time after time on this A site with all the ultimates, not only the Astra walls, also the Tejo one, creating this kind of madness, this kind of chaos, also followed up by brilliant performances. And we can tell that these two teams know what is at stake, know that it's an elimination matchup, because even in these situations where everything looks to be against Giant X, Ness and Sarah are able to close out runs like this with all the pressure. Look at all the utility that's still on to play, and they managed to just run out of those thrifties that we were mentioning, get back into the game.
I like how both teams were trying to utilize the Astra Fade combo, right? Like, you have to hold on to that haunt until the moment where you really want to go, and just to get that extra information, especially in that first situation on the A site where we saw the Cosmics just stacked on top of each other. There's just that little pizza slice where you have to dip your head into occasionally to get some kind of information. That's when that Fade utility is just that much more impactful. But again, yeah, that is the mayhem. That is the chaos of Valorant, and why we all love it, why some people hate it. I'm not a hater here. You know, there's just so much going down, and then that Teo utility is just being thrown in the mix too. The extra circles on the ground, the spears,
it's too much happening at the same time. It's just so too much. Like even like going on the execute, also on B. I know that we don't have any B-roll of that, but we could see like Nami trying to stronghold onto the side, and there's like 30 things thrown at her, but then the entirety of SK is stopped just by some Vice utility, and you're like, oh my god, I do not want to be in there. And I think that by the end of the match, that was like prevalent. Like even like the fights when they were happening onto sites, we would see players like not shooting at the enemy because there's a Euro clone and you get it mixed. Then Nami shoots at Yolina when she's trying to do that fake with the Euro, and I'm like, oh my god, like I'm getting tired just watching it. Can you imagine playing it? Like my brain is fried.
I think
it is a lot. It is a lot.
The one other thing that
even amidst this chaos.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that one other thing before we start to move the conversation forward as well is the stealth drone was getting some crazy information in that first half. So I was really enjoying the Teo pick until it started to not kind of work in that second half.
Yeah, it works until it doesn't work anymore, right? Such is the story.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, so a lot of chaos, a lot of stuff happening, but some things that are just very consistent are pop-off performances from players like Devasa. We highlighted her heading into this match, and she showed us why, being a top fragger on the server for the entirety of the first half, but then Sarah from Giant X kind of yoinked that crown off of her head in the second one.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that we were speaking about how Sarah had that extra support from Ness, then playing that double sentinel when I think that this was a perfect example of, yes, they need some stopping force. We can understand why. But I think that Devasa stepped up to that challenge so well. Her individual performance, we were highlighting even before going into the match today, and really, really stepped up and actually made this a very close encounter.
Yeah, they both played so bloody well, but yeah, it's just on the defense, right? And that's the difference when you see that double sentinel come through. It just ends up having that extra bit of effectiveness, especially on a map where you really need to have everything sorted, because that's a long rotation on Pearl from the A site to the B site. And I thought that's why the Teo was going to work well, but it seemed to be the Sentis that ended up doing so much work in that second half. Everyone on that defense, I think it's what Ness and Sarah both getting 10 kills apiece there in that second half, and that is what won Giant X, the game.
Well, SK have to bring it back now on their map pick. We're heading to Lotus. What do we want to see from them? Because both of them have played it quite a bunch, actually. They're in the groups. Giant X, a lot less successful. They're 1-3 currently on Lotus, so I don't know how they're feeling heading into this. Both of them have been utilizing pretty much the same comms during all of those matches, though.
Yeah, I think that for me, I'm gonna bring back something that we also discussed in the pre-match, and I want to see Smurfette the way that we saw her right now, because yesterday there were some moments against G2, even with everything that was going down and how well G2 was playing the map, that I think she really stepped up, and I think she needs to exploit a little bit of an uncharacteristic performance that we're seeing from Jolina, going, I believe, like 0-3 in those opening duels just here on Pearl. I think that especially like looking at that head-to-head and what we're expecting from both of the teams, that's what I'm looking at.
Right, Agent Select is ready, so let's see what they're rocking up with. If we're seeing any changes, it does not look like it.
Yeah,
no?
Doesn't look like anyone's bringing in anything new, but personally, I'm a bigger fan of the walls coming through for SK. You know, bringing in the double controller. I feel like that, as well as the the flash coming through with Jolina there, and then also the info gathering from Teo. I feel like that gives them a whole lot of ways to break through the smokes, break through the walls, and it leaves them open to some very good aggressive plays on the defense, which is what I really like when it comes to Lotus.
And for the side of Giant X, I am looking at Eva. I think that especially like playing from that fade when we're speaking about that double controller on the other side, that in my opinion, I also like a bit more. I want to see how smart she is with her utility and the impact that she can have in the game.
This is match point for Giant X. All or nothing for SK Nebula. Can they keep themselves alive and continue their journey through the lower bracket? Well, let's find out. Haza and Caro, take it away.
Thanks, guys. Look, the old versus the new as far as the compositions are concerned. And while this one might be SK Nebula's pick, you've got to remember Jiex, just how fundamentally sound they are. I think it's going to be a question of, can they play up to that level? Do they have what it takes to deliver on a map which their win rate doesn't get you crazy excited about? Or are Jiex going to hijack this one and steal the series away 2-0 for themselves?
I mean, that is the big thing. Are they going to be able to hijack it? Because right now, they had such an emotional match in that first one, right? You've got to be considering how far it went, the rounds that they lost, they would have been upset with, right? Then coming into this one, are GX now, with their experience, going to be able to reset? Lotus is such an important map, and it is something which SK will be happy that they're going to now.
Definitely, but still not a banker as far as anyone would be concerned. You've got to fight for the right to get to that lower final. And as you can see here, SK Nebula 1-1, Giant X 1-3, making for a 50% and 25% win ratio respectively. And just thinking back to that last map as well for SK Nebula, I think utility management is going to be really, really important coming into some of these early retakes.
Yeah, I think something that SK struggled with that we highlighted on the last map was that rotation of utility from the Sentinels, but already a brawl happening in B main, and it's Jiex that come out the better of it.
Purity looking down C Mound, you've got Devasa on the other side with the wall in support, but the toxins, very quickly the fumes will flood away, and she falls as a result. Nesta follow up, and Jade, already with 1 foot in the grave, takes that step over the threshold as the spike plant comes in on A. It's a retake, and you know, look, Purity does have the utility if you want to go that far, but she doesn't have any teammates.
Yeah, has a shield, has a sheriff, but has absolutely no chance in hell for this one, respectfully. Purity, good in their own right, but this one, you're probably looking towards the next. But just to finish up the point earlier, like, SK won't have to try and deal with like multiple Sentinels, it's just the one of the KJ, right? I think as well this last round here that the B main fight not going SK's way isn't even the worst part about this round. All remaining 3 players are all across the map, so it's not even like you can go and look for an isolated pick to somehow get the numbers back on your board. Like Jiex strike a dagger into the heart of SK's defensive setup and then just decide to drive it further by isolating every single player from then on forth. Very well played by Jiex. They're going for more of that FPX by 3 rifles, 2 pistols to try and get their economy on board. But 5 players here from SK.
It's a trap which Jiex will need to diligently dissuade. But hearing that TP from Purity, you know, okay, we've got to invest a little bit more utility towards Rubble. Let's just give it up. Why not? Look towards C instead. You know that SK do like to be proactive on the map, so only hearing a bit of noise there. Let's go look elsewhere. And yeah, while we have the time, I think it's important to mention as well that sure, SK around down, defender's side not going to be the easiest place to start on Lotus. One of the benefits they do have is the fact that they are on a boot camp right now. So you talk of those emotions, being able to reset, find yourself in a better position. The in-person element does certainly help that. Sarah could very quickly be caught. Well, that isn't necessarily a way into the round for SK. You do have to take her down first, and pushing the nano's not the way to do it. Purity, the next to fall to her death.
Oh, it's a crunch.
How many more can Sarah get here?
I mean, the question is, yeah, but like, how much time has she bought for everyone else now to get into position? Now, this is a little bit worrying because as SK fight back in, they're doing as much damage as possible. Spike only just planted, and there's an upgrade to be had, a Phantom. Now, GX need to play together here, or if both players catch Ava off guard, this could be a disaster.
Ava's had been able to do a little bit of damage on the way back through, but the rifle is recovered, as you say. It's a Vandal in the hands of Devasa coming back into this, and she is flanking from upper.
I mean, breach utility being held, try to create a trap once the contact's taken. Yeah, they're not even thinking about having. There's another rifle gone, and well, Ness is able to get that last player and get GX the round. It's only that Vandal that gets into the next one, so it is expensive nonetheless. I mean, this fight on Tessera is unlucky because Jade had just come off her own breach utility to try and catch players off guard. It doesn't work out. But like, I like this from SK. Like, they just stay as a unit, try and kind of death ball their way through the round. And again, they do the damage that they're looking for.
You could see what GX was trying to do as well in terms of supporting Sarah and actually engaging in that fight grass rather than giving it up entirely and moving straight into post. But just the one rifle that makes it through, now supported by the 2 purchases that came from the 2 players that were on pistols. So back-to-back buys of similarity, that's where you draw the parallel. Jolina trying to hold the line early. Paola's not going to really do much to take her off it, so a couple of stray bullets sent, but nothing which connects. It's Cabot instead.
Yeah, you just thought for a second Cabot's going to get caught off guard. Immediately though, after the fight, you look at SK, they're giving it up. We don't want anything to do with this. Hot potato, throw it the other way, give it to GX, and see what happens. They are being pulled back across with the tap of the door, but at the same time, Sarah has the ultimate timing, going under Purity's gun, under her nose, and finding herself back sight.
Question is, does she clear this? Does she go the full 9 yards? Purity could very well spot Sarah on the edge of her screen, but she won't. Key Jewel, one out by the Sentinel, and the C site recovered. So a path paved for Jiex back into this round. Nami was the only site denial, so with that, they have to worry about all these angles coming back in.
The Lamppost now, the one that Devasa was playing around, and the utility spot on from the breach. But you look at the stun, you look at the utility coming back through the delay that SK are able to buy. In fact, I think they maybe even bought the round. The only thing is, though, they've left a gap in the defense towards the B side, which Ava has pocketed herself into. Cabot catches the last rotate, and now it's up to Ness in a 1 versus 1 on the site, and can't quite grab it. Cabot converts, and at least it's one back in the round conversation.
Dude, that's such a cagey round. Your heart's in your mouth. It's knives out. Anyone's best guess as to the mystery of who wins that round. This was brilliant from Sarah, just to find that lurk timing, the little bit of space. Bit of frustration on Purity as she was shocked by that one. I thought we'd seen some great mid-rounding here, but then Eva not expecting that additional rotation. Cabot cleaning up. But still, decent damage done by Jiex, and they've got more guns here, and even the Outlaw to try and punish that through Smurfette.
Yeah, I think we saw what the... we saw some of the Challengers players start this thing where they buy the Outlaw when there's a couple of... or there's a little bit of low economy, right? Start to like switch it out, bring out the AWP, bring out the Outlaw, swing that through.
Yeah, I mean, for a team that has a few Turkish players, you are talking about comeback from BBL Pacific.
Course, yeah.
The difference with his Neon for a start is that the guy's just going to run it down and throw it in your face, whereas Smurfette, I think, in terms of her agent pool and duel list, we've not really seen as much of the raise from her, I think, so far. I mean, she was playing the Yoru on the previous map, and that kind of leans into the whole Teho conversation as well, as Jolina's going to win out in that head-to-head.
I mean, that's the thing though, Jolina didn't take any sort of damage at all there. I think maybe like a straight bullet or whatever, but I mean, the fact that the Outlaw hasn't hit, I mean, allows Jolina so much life in this next round. And I mean, the agency that she'll be able to have now, holding on to angles as well. That's the other thing to consider. A clean duel 1, and now onto the B site we look.
In the same way that taking away a pistol in the previous round doesn't make a whole lot of difference. With Smurfette off the board, you've still got 4 rifles behind this. The execute coming in now. Eva able to find one over on A. That leaves Cabot in 2 minds. They don't know where to go, and neither does Jade. Out on the platform, she's plucked off. Numbers now in favor of Jiex, and they're going to keep rolling with the punches. It's Sarah fighting the good fight on the front lines, and that puts them a couple of rounds in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, for Jade here, it's like 1 foot on the site, 1 foot in the grave, trying to play through the utility, etc. Isn't the best thing either, and I think it was their own Teho utility as well, which upset that. Maybe the communication or the setup wasn't right, but now the defender's economy is in tatters. Another eco round, which SK have to try and fight back from. They were only able to get 1 pay safeguard Thrifty in the last map. You just need to see what they can do in this one. A Stinger is the only exception to those pistols.
It's a quick set piece. Orchestrated opening from SK. The expected reaction is for this A execute to follow through, and Jiex create a bit of noise behind this smoke. But they're hesitant, and they have reason to this time around. I think a couple of times on Pearl, they look like a deer in headlights. But with the ults that they've got up against the pistols, you need that kind of safety net. We know what these Sheriffs can do.
Yeah, I like
not been given the room to exercise that right this time around.
I mean, you just take a breath, right? Take a touch, make sure that everything is coming through at the right times. And the engagements that SK want to take aren't going to find the value. Again, like that's perfect from Jiex. That's how like the anti-ecos should be played. And again, we talked about it before. You highlighted it. The experience on that roster coming through at the perfect time.
in these big pressure moments, as I say before, like it's such a common narrative, but it really does apply here when you're looking at Jiex fielding a team which between them have appeared at so many of these main events, right? You're talking someone like Smurfette, for example, who has 5 finals appearances, only 1 win, albeit since 2022, but there's that history there between her and Ness. This has been a project that's been around some of its parts for a very long time, whereas SK just don't have that kind of track record in playoff stages. I mean, the statistic as it is would be that sort of the last time that we actually saw Jade and Devasa together win a playoff match beyond that first knockout round that we sort of just saw a couple days ago was in October 2023 with Odd One Out against Rebels Velvet. So, you know, it's been some time.
I know, whenever I hear like 2023, I was like, oh, that's only last year. I feel so old, like, you know what I mean? But I understand what you're saying. It is a long time. It starts to get, like, not necessarily get worrying, but you get to this point where, like, it becomes like that, like, curse, right? It starts to become worse and worse for you. But I think with having the backing of SK, this is the perfect team to try and break that curse. Smurfette trying to break the C site, or break into it, I should say. Showstopper just sitting on the back. Whether they want to use it or not is another question entirely. That space on the C site, not taken just yet. The entry pick certainly has.
Got to ask Jolina for permission if you want C-site access, and well, Jiex have somewhat attained that through Smurfette and the use of the showstopper. The spike isn't over there just yet, and there are other players in position that need to be accounted for. Checked out by Jade. 2 kills, make it a 3rd. Out of main, it's a quad from Jade. And as I said before, with her tenured time in these main events, if there was a player you were to look towards to make the difference, it would be her.
Yeah, I mean, you have to rely upon your leader within the team sometimes just to come out and pull you out a hole. I mean, we saw the timeout come through from SK, right? These shots are absolutely sublime. As clean as it could possibly be.
You're talking about someone who used to be a duelist. I mean, this is only, what, the first year or so of her actually committing to being an IGL. So, hey, put her in those kind of scenarios and she can excel. Purity now, a moment of her own to try and hold the line, and she's done a brilliant job at a satcheling Smurfette. Follow-up won't fall for her. Opposite number, Nami, able to get one back. With the paranoia expended, that is grass control for Jiex.
Oh, it's just delaying players going further. SK had identified the B luck that's happened the past couple of rounds, but with that door being opened, the Rolling Thunder is vested as well as the Armageddon. It's getting expensive, but at least SK are capitalising off the back of it, and with Ness all alone, SK double up that with a second round. Sorry, make that 3.
Yeah, that's it, right? And
Maths
SK
isn't my strong
will
point.
get their ROI. Those ults have their value. As we saw them do on Pearl, I think they've been very good at combining these at the right time. And something that you do credit this team for, with the history that these players have between one another, whether it was Odd One Out, Ascend, you know, Rebels, anything like that, Jade right at the middle of it, there is micro. Like, they can play off one another in those kinds of positions. And they're starting to look a bit comfortable doing it as well. Jolina with some finesse brought to the table.
That's lovely stuff. At the same time though, it does go quiet for a bit. The steps now starting to be heard towards the B side after opening that door. And SK just haven't really moved. You've got that Omen deep towards A. Why should you be baited out? And with the Viper's Pit invested, Jiex are almost pushed back into a corner. I mean, you've only really got one site to hit, and they've still not went back to A. All the information right now is in SK's corner.
Face your fear!
Fully re-cleared, Nightfall coming in, but the one snake bite should be enough to slow this one down. Nami has skipped past it. Devasa wasn't looking, and the Terror Trail has her caught. Nami able to claim the first kill back into the site, but the rotation is already set in motion. The cavalry waiting to arrive. Purity holding things down solo as it stands, working a double shift from Bend.
enemy
But it's
remaining.
more than enough to buy them the time, and on the
30
way back
seconds.
out,
Spike
they're going to
dropped.
catch one more kill for good measure. Her chance to make it another quad. And she will take it without hesitation.
I mean, yeah, that from the start though, this round was spot on, right? You see the Omen like being so deep on towards A after the setup that Jolina gets, then they push Jiex into a corner without Jiex realising it, with that Viper's Pit being down. And then the shots from Purity are absolutely spot on. And you can see, like we were talking about it, the vibe's going to be good coming from map 1 into map 2. And it looks as if SK aren't feeling the pressure just yet. A timeout from GX though, as they certainly are.
That's exactly what you've got to do, right? Put those building blocks in place, start to get the energy going. And the same can be said for Giant X now into this timeout. A 60-second break in play. Chance for Asuka to get involved. Someone who has been very vocal in terms of his vision for this project and what they want that leadership to look like. And I think the new pickup Nami plays into that perfectly, talking about this, right? He said that she fits the system most in terms of leading and also her personality outside of the game, creating the correct environment for her players and being more supportive in those difficult moments, which is a characteristic I think goes often overlooked in esports, in Game Changers especially, when you're just looking at the big numbers, right? A player like Nami, who's been there, done that, led teams like NASA in the past, now on GX, looking for another top 3 finish.
Jolina, again, just providing the things that GX need to think about. Cabot, spot on.
Zone down.
It's a great way to start off the round as
I like
GX.
Like, you tap the door, you set someone else up to take the peek. I mean, it's easy. Sierra's been caught out here. That's the only rifle.
You say caught out. Purity actually hung that TP towards the edge and is not afraid to show the shoulder. Neither is Jade to take the fight right through the belly of the beast. GX cut to pieces in this round. And Cabot trading that stun for the paranoia is one that you're happy to make. Nice fight towards Mound, taken by the defenders. Even further pressure alleviated. And they've got Jolina waiting with this operator to shut down the A play as well. So wherever GX go, they are compromised. Nami has the spike, but cannot save them now. That's the lead for SK Nebula.
What else can you say about like the way SK are now starting to, like, I guess, settle into this half? Right,
yeah.
like
handle the threats.
Yeah, and that's a great way to put it. They are handling the threats. Like, they're setting each other up and they're playing with a little bit of like serenity. Right, it doesn't look as if they're making rash decisions. Like in that first round, I'm not saying that the B main push was rash, but it certainly was aggressive. Right, and that's what got them caught out. Now GX are the ones getting caught out, like through different picks. SK playing each other up. Looks as if maybe like it was maybe a communications issue, and that's like they're now starting to get the right information to each other.
As much as SK have evolved, GX themselves, the reality check coming for them in GCC last year, heading into the off-season, rather than a contenders stage. They have top quality players. And this attack side so far has almost been anything but. It's a little here and there. SK have done well. Jolina through the middle right now at the heart of this defense as Devasa has to be a little bit careful in how she plays towards C. There's extremity control elsewhere. Sarah treading lightly in how she approaches it though.
You can see already Jolina setting up a TP, so was thinking about maybe that initial fight coming through.
And Sarah's position hasn't really been a tell so far. She's sort of hanging towards that side of the map, but doesn't mean they'll commit there. And to be honest, we've not really seen it happen so far. Smurfette finding that kill on B does open things up a lot more and forces Devasa to make a decision. She drops back towards Waterfall. That gives the gap. Nami able to spot the cross, but SK are flooding into the site, but before this retake's even going to happen,
Yeah, as they try and get onto the site, it's the rifles in which you have to rely upon, the mechanical ability, and as you say, with time getting low, still winning out the fights. Purity's tried to come in through the door, through C-Mate, but everything's set up in the perfect place, and Purity once again has to try and solve an impossible issue. 2 players towards one side, and 1 towards where you're not looking. Jiex, I mean, they just overpower SK in the end.
And able to very quickly manufacture that position as well. Let's see this one. I mean, Jolina, not quite in a position to pull the trigger, and you can see the frustration.
Yeah.
I mean, as good as it is being on land, sometimes I have to say it's a bit tilting when the person next to you is sort of like,
of course,
stressed out mid-round. But
yeah,
I mean, this is the position that you're put in, and Jiex, in those scenarios, you see even from the 3v1, they're never going to lose that because you're already setting up for contact and so quickly finding yourself in a position for success, as is Jolina.
I think that was the first time we'd seen Jolina lose an opening duel as well. I mean, doesn't quite get it there. Shot missed. Movement error. There can't be any errors when hitting this B site. You look at that breach stun and the trap being ready to be played into. Instead it ends up being stalled and not quite a capitalization off the end of it.
Yeah, quick 180 for Smurfette. Satchel goes out, but she isn't. Devasa is advanced towards Mound. Converging towards main. The fights are taken with Cabot. The point woman on the excursion. And the spear tip that skewers Jiex. It's flawless from SK. The penultimate round of the half going their way and setting them up to deal what could be quite the damaging blow on their map pick.
Do you know what, mate? That round was just absolutely gorgeous to watch. Just from like the get-go, right? And on the fact that like on top of that, you're seeing SK move as a unit. They're trying to attack from every avenue. Jiex under pressure. Like they're trying to get out, but when they get out, they're moving into another player. They're not quite setting themselves up for fights. And well, we spoke so much about Jiex's experience and how good it was. It's not ended up being. It's not ended up affecting the decision making, right? Now that Jolina set up once again. This time though, the smoke goes down and hasn't allowed that first fight.
I mean, even from her own teammate, Devasa, putting up a blocker with the toxic screen, and Cabot trying to use the stealth drone through that, quite cheeky, but no information garnered. Jolina will remain towards A for now, though.
There's also a judge at Cabot's feet, by the way, if Jiex do try to go back through that hover door earlier point in the round.
And what Jiex will try to do is get some orb control for themselves, and while they failed there, they'll now be heading towards C. I mean, 3 players, 2 or less ultimate points away, as Jolina, using one of her own, has spotted Nami. Not going to attempt that one, though. Jade does. How she hit that?
God knows. I think it was like even through a wall as well, so that shows you. And now, I mean, Jiex feeling themselves forced to try and attack this C site where 3 players are waiting.
It's Jolina's up right at the mouth of it. Double damage. Purity says thank you very much. And, well, the TP is 1 step backwards. SK are about to take 2 steps forwards, 2 rounds forwards at the end of the half. A flawless finish yet again, as they will lock in the score 7-5.
I don't know what else there is to say about it. I mean, the fact it's back-to-back flawless rounds from SK. I mean, you look towards the next half, though. Are they going to be able to put Jiex under pressure like they did on this defense? It's been spot on so far.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you.
just for you.
You know I'm in control. I got this, your love, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control.
So into the second half. It's just 6 rounds that separate SK from sending us to a decider with a lower final spot on the line tomorrow against G2 Gozen, EMEA's best, or at least so you'd think for a stage 1. It's an opportunity that neither team wants to miss, as Jiex will go to this defender's side now without the recuperation of rounds that they were hoping.
The one thing I'll say has it, GX's defense is much better. It's much worse than their attack.
Capping, brother.
No, I was literally just correcting myself. I made a mistake. Okay. Come on now. GX's defense is worse than their attack, which is a bit tough to look at. Now though, SK moving straight in towards the C site.
There's an extension from SK into the site, the very way that your nose extends when you tell lies, Cairo, and it's exactly why. SK making the attack side look good so far, but ever is the stabilization that GX required. Still trailing by a player, but there is one lurking around on the C site. It is Jolina though, and she's done plenty of damage already. Ness should be out without a chance, and it's actually Devasa that will bail out her teammate. 8-5, and it will be another kiss round for SK.
Well, Cabot at the same time was on a little bit of a roundabout tour of the map. They got towards the seaside, saw that there was that the players there, decided, you know what, I've seen the space that we're getting from Devasa, I'm going to go towards that side of the map. So in the meantime, there was always a chance that SK were going to be in a good spot as Devasa moved into that lock position. But you're already seeing the quick reactions which SK will have on their attack side.
GX and pistols. They couldn't, could they? In terms of the setup, this drone
have not cleared her.
Everything. It's not cleared the corner. So if Emma's overlooked, that's a chance for at least one, and she'll take it. Jade is missing from the round, and so is Purity. No smokes to take the site other than that toxic screen, and while it will divide the angles so far as stairs is concerned, you've got Ness in the corner that could still be a problem.
Wants to try and go back to get this.
Oh, this is nice.
Nah, crossfire. I mean, you're going to get a free pick there. There's the corner without Sarah getting a chance at dipping in. GX went one to every lane, one to every site, making sure they had information all across the map if SK defaulted. But as we said before, something we wanted to see from SK was them play a lot slower when they're in these eco rounds. We've seen them a few times get caught off guard by these pistol rounds. They're not out of the woods just yet as they move to B.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, far from it. They're walking into the Wolf's Den. There are 3 players here queuing up for their chance, and while one shot will land, Smurfette is the next.
There's no
Sarah
way.
right by her side.
Time.
Could it really happen again? As you say, 15 seconds. Jolina's got to get a move on. This Outlaw has 2 bullets, and with 2 players in front, nothing less than perfection required. Smurfette stops it dead in their tracks. Another thrifty round. They only had class 6!
I can't believe we've seen another pay safe card thrifty, and as you said, it was only classics. But this no longer becomes an issue from Peril. This becomes an issue that has come and affected SK a few times now, map to map. I mean, rounds like this, allowing your opponent's economy to bounce straight back. I mean, we'll keep tabs on it as we move through this half, but this is essentially letting your opponents back into this rather than building up your attack side economy and rescinding the defense economy to nothing.
Yeah, by the time we get to that rifle round, it becomes a huge swing round and a chance for GX to tie things up. I mean, unheard of almost.
It's SK, they're the makers of their own doom at the minute.
Masters of their own destiny. That's the life of the lower bracket run. And with fate in their hands, sight set on C. Sarah, the guardian of it. First line of defense. Guardian gets to make it 3 through the corner of the wall, and while Purity has managed to close the gap and slip the net, just one for now. No upgrade yet picked up by her. Second smoke comes online. Chance to just reinforce this space, and Ness is scared of that prospect. She drops back, and that allows the spike inside. At least it did. That flag closes up pretty damn quick, man.
Yeah, and the Guardian was the rogue buy from what the rest of the team had, right? So realistically, as we've already seen, it's just going to be 5 rifles on the board, ready to go. I like that we are seeing Smurfette bringing out the Outlaw on these equal buys. It's not giving SK something to work with on the attack, or giving them something difficult to work with, right? It's hard to get an Outlaw into these duels, less advantageous than a rifle. At the same time, though, you're talking about that swing round. Here we are. If Jiex are able to win this, we go all even. And on top of that, you're breaking the attack side by.
An opportunity to take the lead even, but for now we don't get too far ahead of ourselves. Oh, for just a moment it looked like Nami was caught off guard. Sarah had her back, but she's the first player to fall. Smurfette trading out in effect on the other side of the map, reduces SK to this left-hand side, and as Jolina gets yet another kill in isolation, it's B that Jiex should be worried about. Or at least it's caught their attention, because C is where the execution comes in off the back of that ult now available.
Yeah, I mean, pulling players across, they move into the space. A double up towards CT is that we're starting to clear this out.
Yeah.
I mean, now SK, they're forcing Jiex to use their utility to clear close. Instead, though, Nightfall invested.
From Eva, and it just means this horn could be even more value. Comes around the corner. Jade has crossed over towards Waterfall, but it's gone.
Oh no.
Jiex caught with a split decision. Cabot in the clutch. Up against Nami. One bullet, all that was required for her, and she'll land it. A pivotal shot to separate the teams. SK needed that round so badly, and it lands.
Yeah, I mean, as well though, when the the initial fight here is nice. It's a response after the paranoia used early doors by Jiex, but it's this last bit, the retake, right, that's so important. You see Smurfette just miss the nade and force Jiex to move forward so that they don't get caught out on that little bit of damage that would come through there. And on top of that, the Nightfall, and the fact that SK are able to fight through that is monumental.
Oh, pushing up towards C, 3 players.
Devasa
put in the hot seat, and she will melt away from the round. That's the wall lost on this A push. You're just down to Purity smokes, of which she's already used both. They start to make their way, and it's Cabot on the front lines once again, leading the charge into A, but it's into the open arms of Sarah as well. Paranoia coming through from stairs unsupported. She'll fall. The Sentinel at the back of sight. With the Armageddon online, it's a chance to slow down the pace and settle this spike plant.
Yeah, the Armageddon used to buy time, but Jiex are already by it. They're going through stairs.
Yeah, it's opened up the space as well. Nami follows it on, and with that, Jade's the player that has to peek through and make the difference. She can't this time. It's not going to be enough. Jiex close up the gap yet again. Number 8 means they're just 1 away.
You can tell this is a match for the top 3, putting everything on the line, and such a perfectly called round from Jiex, right? Because at the very start, they isolate Devasa and force a reaction from SK onto the A side. We spoke about it before, about the quick reactions that SK have, but when they react to the KJ setup, and it's just so spot on from that point, because you're playing from an advantage. Sarah gets 1, and if they get traded out, that's fine, because you've still got an advantage as Jiex, and you can already see how Jiex are manipulating the way that SK want to play this map. Now, moving into the next round, there's ultimates to work with, and the big one being the Killjoy lockdown for any retakes needed.
It is the illusion of autonomy, as you say. Jiex just trying to corral SK right where they want them, and it's in the center of the map that they will go. The flash not quite able to catch Nami on the fadeaway. First found from the Phantom. But Sarah, the player who is in most distress right now, but still unperturbed by the situation. She has the support of a smoker coming in, captain of Nami by her side. Jade gets 1 towards upper to try and pave the way for SK. A should be the expectation right now if you're the defense, especially with that lockdown coming through, but all of the players have managed to get past it. But not quite Devasa.
And that's the worst thing. That was the upgrade, the rifle, which SK had to work with. Now they go looking for something else, and the showstopper to come back in.
Player standing.
Another story of Sheriff to save them in the hands of Jade, but she will loosen her grip. Forcefully put by the showstopper of Smurfette, sending her team to a 9th round, tying up the score. It's the equalizer. And I have to say, this second half has been very much dictated by the defenders so far, and that continues, although I think a plant for SK, considering the circumstances, is probably a best case.
Yeah, I think for me as well, like the difference right now, or like the key differences, it was already highlighted from the last map, but like I think especially now as well, this half especially, like the eco rounds won versus the anti-eco rounds won, right? If you compare it between the two teams, because Jiex right there, they look as if like they're just so much in control of these eco rounds, whereas when you look at, the anti-eco rounds, when you look at SK in the anti-eco rounds, they look as if they aren't in control, right? They lose grip of that like ebb and flow very quickly. Now SK Nebula having to time out and just reset because they're not getting the value that you would expect from this team. They're getting read into. And that's going to be a big problem, especially when you look at the ultimates that are eventually going to come online here for SK.
I wholeheartedly agree with what you're saying. It's an Omen and Breach ult either which way. Both sides with tools. Jiex investing a couple of them in the previous though, and that's something important to note because, as I say, couple points away for both Jolina and Devasa. If you want to play a default and set up for something here, SK have the freedom to do so, but I think at the same time, it is those defaults that have been selling them short. They want something perhaps with a little bit more directness, so 4 players outside of A, yet to show face until that initial utility has come through. It was just a Horn. And I think this is one of those positions where you kind of expect there to be a setup behind it when it's just that information.
Yeah, exactly. And again, though, this is something we've seen a few times. Now Jiex react, go towards the other side of the map, push that, and nearly catch out Devasa once again.
Yeah, taking liberties for themselves. It's additional info taken by the defense, this time on the opposite extremity. And Jiex have had their hand forced once more. They were prepared for the A play. Are Jiex ready for Devasa though? It doesn't seem to be likely. First shot is nice, but the trade out from Smurfette is key. Now we go to post. 4v4 in the retake, and that is the Breach ult gone.
Yeah, I mean the Breach ult though still available on the attack side if they want to use it. I mean at the same time, Jiex have already cleared out a lot of main.
Defenders without their tools, but they've still got Sarah. She'll continue to charge forward, hold the torch, and the rest of Jiex follow. Jade with the ult. It's not the stuns players that she ends up peeking into, but Purity placed in a clutch. A chance to face the music. Close kills against Jiex in the series that they won. Can she add some more impact? Of course she can. A clutch which keeps them in front and keeps the distance between the teams.
A Red Bull clutch hazard that is just absolutely spot on. A cool head needed in that situation there. I mean, the fact that it's a 3v1 essentially at the end, and Purity with a nice transfer. Pick up the emotions after losing the past couple of rounds, allowing Jiex back into the game, and it's essentially a repeat round of the one that we saw a few rounds ago, right? Pushing SK into the setup of the Killjoy and the isolating Devasa. Having to again rely upon a clutch isn't going to be a win condition though, and SK need to make sure that they're getting these rounds over the line a bit more comfortably.
Jiex starting to take the fight. 20 seconds in, they go looking towards B. And through main, they find the info and confirmation that SK are playing the slow game yet again. Purity at the front of the pack. Last remaining player from those initial open tryouts. Huge clutch in the previous round.
At the same time though, while this has been going on, Jiex actually identified Jade towards bottom rubble with a Prowler, right? Both Prowlers have been used, and now it's forcing SK away from this A side of the map. It's been nearly fully cleared out. You can see why Jiex are kind of staying towards that B side so that they can rotate in. I mean, 4 players are here already.
Stun was ready from Nest to set up off of the nanos, but the same way that was, so it would be from the dimensional drift, or it would appear at the very least, because Jiex have already flubbed the backside. 3 players caught in the mouth of it. Stun on the final player gonna hit, and Nami devours Devasa, dragged down to the hell herself. This looked like a brilliant combination from Jiex to set up the round. They had multiple layers. Or SK, I should say, to open up the site. But yeah, I mean, each team trades utility, and it's Jiex that get the better off of it.
And they've brought the attack side by once again. I mean, you want to talk about value from ultimates, etc. That has to be so frustrating. As you said, you think you've got the perfect round, but Jiex have the perfect read to counter the perfect round. And you know what? That's just sometimes all you need.
I mean, it's the execute into the C site against the breach ult, which is the frustrating part, I think. SK could have seen it coming, and with investments of their own, felt like they had the right move, but just Jolina, estranged from the rest of her team. It's Jade to do it this time, and she's been given free reign. Complete access to A. Now perhaps considering a slightly more open plant to help facilitate the possibility they could bring this over the line in post, with the Viper's Pit put on the table as a catalyst. They seem to think it's their chance, SK, but it's stripped away immediately by Jiex.
Cabot, deposited deep on rubble, is at least able to stop that main control being held by Jiex. At the same time, you look at Jiex, they're taking their time moving around this pit. It's proven to be a right issue for them.
Prowlers are gone forever as well, no Haunt, and now she's lost her life to Jade. So in terms of pulling this one apart, you're stricken for luck! It's Devil again, but this time, she's the one to haunt Jiex. Another Thrifty picked up, it's the Sheriffs inside the site this time. Pay safeguard Thrifty, may I add.
Yeah, Hazard, do you know what, mate? There's maybe some things that you don't believe in, but surely you've got to believe in the GC Sheriff. These shots are absolutely gorgeous, by the way. And on top of that, I think Jiex are their own worst enemy in the round. They get the 2 entry picks. Sure, there's one traded back, but you look towards Heaven and the delay and the hesitation to get back into that A site. That's essentially what costs the round, because like being in these off angles, they get so much more value because there's not enough time to clear them. There's not the utility because Jiex have already used it, and it becomes a real problem. A timeout coming through. I think this is respectable because there was obviously issues there. It's been a good half, and you want to get towards at least 12 because we're in the last 3 rounds of this half.
As you say, it's about getting into those post-plant situations if you're SK, because the stall is certainly there with this double controller composition that they're running. With Jade, I mean, saving the Aftershock that late in the round, the Breach Bomb, did so much to just stagger the peaks that were coming back into that pit. And so now, with the lead restored, can they convert it into a map point? Their pick of Lotus for SK. This one went to a decider last time. The Vita a whole lot different.
Cover going out.
This team without ultimates as it stands, but Ever is not too far away.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at the surrounding area from C Mound. There's 4
Trap
GX players here, exactly, and all the utility that they could want to go back in.
Question is, where's the contact coming from? It's the fake out, which starts to get shot, makes it through C. And it is a fake out this time. It's not Jolina. Jiex just believing that off that contact, there was nothing here, but Nami goes ahead and face checks it, loses her life in the process, and while Jade can't quite wrangle the spray of the mechanical bull in her hands, some 4-on-4 situation. Devasa solo outside of A after turning the door.
The wall has just bailed her out though, because you saw at the same time the Fade of Ava was moving up, and she knows that Viper's here, and well, gets confirmation once again with the door being hit. The only issue is Ness is worried about a tree play. Instead, the rest of the players look to move on C. Smurfette trying to at least maybe get one and get out, trying to play on the edge of the smoke, play on the edge of SK's take, and unfortunately with her being caught out, it gives the attack an advantage.
And with Eva no opportunity to bring that ultimate online either, she's looking for an early kill to have the Nightfall available into the retake. Still a season of Horn. Ness has flashes, limited tools to try and work with here.
Oh, yeah, it's so lovely. It's so lovely trying to get into the site. SK know exactly what's happening. Snake bites placed to perfection. And I think, again, like, just to highlight this spot right here, SK's patience and due diligence to wait and see if there was a trap play towards C. I don't know if that's like an ante, if there was a tell there. But it was so spot on. Jade's just unfortunate not to catch out the KG as well, or else I would have said it was another perfect round and another perfectly called one.
Yeah, I think that's something as well. We've seen Jiex go proactive towards C Mound on a number of occasions now, so absolutely no harm done in double checking that. And the price is paid heftily by Nami in the end. She's the one who foots the bill. Smurfette, the A aggressor, sat towards root as it stands. But while SK are backed up towards this left-hand side of the map yet again, Jiex, not quite in the position. They're going to go for a move towards main here, and it is only Purity to defend this.
I mean, the paranoia's not hit. Yeah, exactly. Looking for more and does so successfully. But I think the key point in this round is that SK felt as if they were forced into a corner they didn't want to be in, and they go for the re-clear, knowing that perhaps that Jiex were going to try and push them and then go towards the other side of the map. It's been another perfectly called round, but they need to clear tree.
So Nami stands. He's just going to be able to get them both. Mop and bucket stuff. Cleans away SK. Nami, her third on the round. It's a hat trick from the captain. Exactly when it was required.
Yeah.
New endgame leader, but no stranger to these situations. And even the Armageddon invested as well from Cabot means that's one less tool that SK are going to have in this final round of regulation.
Again, it's just so nice at the start. Like, you realise that they're trying to push you in a corner, a place you don't want to be. So therefore you stop, you go back, you re-clear. And on top of that, I think that the point, the problem is SK just do not pay attention to the small details. And that's what costs them. Getting the salvos invested early here to try and stop any push out from C.
I mean, SK could have been on double digits and a country mile ahead. Playing on Icebox by now, had things gone their way, but Jiex have chipped and chipped, made their mark as they look to etch their name in another top 3. 4 players outside of A. But this is where Jiex plant their feet. They are ready to stop this one in its tracks. The utility is there. Nami has the paranoia. It's the stun that's going to catch her. Flashback through. Nami jumping out solo. It's got to be Eva. She's got to find something, but it's Devasa instead. And so SK sent on the warpath towards A, and their chance at potentially stealing this map, but the spike goes down from Ness. And with the ult still available on Smurfette, and this reroute towards the B site, there is still half a chance.
There's always half a chance, but it seems when Jiex go to a disadvantage, and they've got the showstopper to come back in, as well as a nade.
Full utility belt almost for Smurfette. Still without the boombot as it stands, the stun's not going to do too much to dissuade her. The rocket will land, find its mark as the fuse goes off. Jolina getting one back, but it's still Smurfette. 2 on 2. Spike planted the opposite way. She'll try and hold the line for the rest of her team, but it's Jolina who has stepped up massively on this second map to keep SK in the series and the competition at a whole.
I mean, Hazza, that was a white knuckle round, holding on for dear life, both teams. While SK were in the advantage, at the back of your mind, you're thinking, not again, are SK going to let this one go? it was spot on. Nice triple from Jolina in the end. But I think across this full map, this was a really nice sort of adaptation on adaptation. You saw teams, or both teams, trying to do something different, and the other adapting to that, and then they were making micro changes here and there. I mean, I love to see like the SK team like showing the emotions and stuff, because this is a highly emotional affair. Both teams playing for top 3 in this elimination match.
This one's going to go all the way down to the wire as well. You wouldn't have it any other way. Jade up on her feet in many rounds, and she has reason to do so, because there are a lot of clutches that SK needed to end up winning to get to this point. I think of Purity towards the A site for one. I mean, players on Jiex also had their moments, but that wasn't enough to end up forcing the overtime that could potentially go ahead and win them the map. As you say, it was a battle between the IGLs, both Nami and Jade, with the supportive cast of their secondary callers in both Ness and Sarah as well. But a brilliant performance from both, like you say, and I think, look, this is a series which deserves 3 maps, and that's what we're going to get.
I'm looking forward to Icebox, as it has to be said. It's a map that we've seen Jiex have so much like success on before, especially that split 3 last year, but we haven't seen SK play it just yet. And I'm excited to see what ideas they've came up with, or whether like it's going to be Jiex's experience once again that's going to be the true decider between these two.
Yeah, you speak of Jiex experience last year. One name comes to mind, Jolina. I think even this part at the end here as well, as we close out Lotus, was so key, and for her to be high on confidence really gives you hope that SK can turn things around fully and reverse sweep their opponents coming into the final deciding map of Icebox, which Jiex have a dominant track record on, and I'm sure that the desk will discuss it in detail, but 10-1 with the only defeat coming to G2 literally just the other day. It definitely says a lot, with barely any compositional changes either. They have a very set way of playing this. For SK, there isn't all too much tape. They'll be trying to keep as much of that behind the scenes as they can until we get to that point, and we'll just have to see if that's going to be enough. The questions that we'll have the answers to after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got a chateau in the mountains that change. Jet set through the islands that change. Zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams and she won't stop. Can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Kakuka and Mac. Today I learned that Kakuka is in love with Monsters Inc. I don't know why that's relevant, but I needed to share with the class because she just sung the intro song, I believe. I'm not sure. But let's focus on Valorant because that's an insider thing. Never mind. Right. This was a back and forth. Man, like they were trading it blow for blow, kill for kill. They were just going back and forth. And that really is represented here if we're looking at these stats.
Yeah, exactly. I think that SK had so many good rounds and so many individual performances as well that we've been seeing throughout the day how important it is to have this kind of showing, but they did struggle a lot. When we speak about resilience and what we wanted to see from Jiex actually today, to me, it is showing. Even if this is not a 2-0 fashion, I'm liking what I'm seeing. They are spotting the mistakes, they are spotting the weaknesses, and they're acting accordingly to change things up. Yes, SK manages to close this one out, but as you were saying, Zoe, it was not an easy affair at all.
Yeah, and at the beginning, it very much looked like Jiex got this one in the back, but Kakuka, SK turned it around in round 7. You have tape on that happening.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is very important because things start to turn around after this round. I think that after actually a timeout calling in, we start to see them trying to be more proactive on the defense and actually measuring this kind of risks that they were taking with how aggressive they were being.
Yeah, you can see as well, like it's just the structure so far from Jiex has looked so much better. But yeah, SK started just to figure out, you know, if we sit back and let Jiex play their game, that's when things were going wrong for the start of the game. And then as soon as they started to get a bit more aggressive on that defensive side, that's when things just went so much better for them. I think they ended up going from, 1 round into 5 rounds before they ended up losing another one, and Jiex managed to keep it as close as possible at the half there.
Yeah, and another thing that I wanted to highlight is Jade at the first map. I believe I'm going to say that ACS is not correct. I think that she was more on the 120. She did not have a good showing on Pearl. Like, things were just not looking good. That ADR is also wrong. So just think about Jade, first map, not showing off. I think that she was encountering a lot of issues against that double sentinel and everything and all that chaos that we were seeing. But right now in Lotus, I think that she acknowledged a lot of things that were going wrong, and as the IGL, she showed a brilliant performance in how to turn things around and support her teammates.
Yeah, what was that, 13% first blood percentage there as well? Like, that's pretty good, you know, considering you're not on the duelist, you're not the one that's actually supposed to be taking the first blood, so getting involved.
And it's just great to see a player, you know, upping their performance heading into a map 2 after map 1 didn't quite go their way. And you can see it here as well. It's not just showing on the server, it's also showing outside of it. Like, they're hyping each other up.
They were getting real involved here. Look at that, Jade getting out of the seat to go and give everyone a fist bump. Mate, that's teamwork.
Listen, in some lands that has ended up in the wrong spot. Like, we see a player standing up and that's the last round they win or stuff like that. But this is like the point. Them being in bootcamp, the good rounds you get to celebrate together. You can literally go hug your teammates, hype them up. Also the losses, you know, you lose together, and this is kind of like the biggest learners that you can get. Yeah, sometimes it is frustrating, but you have your teammates by your side to just give you that fist bump and also celebrate with you when you get a very deserved win.
She's really putting in the work. Like, I absolutely love that. You don't get those air fist bumps or anything. Nah, she ain't lazy. She's getting up out of the seat and involved. You'll love to see that. Now, Max, something you've touched on as we were watching some of the highlights just a few minutes ago was that Jiex had good ideas. Yeah. And as long as they went uninterrupted and were able to execute them, it looked brutal for SK.
Yeah, it seemed like, look, SK as well on the defense, when they started to get aggressive, it was very disruptive to GX's game plan, and they weren't able to go forward. Their comp was much better at generally going forward than what I would say SK's were. But then when we get into round 10, this is where it sort of is very obvious that they have a game plan. It was just they weren't allowed to play it. So as you can see, you've got the 3 players over towards Sand there. Little fake dark cover over towards the B site, which keeps the rotations towards B. But then from here, you'll see that they save that second dark cover, use the shadow step into sight, as well as the paranoia, which not only just barely zones Devil out of position, but it allows that Shadow Step to come across, and then they go for the late dark cover. Once you've got, who was that up on site? You got Nami deep on site. They're able just to go for the full flank around and manage to get into a post plant and just have so much better structure than what we saw for the majority of the other rounds. So that's something I just wanted to highlight. Even though Jiex didn't end up winning the map, when they were allowed to execute the game plan, it just looked spectacular.
Right, yeah, it's all about disrupting those game plans and not allowing them to follow through with it. However, even if a plan fails, you can still just clutch it out if you're someone like Purity.
Yeah, I love the fact that we're getting to see this from her in this, specifically when you're getting followed up with so many players, when you're in a 3v1 situation that you can manage to pull the round through and win it for your team, especially when they're literally around you. That is the moment where you know, no matter what happens, we are not losing this map. We were talking about the individual brilliance, and that is something that we have seen from both of the teams now. And then moving on to Icebox, not knowing what to expect from SK, and also seeing both sides of the coin with Dianex. Like the first time that we saw them after the break, after not having Icebox in the map pool, it being back on and them continuing to play that same composition. First we see oh my god, this, you know, they got this to a T. It makes a lot of sense. And as we jump into Agent Select, we remember also what happened yesterday, and actually we see a bit of a changey here.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, bringing the Gecko and the Sova in instead, changing up the game plan somewhat. And then for SK, let's have a quick look. What do we got going on over there? It's not fully the old tried and true. We got double duelist. We got Yoru sort of stepping in instead of what you would expect to be the KO in the old meta.
So
but look, old meta worked earlier.
Sorry, so the change that we're seeing is not in the composition itself, it's actually in who's playing what, right? So we were speaking about Ness on that Gecko and Eva on that Sova. So I want to see like what the reason is, like out of comfort, out of maybe the follow-up with the team. We were also hearing the players speaking about the communication, but I'm very surprised to see the double duelist. I absolutely love it, seeing this from Purity. Jolina now jumping onto the Jet. I'm very, very excited for this, because with them starting off from the attack, if they manage to you know, think about how close they made the last map and moving into trying to translate some of that momentum onto that, if they start stringing in rounds, probably we do not see that amount of messy thrifties here and there.
Maybe not messy thrifties, but I expect some aggression just based on what we saw there in the Agent Select. I'm here for it. It's all or nothing. Let's see who's going to take this one home and move on to the next round in our bracket. So once again, I have the utmost pleasure of sending it back over to Cairo and Haza.
Yeah, a little bit of spice. I think that's what we wanted to see, right? We get Purity back on a Yoru, only the 10th time she's ever played it in her career, and the second in an SK jersey. She dropped 30 kills on the decider between these two teams last time. So I think, look, if there was a chance for her to step up, maybe this is it, and maybe it's on the duel list.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? It's time to lock in. Map number 3. I really like the Euro pick rather than the KO, because for me, like, it provides that availability to be more aggressive, right? To try and attack your team's Euro essentially becomes not a second duelist, but almost like a second initiator with the flashes in terms of how that like interaction works between there. I mean, obviously SK can play that completely different, but with that being said, two duelists, two opportunities to get an op online. Map number 3, it's all here, Haza, for that 3rd place spot.
3 spots given out to the teams at the end of the gauntlet, at the end of the year, to represent EMEA, and Jiex hoping that they can be one of those returning faces, as SK already have shown the quality required of a playoff team, but they need to close it. That's where they've struggled so far. A huge opportunity for Jolina, especially against her former team, who went to that international event. The motivation to keep coming back, to keep wanting to try and make something happen with a new project. She is on the Jet this time. Already having a look in over towards A on the attack side as SK want to get off on the front foot here. It's Nami through middle, but 2 players waiting, and on that turret contact, she's gonna win the first fight. Okay.
Taking out both KJs from either side. If you lose that passive, oh, sorry, not passive, it's actually the Viper that's gone. So you're not going to have walls to defend this site on the A side for the defense. It's going to provide to be an issue, and already again getting another pick, getting an advantage here for SK.
Anchor's all the same, but the B site defense seems to be well guarded under the watchful gaze of Sarah. Turret goes off, already broken. That's the info, and rotation called in tow. Ness through the middle of the map, and Jolina still left to pick up the pieces. SK do have numbers in this position, but they haven't been attributed to the same positions. Jolina is still waiting around. More of a late flank now, as there is no utility, next to no utility left on SK. They are just fighting out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, the tap of the spike, they're waiting for the reaction from Jiex, and now Jolina activates through middle. Ness needs to find this pick. Oh, this could be a disaster.
You're expecting this if you're Jiex though, and Ness has already started to go searching, walks into the face of trouble. Jolina with the first of those kills from this position, post plant now secured, spike on the ground, and Jiex may find themselves in a similar position, thrown to the snake pit. A player down as it stands, players peeking into Eva's crosshair. She'll get one back, and there's damage on SK. Between the two of them, they are split apart. Eva with a chance. It's lingering, but not for long. Jolina in position. That's her third. SK with another pistol. This might just be the most important of the lot.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, very cool, calm and collected throughout the round from SK. Tapping the spike, waiting to see what the reactions are. Jolina, I think, gets probably the most pivotal pick in terms of it allows the spike down, and then on top of that, an advantage for post plant to just trade out. All in all, really nice stuff. But with that being said, we've seen Thrifties come through before, time and time again. SK, can you keep this cool head and get through an anti-eco?
I mean, you'd think it was par for the course that they could just collect one, but it has been a torrid task so far today. And so too has making the pipe jump for Purity. That is a little bit of info given to the Jiex side. They're happy that it falls into their hands because it has released the Dizzy. That's the catalyst for some kind of a fight. Now the duel's breaking out. Not going JieX's way for once. SK cleaning up and keeping it comfortable enough through Purity.
Yeah, exactly what you're wanting. Yeah, all in all, good stuff.
Yeah.
Now they're starting to switch up who's picking up what.
It's one off of the Dimensional Drift, and as you say, with the spike going in on Purity, tasked with being the planter, that's the Dimensional Drift. And I have to say, looking at the guns here on SK, where we've got Marshall, Outlaw, it's maybe not going to be the best set of weapons to go flying into a site off the back of Purity, but she has a Spectre, and that seems to be good enough.
Hey, listen, 4 players through. I mean, how many times we said it like in the last map? It feels as if SK lose control of these rounds really early, and they move into the stack, right? But this time they play it a lot slower. They're able to activate the trap before they fall into it. So with that being said, it's nice stuff. And adaptations map to map and how SK are growing into this one. Now the rifle round, and the defense need to be careful, because obviously if they lose this one or even lose a lot of rifles, their economy can get put into a pretty worse for wear state.
Here. You've seen the upgrades of the rifles. Purity still on that Spectre, like I say, and highlighting both of the anchors, the Viper and the Killjoy at range. It's a pea shooter. You're not going to do all too much from there. They know about Nami. Doesn't mean they can take her down just yet. Jolina from the heavens will finally dispense her. But Jiex have the numbers and bodies on the site. One of them Smurfette. Cabot to try and clutch it out, but it is too tall a task. Smurfette's triple has put round number 3 on the board, and it's Jiex's this time.
I mean, from this round, what more is there to really say in terms of like the weaponry does better, but Smurfette was one further as well. Lovely at the end of the day. I think there's not much in terms of that round. What's happening in the Dimensional Drift, you can see the pattern and how much is able to highlight for SK to kind of act upon.
One thing to mention was that while all of that was happening, Jiex with both initiators, Ever and Ness, did go ahead and take the A-Orb, and I think they're going to be attempting the same here at the start of the round, building towards that Thrash. The Gecko coming into the lineup was a change that Jiex made between the first and second stage last year, so it has been a staple in how they operate. And already rotations being made. Another one is the Neon. Smurfette can sort of be here, there, and everywhere. Maybe not as much as a Yoru, but fairly quickly at that.
You can see the defense as well and how they're setting up like these mollies to try and help Nami hold on. I mean, it's a snake bite, but look at the nanos starting to cook away at Jolina there. It set Nami up for a third. The utility is absolutely perfect. Although SK are beginning to fight back.
Just when you thought it was a GX slam dunk, SK have swatted it from right above the rim. 2-on-2. It's those initiators from A that we're looking at. Ever is not quite built up to the Thrash just yet, but does have the full utility belt to work with. One of them, the Mosh, and that can buy a little bit more time, but she is disinterested. She's looked elsewhere, and this is a huge window for SK to exploit.
It's whether they can move further up. Cabot, you can see starting to move up.
You're not going to clear this position. Cabot's gone flying. Just wins the duel outright.
Ness finds their own little spot though.
Yeah, they are split up from one another here, so SK position yet to be revealed. Ness has an idea and does have a recon to follow this up as well.
It's the timing of it all as well. I mean, Jade is low, hidden behind the box. I mean, the time, though, is the most important part here. You're starting to get to the point where these nanos get the most effect. You're looking at SK converting this round. The nanos will be able to buy so much time. You've even got one shot in Jade if you really needed it. It was damage towards the end for Ness there. And, well, SK have batted that home.
Yeah, I'm just looking here. So Nami gets the first kill. Jade finds one back. This is a 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
This was a 2 versus 4 converted by SK, sorry. And Jade finding 3 of those kills. So I mean, it's an absolutely huge return because now GX are put down to Sheriffs, and as good as we know that they can be inside a Viper's Pit, God forbid a Stinger even, I don't think Nami's going to be considering investing that right now. And in terms of the setup, it's exactly the same. Smurfette playing rotate, initiators A, sentinels B.
Again though, but when you look at SK's attack, it is a lot slower. Like they are taking that breath. I mean, at the same time, GX, the biggest thing for me in the middle part of the map is they've deposited Smurfette to get this late luck, or even potentially more. Purity gets the entry though.
A little isolated on that first fight, but support comes through. Jade on the back lines, able to win that duel, and the Smurfette would find herself the canary in the coal mine. That mouth is zipped shut. Devasa compounds the pain. It's an SK 4th, and they're able to follow through on the ambition showed, rectifying the 4 versus 2, now with a 4th round of their own.
I think for me, you're starting to see like SK build this lead. And on Icebox, it's always like a bit here, there, and everywhere in terms of the side bias, right? That's something that you need to keep your eye on. It could easily go either way. But again, like these big leads, we've not really seen that in this matchup just yet. Like these comebacks have had to come through. It's always been like 7-5, 6-6. While we're early in the half, SK are just put themselves into a really nice spot in which they can start to grow that lead, right?
Yeah. Nami hot under the collar, in the pit, playing forwards, taking the fight to the doorstep of Purity, flying around the side with both shots from the shorty was Devasa, but she'll go down as Ever is able to claw away one more. Hanging on by a thread, lockdown available and invested. An opportunity for them to get a little bit of time to reinforce themselves here, but GX are fighting this forwards and Cabot can't defend it, so Ever gets 3 kills and GX do respond.
I mean, while it seems like it seems maybe a little bit not easy, but how would you say it? Like a little bit comfortable here for Jiex. The one thing that I will say is it was a 3 versus 2, but essentially a 2 versus 2 on site. It's unfortunate that you see the first pick of that go JieX's way, because if SK get one back in the conversation, lockdown's allowed to go off. Jiex put themselves in a position where that round could go the other way, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if anything from SK, it did feel a little bit rash the way they pushed the site.
Yeah, especially into Viper's pit.
Yeah, keeping her composure, and that's what you expect of her again, as we say. Someone who's plied their trade in main events for so long now. Jiex trying to sort of figure out what they're doing at the same time, as it's another slow mid-round from SK. They're getting proactive, and Smurfette's right at the center of this, as you expect her to be.
Cabot needs to stand tall. But the question is do they know? I mean, there's both duelists being called back. Peek this solo, this could be bad. It could be a disaster. And with the relay bolt going in and stunning both players, that'll be an extra pick in which to work with. Blade's being brought out by Jolena, trying to dash out, but at the same time, Jiex pivot. They go and attack more. Into the defender's spawn they go and convert the round. Oh, sorry, the attacker's spawn, I should say. Another round to Jiex. They're within touching distance of SK.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the combination of utility as well, that there's so much for them to work with. And SK, when they don't have any kind of strong opener or way to find that initial kill, manufacture it themselves, they struggle. I mean, look, you're talking about a team which have committed to playing double duelist on this map, where right now I feel like the meta is split two ways. You either go Teho Breach, or like in T1's case in Bangkok, you go double duelist, and that's what they've picked up. I think there was a huge conversation that Mimi opened up in that first round that they played against Jiex, you know, that while it's easy to do that in Tier 1, it can be difficult to replicate and implement those newer styles. Still, she was sort of surprised that teams like Jiex weren't attempting that. I think they've been able to find a sort of decent middle ground here in something that works for them, and I think the results kind of speak for themselves.
And I think there's a bigger conversation to be had about the comfortability of Jiex, or maybe like one further in terms of like predictability or whatnot, because they are playing the same comps, they're not innovating. But in that, like the opposite side is they are comfortable. They know what the set reactions are to what the opponents do to that. And with that being said, like the coach can easily just like sit back, listen to the comms, and time out off the back of that. That's why SK are the first ones to time out here. On like the lesser buy, has Korea seen something which SK can maybe manipulate, Nami being already pushed back by just an info dart?
Well, you know what they say, familiarity breeds contempt after all. Got to make sure you don't become careless when a decent situation presents itself. And Cabot capitalizing early on. It's a good kill to take, and a push through the wall from Smurfette. Never pulled the trigger, didn't go off. Full silent on the B defense, and while that first snake bite's come out, it's been traded the opposite way. SK moving forwards and finding all of the kills that they needed. Spike plant can go down, and Jiex are without an in.
Now, Jiex, their in might be that late flank coming through from Sarah. First entry being used, and Thrash invested as well.
Doesn't get the detain though, so Sarah without the support she would like. Flick Jolena against a former teammate, former captain. The disrespect given, a thrifty round, a pay save card thrifty yet again. But it's SK this time that come up with the goods.
I mean, they do so well in the individual duels. Again, like a lot what people talk about is playing in twos, right? Trying to be able to trade off one another. Speaking about isolating fights, and I felt as if Jiex did isolate themselves a lot. SK didn't do like much of anything special in terms of moving anyone around the map, but what they did do well is using their own Viper wall to try and push the defense back.
SK starting to thrive in some of this chaos as well, as you said, that serenity that they're somehow able to come up with.
Yeah.
in the bootcamp environment with their teammates at their side. It's a quality of Jiex that you'd expect. As we say before, experience is a word that gets thrown around a lot, and while the individuals have been able to bear the weight of that at times, we need a team performance from them, and it's been that narrative that Asker has held on to, as he will probably be bringing it back up in the timeout here. In terms of, you know, what those roles look like and fitting that system, sure, you've made the right pickups, I think, to facilitate it in both Nami and Eva, who currently sit at the top of the scoreboard, at least in terms of kills. But yeah, who's playing around that, you know? Like, Nami's done a great job at anchoring B, but needs a little bit of support, and in that situation, she was completely overwhelmed.
Second dimensional drift being brought out by Purity. Whether it's actually used in this round is another thing entirely. As SK crawl their way up this A side, dimensional drift being used to break the setup. You look at the killjoy, nowhere near the A site, just relying upon the communications of their team.
You see that blue sludge around the corner of your screen and head for the hills. So all of Jiex walking out the front door, allowing SK to get into the A site on which they have rarely inhabited so far in this map. And it seems to be for good reason. Nami has managed to find one on the way back through, Purity the next, but the pit remains.
I mean, that's the most important part. Jolina clears out the flank, so all focus on the site.
But the kills come through for Jiex, and it's Jolina isolated way back downtown. Yet again, sinking another kill. And some of these players were low. There's a chance, a fleeting one though. The swing from Belt is just far too predictable. Too easy to hold when you've got 3 players. Jiex keeping it within 1, clawing their way back on this defender's side.
And I think this is a big round for Jiex to win, but especially with the ultimates invested in the setup that SK had, the dimensional drift into the pit deposit. I mean, you're looking at it as the perfect round that SK could have wanted. Jiex didn't really challenge them, but again, Jolina being pulled back to challenge the late flank is essentially like what pulls SK's attention elsewhere, and dividing that in 2 is never going to be like the best like way to deal with that problem, especially when the side push came through.
Like you say, hands tied. Jiex once again forcing the issue between Ness and Smurfette, that long-lasting duo. Ever the prevalent piece since this Jiex squad was created, even before then, of course. It's just an information mission. They don't get all too much. Perhaps hearing the steps gathering down B long as SK are grouped here. Jade has the ult late into the round, perhaps. Don't know if they just want to let it rip and condemn the site. She's setting up pings for that backside control.
Toxins going up.
But the thing is, though, in that meantime, you look at Eva starting to be pulled back across. Now the stack's starting to be here, but the entry pick goes SK's way.
And here is the Hunter's Fury as well. It was there to try and clean the site, but didn't have all too much value. SK have attained it, and they're starting to fight back through as well. It's now gone 3-on-3, and Nami's position is condemned. She's got to be careful here, but perhaps it's Purity instead. A solo fight entertained. Nami having none of it, and neither is Sarah. The retake arrives, and Jiex shut up shop. It was a nice idea from SK, but the execution wasn't quite there.
I think as well, like the solo fights just do not go their way. The 1v1s in the side around, it's just unfortunate.
And in fairness to the game plan, they wanted to take the site control, deep site control. But go find those kills onto the anchors, as Nami had been isolated before. But she's repositioned brilliantly, and then there is no second layer once they had that control. It is just solo fights towards Snowman, and that's their undoing in the end.
And the advantage now, like when you look at both teams, is the fact that Jiex have more ultimates, right? Hunter's Fury, and now the lockdown doesn't have a counter. Oh, that was a bit too close for comfort. As Cabot is literally won.
They are this time. Decayed before, but still yet to shake hands with death itself. Put to the forever box. It's a fight in the site, but Jolina over the top. Flashed away, Sarah in support. Another multi-kill from the 19-year-old, former in-game leader, now leading the way. One-way traffic as far as any of her sites are concerned.
This is incredible. and 7 rounds, it will be 6 towards GX. Sorry, 5 towards GX. In 6 rounds, it's been 5 towards GX. Since it's all gone down at 4-1. We're talking about SK being a platform to really gain a monumental advantage. And GX, the reposition, the way that they've been playing off one another, the way that they've reset has been spot on. And now we're starting to head into the last round. And again, speaking of advantages, it's all in GX's favour for those ultimates once again. And also the buy.
Bit of frustration creeping in perhaps for SK. Finding themselves trailing on a deciding map in that first round of lowers. A familiar feeling for some of these players. Jolina a little bit different on the receiving end of GX this time. Smurfette sliding forwards, 2 kills picked up, and they're happy to throw the Hunter's Fury at it. Complete pace change, pressure put on. Ever looks away, and now it's a 3-on-3.
I mean, trying to get back, I think, to combine with Nami, or at least play off one another. And gets caught in transition. Spike now in SK's hands with the map space that they've taken. But in the meantime, Hazza, it's mid that's going to be a big problem for GX if they can't get rid of Cabot.
It's an issue that they're thinking about as well. You saw Nami drawn away from the angle in support of Ever in that endeavor. Jolina has no movement utility, just got to glide on in with the blades. Hope that they can bail her out, but Nami just cannot be beat. Every bullet fired her way has just bounced back in the opposite direction. Cabot to go ahead, try and clutch it now. But the lockdown has shown her out, and there's barely a safe piece of ground to stand upon, considering the investment of her own. But with little time left, it's got to be the shots instead. She can't find them, and so 7-5 it ends. GX in front, coming into the final 12 rounds or so.
Yeah, it was 4-1 at the start, now 7-5. A great comeback coming through from GX, but as we move on to the next half, with no sort of voids on SK's attack, it'll be interesting to see who's the first one to get that top 3 of GC this year.
GX out for revenge of their own as they reverse the result of the first 5 rounds of the half. They come back with 7, SK forced to settle for 5, and now onto that defense of which we are yet to see so far, as their debut on Icebox could be the last map they play in this first stage of the main event.
Again, SK need to fight back in. This is going to be a real test of character for both sides as we head into this last half. Already though, you look towards this double duelist and they are playing on the front foot. Jolina playing contact.
Such an effective player in terms of first bloods. Let off that very same leash which held her on GX. But the Jet yet to dash away, yet to even invest it. They're playing a slow start to the round as GX have been given control all the way up towards bracket before they finally call in the push and press the go button. No green light given. It's Purity and Jolina, the duelist, doing the damage on the pistol round so far, proving their worth as they hold on to backside. Their support coming in. And Jiex left down to their last player. Ness is no longer for this world. It's Jade to beat out her opposite number and secure SK their 6th.
Yeah, I mean, now you look at it, that's both pistols won on this map. And on top of it, the last time SK did it, at the start on their attack, they were able to win 4 out of 5 rounds. That would push them into such a good spot that they would be in control of this match. And unfortunately, in the last half, they lost control of that. Just keep in mind. But with that being said, I mean, we said it before, the opportunity to have to scope weapons and SK straight away by 2 outlaws.
Just trying to lay it on thick, the punishment.
Idiot.
SK reveal going out. Purity finding the first of those kills. So, huge one for SK. As we said before, they have historically struggled somehow against the GX pistols. So keeping this clean is so important to them. And I think as well, even just having those guns into the bonus, because Purity's going to make sure she has hers. In fact, it's an ace. Brilliant job. That's exactly what you want from her. So absolutely everything kept for SK. But can they go ahead and convert a bonus? Because that's not something we've seen from them so far.
I think that's the big point to put here. Can they go then and convert the bonus with the perfect, as you said, the perfect round on top of the back of that, bringing the dimensional drift online? That's going to be a great icebreaker for the second half for Jolina and the rest of the team, giving them the confidence that they need. There's only one deviation in terms of the buy here in GX with the regeneration shields being bought up by Sarah.
Yeah, none of those other players in striking distance to the Outlaws posted up on either extremity. Purity also with a dimensional drift, so useful in a retake, getting it online early, building up that confidence, firing on all cylinders. Jolina with the dash, this is a statement of intent. She wants this duel, but Nami has barely missed a beat so far in this deciding map.
I think the drone just caught the anchor towards the back of Yellow. Cabot can't hit the shots, and that's not good at all. Sarah at least gets found out on the other side, but you're coming back in to a 2 versus 3 with both players completely isolated. And as we said before, no player within striking distance of the Outlaw. Purity has to try and find a rifle, which they do.
It's crazy, you still have 3 players on 150 health, so even Jade's Bulldog is going to struggle to chew through, and even to that extent, it's a dimensional drift as well. You don't have a clause to elect for this investment. It is rigged from the start. SK back into the situation, are relying on Jade, but the angle is held, and so GX do get their 8th and get back in front.
I mean, one back in the conversation is good, but I think, like, again, like, there's a lot of 1v1s that just miss out. Cabot, Jolina, I mean, the site anchor here, Devasa as well. It's tough, it is tough, but GX again, showing their, I guess, comfortability in their composition and how they play it. Straight up, setting Eva up for that late flank to hold on, playing off one another, the micro, the macro, everything looks good. I mean, we've seen this from a few times though, is that SK like to play aggressive on A. Yet to see an adaptation come through from GX though.
Purity is able to do so with the Yoru, of course, as well, but this round is so important. This defense needs to be tight as the purse strings are even tighter. There is little money left behind SK, and then you start to get into that bad eco cycle. Devasa looking for another fight around the corner of Yellow, but this time it's supported with utility. It's through mid where Sarah can be such a problem in terms of catching off these rotations, or at least calling back some of those steps to her team, as Jolina still, the penny has not dropped for her, not until it falls out her pocket as she dies.
With that being said, now straight onto the A side, Jade has to stand up tall, has to at least get one more here. and straight away traded out. Still advantage towards Jiex, and Cabot going searching in mid and can't find Sarah either. It gets even worse.
Doesn't like what she finds at all, and now SK should be saving with the weapons that they have. Purity, once more, not in a position that feels favourable to bring the Yoru ult in. Looking at the money that Jiex have, they can probably chase with a couple of these guns, and so Sarah's going to do exactly that. It's going to get even worse for SK somehow. The Nebula not without all too much weaponry in the next round, and actually this, I was going to say, could have been quite smart from Devasa to just play discipline and not allow them to know where her position is now, but she's been fed up to the Sharks. Gets another, but no more than just that, and so it won't be a single weapon kept.
Listen, the fact that they're doing more damage to this defender side economy is so big as well. I mean, for me, like, the fact that like you're on the defense, you can find it so hard to build that up. Make sure that you're in the perfect position. And now SK finding themselves, wow, at a disadvantage in terms of like how the round gap's building, but now economy as well. That's just going to compound more and more. The next few rounds are going to be so important, and with Kreia using this timeout early, which again will be needed maybe towards the later end of this half, depending on how these rounds fall and which team gets them right. This is looking not the greatest.
I mean, like, as I said before, Kreia or any one of the SK players, they've been calling these timeouts, these secondary timeouts, so early into the sort of second halves, right? When they feel is the right time to do so, when they need to make adjustments. Look, you've got an eco coming up here, so Jiex maybe want to try and break away from the conditioning just a little bit, because they're starving SK any real gunfights. They're contacting so much space on the map, really, without any kind of bite back really from the defenders, which is a lot of what they do on their defense as well. Like Smurfette, you'll see her walking down mid, walking down A. SK are doing some of the same through Purity, but just not being given any duels at all, not being having the situation made easy for them, and it's not going to get any easier here. Drone spotting Devasa, and well, the game's up now for Purity. Gonna kill her for it.
I mean, at the same time, like, SK are trying to search for picks, right? Isolated ones. They nearly get it in Sarah, but it feels again like fighting a losing battle because of these weapons that you're going up against. The fact that you've seen Sarah being able to escape there as well. I mean, yeah.
Jiex are showing some maturity in these rounds. The maturity you expect of a consistent top 3 team. A team with titles under a couple of their belts. Turret gets put back up by Cabot on B. Alarmbot still watching over middle. You've got Jolina aggressive on A, so both players stationed towards this position. No comfortability at all. The earth just eats up Devasa. And I think Jolina may even be heard walking through the bowels of A as well by Sarah, who's currently on this mid lurk. Cabot has a work cut out for her. You're up against the world right now.
Yeah, that's the worst part, the fact that everybody's ready and waiting and Jolina isn't even there to try and support you. I mean, in terms of damage and what you're looking at, right, you're trying to keep this as close as possible between the two, so whatever Jolina gets you is going to be big.
I don't think it's going to be anything, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Spin of the wheel. No lucky prize this time. Maybe not in her worst interests to go ahead and take that rifle, because she did have over 2,000 credits at the time, but I imagine probably saving up for the operator, which we yet to see factored into this defender's side, and maybe that's exactly what they need to bolster it.
I mean, listen, the operator will allow like the teams to like rotate quickly, play off the information, which we actually saw SK do quite a lot of through like Lotus and Peril. They would like to get someone posted up deep, and then they would have information in which they could react upon. We've not really seen that reactions come through SK. They haven't been like proactive. This time they are, and Jolina gets the entry pick.
I mean, even with the pressure put on by the utility that Jiex had, quick fast lane of which on this map you're not going to get all too much value, and then the Dizzy over the top. It's an investment you're happy to make, and then SK just have bodies behind it. Jolina with composure, Purity more of the same, but Devasa walking about in the middle of nowhere on B gives Sarah a chance to completely claim this site, and with the lockdown available, then yeah, I think this is finally a good time to invest that Euro ult and go clearing out A so you can afford the rotation.
Exactly, like this round is so important. SK need to win everything. Need to make sure they're on the pulse. Nest gets caught out, and now with behind enemy lines, SK have got different things to worry about here.
I think the issue is you've also got 2 players on the low ground towards Snowman, so they can't even fight Kitchen. It's a solo duel that Purity has to try and take. This is why the rest of Jiex are grouping up on her.
Yeah, looking to try and find the isolated player, which they do successfully, and there's plenty of space in which now they can get that spike down. But with the Hunter's Fury invested and the tag coming through, that's a player back in the conversation. On top of that, they're trying to buy space with the lockdown, but we've got to look towards Jolina and where their pathing goes next.
I don't think Jolina's going to be able to do too much here, though, because Sarah saved the ult all the way. Instead of investing it initially on B, she waited for the perfect time, and without the Hunter's Fury, now finds herself in Kitchen.
Next engagement big, and Jade's the one to win it out. It's a 2 versus 1 in which Nest needs to try and clutch up, but Jolina coming through late is the perfect timing for SK. Now, there's enough time for the spike to get diffused and get the op as well. Yeah, well played from SK. A troublesome situation and getting out of murky waters. I mean, it took a lot of effort, but Jolina does excellently here in this entry pick.
I mean, the first shot was so nice. Had to play it twice. Jolina composed, as I say, against a GX side which, right now, in terms of tempo, have been pretty slow, right? That they haven't gone quick into a lot of these executes. But I'm seeing 5 players, 3.5, I guess, grouped up at the barrier. Sarah's got the lineup. That Nano's going to land in Kitchen to break the turret for a potential threat of a late lurk. And then they've got 3 ultimates to throw at this execute.
Jolina's getting caught out by the drone. GX are now starting to take it slow and make sure that the Thrash can perhaps get more value, grab a backside player, but they've not cleared out Purity, who's able to at least get one.
SK also keep the backside control for their troubles, or at least they had. Ness deleting Jade, the mirror pick shattered. And with Nami gone as well from the fray, that first point of contact, there is no pit to support this. You're falling back on your post-plant utility, which is just the nanos.
Smurfette's already found Devasa, and as you say, like, there's so much to work with here. Jolina brings out the blades, and Cabot also gets one of their own, but it's Smurfette to come through, noted by Cabot, and found out a 1 versus 1, and there's time to work with. Trying to at least get it half, but the smoke goes at the worst time. Sarah finding 11, and GX within sight of that finish line, and a top 3 finish.
And you could even see just the small micro details as to how GX went for this execute. I was saying it, they played a lot more defaulty rounds. They haven't been execute heavy. They go for the push, but it's not without the due diligence. The nano that flies and lands in Kitchen, breaks the turret, really slows down that rotation for both Devasa and Cabot from the other side of the map. There isn't a fast flood from SK. And as you say, GX just a couple rounds away in this one. They'll be favoured to win, and I'd say even more so after winning that duel in mid against either Purity or Jolina, but they've gotten away with their lives, and I think they're thankful for it.
I mean, at the same time, though, SK, they saw them, the players of GX start to move towards A. This is a potential to fake out the site. Sarah has to stand up against 3, though. And I mean, gets the first, but can't quite get the second.
Trying to bring a little bit of information in the mid-round to support the rest of the team. As you say, the numbers have thinned out, and GX, this would be an uncharacteristic loss, but rifles in the hands of SK do continue to threaten the possibility. The breaking of the turret is manual this time, and with the spike on the shoulders of Eva, GX are fully committed to this B play, and they're gonna just go with it. Eva's found the kill that just opens things up massively.
You've got a late Viper coming through as well. Still 1-for-1. Purity can't get the Sheriff to work. And it's now back to the captain. Back to Jade. And misses out on the chance to deny the smite crossing over. The first shot's perfect. The second one just misses out. And now you've got to try and wade through the Viper's pit. Nami, so close. On the other side of the smoke, and Jade might have just been caught by a timing, being ticked away by the decay, and can't quite find what she's looking for. At least one pick to work with, but they're walking by each other like ships in the night. Jiex are looking at round number 12. There's still time to work with on the spike, but there's not time enough to work with to take the duel. Jiex fight 12, and they're knocking on that door finally.
I mean, Jade played that about as well as she could. But Jiex, as I say, in this mid-round just looks so damn good, man. You've got Ness and Sarah complementing Nami's leadership. The Sentinel player as well, who has stepped up massively so far. Broke out in 2023. Back-to-back championship appearances. And now with the opportunity to go up against the team in which she first debuted on that international stage, with G2 waiting in the lower bracket final. Jiex fated to attend, you feel?
I mean, that's the thing, right? I like this use of the fake out this time round. The steps probably being heard, and we've seen this a few times where Purity would walk up in towards jail, nothing there, brings out and forces Jiex to clear. But at the same time, they're also prodding towards this B side, right? So there's multiple bits of information that SK need to act upon. And that's why they're bringing out the lockdown. This is perfect.
It's a very premature use of it, though, because the spike is still set up for an A play. Jiex have got an out of audible range. They do need to cross. That's when the poison orb goes up, and it's perfectly timed as the toxins have been tempered to the execution. Jiex heading for an A site. They've got Smurfette's ult, and Ness waiting in the wings with that Hunter's Fury. It's into the pit that they've got to go. And Devasa's done a brilliant job at delaying this for now.
And they've held on to backside, a denial of the spike plant as well. So Jiex, they have to go back into the pit to try and get the spike back. But it's 2 kills that go Jiex's way.
Devasa still standing means the fumes are going to continue to be a problem. So many ults invested into this round. SK needing it. Tournament life on the line. Trade out 1-for-1, still a 2-on-2. Numbers don't yet favour them. Sarah orbiting the valence of this smoke. The nano comes out, but so does Jade. Pops up at the right time, 1v1. Sova on Sova. Ness won the last. Can this be the final duel that she takes in the series? Jade up on high. The hopes and dreams of her team sitting on her shoulders, and she'll make no mistake again. The captain's clutched it once more as SK live on.
Yeah, they're going to get number 9 and keep themselves going that bit longer. But Jade's reposition to the top of 410 is what is able to get SK through this, and this round is tumultuous. The fact that there's so many kills going either way, but Devasa keeping that pit up for as long as she did so well. Put SK in this position which they could get onto the spike, force people to try and check if they were on it. Unbelievable stuff. One more round we go, and the attacker buy has been broken.
Jade's movement in those clutches is just crazy. The pathing is so smart. Not a stable win condition though. Ever one off the ult. Thrash soon to be available once this orb is collected. Now a precious commodity as both teams have emptied the reserves in the previous round. Jade still holding on to hers, and again Devasa caught in position, a lot of damage, but not fully punished for it yet.
Spike being attempted to be planted, but SK, they don't want anything to do with it. The Driller use their utility. They're even investing in ultimate. I mean, at the minute, there's tags to be had. I mean, the duels, though, a little bit spotty. Purity nearly getting caught out there. And Spike has to be attempted to be reclaimed. Yeah, and I think, like, yeah, well, the economy isn't great. I think this is a good time to time out, right? Because if you look towards, like, the economy state, like, the Thrash is great, but you're also 2 off of Sarah's ultimate, the lockdown. That's going to be the big thing that clears out the site. And I think as well, like, the Thrash can be invested initially, then you get the lockdown down, and then you get you can use the Thrash. You can use the Thrash in post. I think like that's the big thing, right? That the Jiex bringing out this timeout right before the most pivotal round, because when you look to that next one, as you've already highlighted, that buy might not be so hot.
Yeah, man. Already thinking about a party. I know it's St. Paddy's Day, but neither of these teams can count their chickens. Before they've hatched out the eggs.
Yeah, I know. We're talking like Jiex are completely out of like a poor buy, when plenty of times we've actually seen Jiex actually prove to be better on lesser buys.
For what it's worth, I think they probably have the better buy here anyway. Jolina's op has found a couple of entry picks here and there, but I don't think it's really been the most decisive feature of a round. And that is the commentator's curse, everybody. Just giving Jolina the layup so she can swish yet another. 2 huge kills with probably the most important purchase between either of the teams.
Exactly, 100%.
You can thank me later.
Yeah, we'll see if Jiex though are able to respond, fight back from a deficit. They're still hanging about and waiting for the toxins to go away, and they push Jolina so far back, and with Devasa isolated, they've got 2 to even out the player count. A dimensional drift will be able to go and highlight exactly what the positions look like, and the fact that both players on long took a step back, put SK in position to send this one home and put it to maximum regulation. 1 round to decide if it's overtime or Jiex are going to that lower bracket final.
Maybe, just maybe. Jolina, 2 big kills. I thought that SK had overplayed their hands here with the fights towards yellow, but then, I mean, this brilliant ult comes back through from Purity, showing the serious depth in our agent pool. We've seen her on Smokes, Initiator, now on the Yoru, just giving the AOK, saying, okay, yeah, you can take that fight towards default. No one's going to peek off the back of it. You've got that security. Jade, hook, line, and sinker, and it's Jolina again!
Already though, like Purity wanting to dip out. SK, they've got what they came for. They're not wanting to give everything away just yet.
You should run.
Playing for that backside control we've seen them do before. That lockdown we talked about previously being used to buy more space. At the same time though, Devasa proving another question and forcing Jiex to commit a player to hold down that flank at the very least.
As I said before, Devasa floating between positions. This time clears out the flank. All hands on deck for SK. Not watching out for Nami. Can't overlook her. Might be the last mistake you make. Trades on the site. Jolina falls against her former team and now relies on her new teammates to win it out. Devasa and Cabot, both from odd one out, now trying to find their place with an SK jersey on their chest. Sarah and Eva on the opposite side. The new and old eras of Jiex combining. Devasa dropping in, but now they should know. Cabot from screens, bought a distraction, trade out from her teammate, another 1 versus 1 to settle it. It's not Jade this time, it's her long-standing teammate Devasa. The Spaniard to send them to OT. Eva toying with the angle, but the time has been bought. SK burning the wick at both ends. They've run out of opportunities. Eva playing around. She's known these games all too well. I don't think there's going to be enough left. It is able to win it out in the end. So Jiex moving on to the lower bracket final, as you expect them to do. The top 3 taken, but not without heartbreak for SK.
It is complete heartbreak, but there's one thing that SK can do, and that's hold their heads high, because this was an absolute banger of a series. Both teams going toe-to-toe, round for round, back and forth. Nearly all regulation needed, and it felt like the emotions were running so high throughout this series, knowing exactly what was on the line, frustration showing, delight. I mean, euphoria. We've had the full selection, and I think at the end of the day, and again we've said it many times, maturity and experience shown by Jiex, and that's probably what has pushed them to that top 3.
Potentially a couple of big games coming up. It's funny to say, G2 were not once mentioned by this group of players. KC is the team that they wanted revenge against, so the grand final is the path that they've got to walk if they want to get there. For SK though, the story doesn't end here. It would have been a win which would have meant so much, not only for Jolina not being involved with the plans for GX this year, but a lot of people watching at home that I think have been supporting these players throughout their journey so far in the main event. They can hold their heads high. They have made a seriously deep run. It's just not to be this time around, and only a couple of those rounds what ends up deciding it for them. But GX moving on to the lower final up against G2. It was the grand final that we saw in stage 3 last year, and already things kicking off at the beginning of this one.
I mean, G2 have been sitting watching this full series from the boot camp as well, right? You've got to be thinking now about tomorrow and how that looks like. For me, SK, they can go back, they can review this split 1, which has been fortuitous, and they've probably learned a lot about themselves as a roster. But what we're going to learn about with that next best of 3 coming up is who is going to be top 2, right?
That's what we're waiting to find out, Cairo. It's been a fantastic best of 3. It went all the way down to the final round on the final map, but unfortunately for SK Nebula, we bid farewell to them for now. It's GX that move forward to yet another lower bracket final. Let's see what the analysts make of that one.
By Giant X and SK Nebula. That was an absolute treat. That was the closely matched series that we wanted to see. But what a heartbreaker for SK coming down to the wire there. Alas, GX coming out on top. What a turnaround. What we saw happen from them yesterday on Icebox, Kakuka, versus what we saw from them today. Granted, they went up against a very different composition today.
I think that the 2 things come into play here. Yeah, the composition was different that they were facing up against, and but some of the hurdles, some of the difficulties were still there. Dealing with the operator, dealing in so many instances with having the man disadvantage, and actually learning better to deal with it. I think that, again, there were a lot of learnings from Giant X. I love the fact that they're able to put this back, because not only this is a 13-11, SK managed to win both of the pistol rounds. So of course, all of that momentum, all of that initial thoughts of the halves were going on their side. So GX were pushed into their very limit, and we could see it even in that last round, in that 1-to-1 where we see Eva just running around and just trying to dodge the Devasa and just making the time go down. It is so easy to make mistakes in those situations, and this time around they proved that they still have it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, one player that we highlighted heading into this, or rather heading into this last match, was Devasa. So much impact. We saw her on the Viper on Icebox. However, Nami on the other side, she was just getting the upper hand there.
As?
I was muted, so I just want to say I got done too. We've all been ruined tonight. But what I was trying to say was Nami was the silent assassin, doing so much work and had huge impact in the first 2 maps. but then just went above and beyond here on Icebox, just doing so much work, especially in that second half, to do it for Giant X. There was so many points where I was thinking, we also built up Devasa so much at the start of the series, where she had that great first game, but then from that point, it was like, it just wasn't as strong, and they were playing the same role. But yeah, Nami effectiveness just felt to be that little bit more, and especially you saw as well, like Devasa holding her ultimate as well on, I think it was round 21, and they managed to force them over towards her. She did a great job in that round, but there were just so many points where it just could have gone either way, and I can't believe we went all the way to the end of regulation. The fact that SK won both pistols and then lost by 1 round is a killer.
Yeah, exactly. And also in that graphic, we were seeing almost a 30% of the first bloods. She took a 7-1 in those engaging duels. We were speaking about this new Giant X and how this new IGL was going to sit for them. And if she can do that and also pull out that numbers and give them those advantages, welcome she is.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it just worked for them. Like, this team is looking good, and now they are a top 3 teams in those playoffs. So we actually are gonna have the former IGL Sarah from Giant X joining us for a quick chat. So I'm gonna say goodbye to Mac and Kakuka, and welcome to the show, Sarah. What a performance! What a close series this was. What's going through your head right now? Are you exhausted, happy, elated? What are we feeling?
I'm pretty happy we got revenge on SK from group stage, and I'm just excited we managed to close it out this time.
Yeah, revenge always tastes pretty sweet. Also, a great redemption arc if we're looking at your Icebox performance. I mean, yesterday, that was a brutal match against G2. How did you turn it around heading into today's match, seeing that being picked as the decider? What was the mindset? And also, what were your thoughts looking at the composition that the opposition is running here?
Yesterday, to be honest, we just didn't play our game to how we usually play. And after yesterday, we had a long talk to make some changes. We even switched the roles on the map, and today was a lot better.
It was a very close match overall. Did you expect such a back and forth?
Well, I thought it was going to be a 2-0, to be honest. I was confident, but, stuff happens.
It does indeed. But yeah, the confidence is warranted based on the performances we've seen from you and the entire squad throughout the playoffs, honestly. Overall, if you're looking at the stage for you personally, I mean, you're changing away from being an IGL, you're changing role, stepping down from that responsibility. It has to feel good seeing all those changes coming into fruition with the top 3 finish, at least now.
Yeah, I'm really happy everything's working how we expected it to, and I love my new role, honestly. I love playing Killjoy.
We love to hear that. Generally, if you're looking at the meta here, it's now trending very utility heavy, and that was on full display on Pearl here, for example. It was just like utility bonanza, quite hard to keep track of. What do you prefer, you as a player, or even you as a team? Do you guys like and thrive in this kind of meta, or do you prefer the more cleaner, more honest gun heavy play?
Honestly, we have a lot of firepower, so it doesn't really matter for us. We just pick a comp and we do what we have to do.
Right, and what you did today was winning. Can you do it again tomorrow? You're gonna get that rematch against G2. Perhaps a surprise. A lot of people would have expected G2 to move on to the grand finals. Are you shocked to meet them again so early? And also, without giving specifics, of course, do you feel confident that you have identified potential issues that led to yesterday's performance?
Yeah. We know what our problems were, and we fixed most of them today, and tomorrow it's going to be even better.
Even better. Well, that's a promise. I love to hear it. And now, last opportunity for you to address your fans and everyone who's supporting the team before I let you go and celebrate.
Thank you, everyone, for supporting us.
Well, you guys make it easy. It's so much fun to watch you play. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
That's Sarah joining us here for a quick word, and confident. I love to hear that.
Yeah, especially after such a long day. Do not forget, it's like almost 11 p.m. here. I assume that for her is like one less hour, but after how, again, exhausting that Pearl was, going the distance, going until the last round of regulation to even close this out, this kind of resilience they're going to need tomorrow, because we're entering different territory. We're going into the best of 5, and that is a different beast. G2 was able to clear it out yesterday in 2-0 fashion, and we're managing to not letting Jiex getting many rounds on the board. For tomorrow, we expect a different tale.
It's one of those things, right, where I think Jiex coming into this, I mentioned earlier, they had played the most rounds, like 600 rounds so far, just this stage, and they're just doing it again, like full endurance test, almost going to OT on 2 maps, and much longer than the first series than I guess they played earlier during the stage. So it's good to see that there is the resilience, and I loved the confidence in the interview that they are going to do better tomorrow. That's what we wanted to hear.
Yeah, I mean, the most important part is, of course, identifying the shortcomings or just the little issues. So she sounded confident. I trust, I buy into it. Let's take a look at our bracket to see how we got here, to visualize what has been going down today.
Yeah, quick recap. KC won the first series in 2-0 fashion. If you were not here to watch it, please go back and watch it. It was actually a very, very exciting matchup, and will give us some tells on that, like a potential final. Then again, this time G2 looking for revenge, but first they have to go up against Giant X. They had them figure it out yesterday, but as Sarah was saying, they probably have figured out so many things, and we will have a different tale. I also want to say huge props to SK. Do not forget that they have, even though the core has been together for longer, the players know each other, yada yada, in most of the bases, this is the best performance that we've seen from this organization. Same goes for KC in Game Changers. So things are changing. We like that, and it's a very good prospect for the future.
Yeah, I need to say as well, just the resilience for SK to almost bring that one back. The ultimate usage, especially, I don't know if you guys remember, I think it was round 23, that second last round, the dimensional drift to deny the plant, get the information, spot that GX were not actually covering the plant. Like, we just need to send a few more props, because we're not really going to talk to...
So much to look back on and be proud of. They really, really pushed the teams they played against, and that should give every SK fan so much hope for everything that is yet to come for that squad. I am very excited. Now, for the sake of making this educational, what have we learned today? What's the biggest takeaway, starting with you, Mac?
Ooh, that everyone's got different map pools, and even if it's less of a map pool, some days you lose 13-2, some days you win 13-11. You know, it's all about getting back up on that horse and making sure you never give up, and these ladies all did just that today.
For me, is I need to listen more to Jimmy Lin and learn a lot more about Pearl. All this utility coming into place was crazy. It's funny. It's fun to watch, but definitely this tense moments. I like to see players, you know, bouncing back from that. And apparently, that for this year, my learning is that we need to keep an eye on KC and those individual performances.
Those are some good takeaways, and I just sign all of those myself. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch those teams in action, but the competition is not done yet. Our broadcast, however, is. So that's it from us. We thank you all so much for joining us once again for another day of GC Playoffs action. 2 more days of play before we're crowning our Stage 1 winners. So make sure to tune in again tomorrow. Same place, same time. Bye-bye.
Flash is good. They go in without Kia finding 2, but no! What? The punish is there. It should have been, but Glance comes in with another 4-piece. They're already defusing. It's down to Vanya, and she is no more.
To get anything here is going to be rough. They've won the fight at long range versus the Guardian, and then they met the other Guardian.
Only a pistol in hand. These shots need to be clean, and Anacilia's been there every time.
Sarah on the other side. IGL last year beaten out by the Rifles, have to be up and ready. Double Ash is having a game of it. SK trying to fight back, but he just can't do it. When GX look down, they've been able to fight back time and time again. Checked out by Jade. 2 kills, making a 3rd. Out of main, it's a quad. Story of Sheriff to save them in the hands of Jade, but She will loosen her grip. Smurfette, 2 on 2. Spike planted the opposite way. She'll try and hold the line for the round A.
Noted by Carpet and found out a 1 versus 1, and there's time to work with.
Tries ever playing around. She's known these games all too well. I don't think there's going to be enough left. It is able to win it out in the end.
Something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
Do you feel